By moonlit path and dragon's breath, heroines chase the edge of death. Each adventure, fierce and bright, spins gold from shadow, fire, and fight. We carve our stories, sharp and clear. We're meant to play. You're staying here. And we are alive! Hello, everyone! Welcome to Harlequin's Hallowed Hearth. As you notice, I'm in the small box this time. I know, crazy thing. So, we've got a wonderful guest DM, Nikki the Bee. Wave hello to everybody, Nikki. Nikki is wonderful. I love her so much. I am so excited for this. That being said, let's start at the top with Rafa and introduce ourselves.
Okay, hi, my name is Rafaela. You can find me everywhere as at all the if onlys, and I'll be playing Thorir Halgraven.
That is going to be Eleanor.
Hi, everyone. I'm Eleanor. You can find me on socials at Foibles and Fables. Today I'll be playing Audrina Dollahide Moncrief.
Brittany.
Hi everyone, I'm Brittany. You can find me on socials at Brittany Lynn Wrights, and I will be playing Shara Laveau, and looking forward to the game.
I'm Harlequin, as you all know. I am playing a tiefling named Mizia. Uh, we're gonna go over to Minty.
Hi everyone, I'm Minty. I'm gonna be playing Nyx of Starflicker Hollow, and you can find me everywhere on social media as Mintplosion.
And finally, our amazing DM.
I'm Nikki the Bee. You can find me most places there. And I'm going to be playing everyone and everything else. I'm the DM, obviously. So, with all those wonderful introductions out of the way, yeah, let's get started. Also, I guess I'm sorry I didn't introduce. This is Booker. He
guest DM.
insisted. Our real DM. He's actually going to be the one rolling the dice. All right. Welcome to this old haunt, Grave Expectations. The five of you are standing before a large home just off of Duke's Way, which is the main street in the wealthier section of Daggerford. The dusky sky above is kind of transitioning from evening to nightfall, the buzzing bees giving way to twinkling fireflies that mimic the stars above as they start to peek from behind milky clouds. And the Greymore house here sits further back on a rather unkempt property. It's full of weeds and fallen branches. Dirty windows glare down at you from the house above. The house almost seems to loom with hidden malice, like the building were daring all of you to enter. A sort of quiet, cool breeze picks up and gives movement to the iron gate in front of you. It gives sort of a as the gate opens like an arm spread wide to beckon you to enter, almost mockingly, like, come on in. I would like to actually take this moment to have each of you describe your character's appearance, tell us a little bit about them, and then tell me how they're feeling as they stare up at this spooky-looking mansion. If you don't mind, we'll go left to right on my screen. We'll start with Rafa, if that's all right.
So, Thorir Halgraven is a satyr. You see that he's surprisingly not like obviously armored for a cleric. His like sleeves almost glitter. They have like the stars and moons and suns adorning them. He kind of tucks his long black hair back. And he goes, is anybody else getting like a really bad feeling, like a really bad vibe from this whole place? Like there hasn't. I don't think they've cleaned. I just had my hooves manicured, guys. I don't know about this. He smells like vanilla cake and strawberries, and he has very well done makeup. His cat eye is perfect. He is so out of his element just standing in front of this very grody, dingy house. And his expression does not mask that at all.
Fantastic. We'll move again down the line to Eleanor.
Yeah, so Audrina will sort of pat Thorir, encouragingly on the shoulder. Remember, dear, bad vibes lead to large paychecks. We'll be fine. Just don't lean on anything. And she sort of takes in the scene as a mastermind rogue and a human. She doesn't have like a huge insight in terms of her, she doesn't have low light vision or anything like that, but she's sort of using her intellect to take stock of everything. Maybe even thinking about like, okay, this is probably what's on the first floor. This is probably what's on the second floor, the third floor, sort of already making their way through the house in her own mind, and then sort of looking back at the rest of the Misery Loves company to see who else might be feeling a little bit, anxious or nervous, so that she can, help assuage their fears before they move forward.
And Brittany?
Next to Aldrina, Shara Laveau is sitting there, and she has put aside her bag with her instruments as a bard and has pulled out her book, because even though she's willing to sing a song to get some extra coin on the road, she prefers to tell the stories in text. So she's quickly writing down what she sees at the front of the building, and will look at all of her friends and just say, I think we've been through worse, guys. I'm pretty sure we've got this, and if we don't, we can all run pretty fast, right? And she just kind of winks.
Harley?
What? Fast? Huh? As you look over, you see physically Mizia is, close to 5 feet 10 inches tall. She is this beautiful runway model looking statuesque blue tiefling. Her tiefling race is descendant from succubi, so she looks like you would imagine a succubus would look. But she is, as an artificer, up to like her mid forearms are just covered in grime and grease. She's got the giant goggles on. She has not been paying attention whatsoever. Like, she's tinkering with something. She's not been paying attention as she looks up and really sees this house. To the outset, to people who don't know her very well, they just think she's just like, oh, okay. But anyone who does know her very well can see there's this slight ugh that runs through her as she really takes in just the ominous nature of this house.
And finally, Mint, if you'll round us out.
Sure. And then between the legs of everyone comes this little gnome, about 3 foot tall, just looking in awe at the thing. She's wearing a mauve and purple clothing, and her skin is slightly bronze with golden freckles and golden eyes. And she's just excited to be here, and she has this little quill on the air writing next to her, invisible. And she tells everyone, well, I know that we picked this from the community posting, but I think that actually it was fate that brought us all here.
Not one from the gods.
Fate comes from many strange places.
Shara's just staring at that quill, wishing she had one. It's been a point of jealousy for a while now.
Well, so as our gorgeous quintet takes a deep breath, preparing to step forward onto the eerie grounds of the Greymore House, we flash back. And now you find yourself standing in front of a table meant for 8, inside a humble yet warm tavern. The house mark, a cauldron being stirred by a spindle half wound with yarn, is displayed subtly throughout the bar. It's, stamped onto the mugs. There are various carvings in the walls and corners of joints of the wood. There aren't a lot of folks present in this tavern tonight. In fact, the occupant of the table that is in front of you is a ruddy-faced human man, messy blonde hair that looks like he's had his hands in out of stress with smears on him. His clothes are fine. They're like, not fine as in meh, but rich. But they're rumpled. Like the cravat around his neck has been loosened haphazardly. His collars are turned upwards. Shirt has a slight stain on it. And his jacket's kind of wrinkled. He's got 2 mugs in front of him. One is turned on its side, clearly empty. The second has just been set down, freshly drained. And a third joins its brethren as a bartender sets down another from a tray of beverages. This is Mira, the bartender. She's a curvy, kind of sharp-eyed Yanti woman. For those that don't know, a Yanti is sort of a snake person or serpent person, if you will. She has slitted green eyes, and her arms are covered in scales kind of up to the elbow, like evening gloves. And she gives him kind of a thin smile before changing expression to a nicer one as she turns and serves the rest of you whatever drink you ordered as you entered the tavern. She goes around to each of you, and Mint, would you roll insight for me real quick as you are handed your beverage?
Hold on. Sorry, I
You're all right.
misplaced my tabs.
I totally
Insight.
understand. I think I have 20 open right now.
Okay, here it is. That is 19. So that's 15 plus 4.
Tremendous. You are the last to receive your beverage, and Mira, she hands you your beverage, and the look she gives you, you immediately recognize as pity. You can tell she doesn't like dealing with this guy, and she's sorry you guys have to, as she retreats to behind the bar to keep an eye on the few patrons in here, but mostly she's interested in what you guys are doing. So she's clearly watching. After she walks away, the man gestures for all of you to sit down, if you haven't already, as he brings the ale to his lips. So he kind of gestures like this as he drinks, and once he's finished, sets it down and stabs a meaty finger into the poster that one of you placed on the table. The poster, of course, asking for adventurers with experience with the undead to come find Elias Hackett, Esquire, at this very tavern, the Cauldron and Spindle. Spindle and Cauldron, I apologize. And he looks at all of you and goes, "So, you hear about the job, hmm? Are you capable?"
Of
Oh,
course
darling,
we're
we're capable of many things.
Yes, there isn't a cavern or crypt that we haven't turned over. You're in good hands, my dear.
Well manicured, even.
Well,
Mizia is sitting there, like making almost too much eye contact with this man, as she's kind of gotten the pattern down. Her role is to sit down and shut the fuck up.
fantastic. Elias looks at the rest of you kind of with a mean, glowering stare and like, "Well, I've got a ghost problem. I need it solved."
I think that the rear is gonna kind of just like gently brush his hand over his holy symbol, and like lean forward, very chest out. Darling, like I said, there's nothing we can't handle. So tell us about your little problem, and we'll see how we can fix it.
He looks at you, especially since you've just touched a holy symbol, narrows his eyes, and goes, You holy man?"
I'm a man with many holes. Yes.
How does Elias look at
Yeah,
at that
what's
sort
the
of
response to
statement?
that?
Yeah, go ahead. If anybody wants to, feel free to roll insight on Elias's reaction to that one.
Yeah,
I'm going to
100%.
choose to fail.
Yeah, you got nothing. Your
Honestly,
drink is
yeah,
interesting.
Mizia
Woo!
doesn't have a clue what's gonna come out of that one.
All right, that was a 25 for Audrina. I feel like she's like ready for this sort of thing.
We're used to this.
Yeah.
We're used to this.
There
And I'm
is-
a little
there
jealous.
is
Someone
no
else is
world-
learning.
exactly.
Yeah, there is no world in which some of you weren't ready for Thorir to say something absolutely off the wall. And I would say anybody who got above a 10 watches his face go from confusion, all in a split second, confusion to like, oh, as he doesn't know how to respond to that. He's not upset by the implications. It's more just, I wasn't expecting that, and I don't know what to say, because all I know is being gruff and angry.
Yeah, I think trying to sort of smooth things over, Adrena would kind of put her hand over Thorir's hand and, look at Elias again with that, sweet motherly, expression. I believe what my friend is trying to say is that one man's problem is another man's opportunity. Please, tell us more.
Yes, of course. Of course that's what you meant, as he stares at Thorir for another second. Look, the cleric that I hired initially didn't find evidence of the undead on my premises. But I suppose that's what I get for hiring a cleric of Timora, bleeding cleric of luck. Never mind. I'll start at the beginning. I inherited a home from my uncle Bran. Sir Brannigan Filk was my uncle, and he owned many homes, no children, so as he passed, we were all inheritors of a various property here and there. And mine was the Greymore House, and the rest his soul, he passed away just over a week ago or so, and I wasn't able to get here till about 6 days previous, and I surveyed the grounds and house, stayed here because it was close by and not a shit heap. And from the corner where the bartender Mira is, you kind of hear a snort, just like as he obviously gives a terrible backhanded compliment to her lovely establishment. Next day, I hired local handy folk to clean up the grounds and prepare it for sale. I stayed there that night, and that's when things got weird.
I see. You say each of the inheritors received a different property. Do you have some sort of special memory or a personal connection with Greymore?
Mizia looks like she is about to explode. She has opinions and she's trying to keep them to herself. She's not doing a fantastic job. Her disbelief in the supernatural is written all over her face.
I would love it if you would. I will let you take your choice. Roll a Constitution or Wisdom saving throw as you try to keep your inside thoughts inside.
Cher's trying to calm her.
Are we going vampire dice or landmass dice?
Landmass.
Landmass it is.
As we're at the table, and Audrina, rightfully so, is handling this because she is better at smoothing things over. I sometimes make them worse, but I feel Mizia's vibrating. And
I did already roll permission to re-roll because I realized that my dice tray was cocked up on my scissors, and I don't think it was a fair roll.
I respect your honesty and absolutely say yes.
That is going to be an 8 + 2 for a 10 on a Constitution saving throw.
Since that is smack in the middle, I am going to let you decide how much you blurt out.
I'm gonna say she gets out, something about how bad can Ghost really be before, I'm so sorry, how do you pronounce our wonderful cleric's name?
Thorir.
Before Thorir just slaps a hand over her mouth and is like, shut the fuck up.
And kind of
on the other side,
a little bit of a press behind too. It's almost like, hey, come here.
Yeah. His eyes dart over as you have a sudden outburst, and his brow furrows even further. And I apologize, Brittany, it sounded like you were trying to say something while we were waiting for the roll. I would like to come back to that.
Shara was also trying to preemptively contain Mizia, but does not have the same relationship yet as Thorir does. So it's kind of like I'm attempting to cover this while Thorir's making the deal for our next job, and it's not going well. And then as the blurting comes out, it's like, ooh, and trying just again helping hide behind.
And there's there's this split second of just this look. It's almost like when you act up in church and your mom looks at you And it's just like it's just this blink and you'll miss it from Thorir over at Shara, like, bitch, we had a discussion. We had a discussion on the way in here.
And to that, the eyebrow raise from Shara is just essentially saying, I'm trying. They don't listen to me. No one listens to me. And push.
Elias, my dear, I definitely want to hear what you're saying. I need to take out my notepad to take some notes. Shara, dear, I don't know about you, but I'm absolutely famished. Do you think you and Mizia might be able to talk to that lovely server about getting us something to eat?
Absolutely. And Shara will link arms with Mizia, go, let's just pick out some good food and let them handle this. And I will,
I'm
like,
watching my
frog
cards.
march. Meat it is. And I will frog march with Mizia over. And when we get to Mira's bar top, Shara fully leans over towards her, like, flirtatiously, and touches her hair behind her Alfian ears. And, well, dear, I think we're gonna need some food. This is gonna be quite a long conversation.
It sure looks like it. Mira similarly puts an elbow on the bar, but it's more just one of being very relaxed in her own situation. In fact, I will give you an image. Oh, darn, I have to have a scene open. That's okay. You'll see an image of Mira later. Yeah, she just kind of leans and looks at you expectantly, slides a parchment menu towards you that has just a few offerings, you know, your standard tavern fare, but all, of course, home-cooked and delicious. You don't have to roll anything to notice this. Her eyes slowly trail over to where Elias is, and she raises an eyebrow. It's her bar. She's nosy.
Yeah.
She wants to know what the fuck is going on. It's a slow night. She wants all the tea.
Shara orders a couple things off the menu, being mindful of Thorir's carb intake, and also looks at Mira and just says, he has need of help in his new inherited home. Oh, the troubles of the rich class.
Oh, I've heard. He's been in here for a few nights.
Missy is sitting there just looking at Char going, your voice sounds different. Do you have something in your throat?
No, dear. Why would it? And she just kind of, like, doesn't, like, patronizingly pat Mizia, but it's kind of like it's the.
You're trying.
knows,
I see you.
Yeah, it's like, thank you, love, but also, like, be quiet. Still, like, this is still be quiet territory because it's now a different.
I love you. Shut up.
Yes. But it's just kind of going along with it.
Yeah, Mira smiles at Mizia politely and looks back at you, Shara. Yeah, he's been in here. I mean, he's been staying here for the past 2 days, but you know, people talk. People talk to me. You nailed it. He's rich. He's rich as fuck. And of course, it's his family's business.
Can I, just because Mizzy is also very nosy, can I insight check our server? Just see what I can glean.
Of course.
Oh shit, where'd I put my dice? I just had there's my dice. ADHD at its finest, folks.
Oh yeah.
You're really committing to the role.
19.
Okay. You are watching her facial expressions, and you're able to read her pretty well. You all seem really nice. You are significantly nicer than Elias is, so she is inherently, by comparison, much friendlier to the rest of you. She has had a slow night so far, like I said. This is the most interesting thing that's happened so far, and thank God someone else is talking to Elias. Oh my God. She's been exhausted of this man. You can see it. It's plain as day. And she thinks it's interesting to share what she's heard with you because, I don't know, something interesting might happen.
Oh, can I ask a rather blunt question?
Sure. I always reserve the right to be offended, though.
That's fair. She lowers her voice because she does have a very small... Thank you, Octini, for the subscription! She has
Ryan.
Very small sense of social awareness, so she does lower her voice a bit and goes, Why don't you like him very much? You don't seem too enthused to see him.
She raises her eyebrows in a sort of really girl expression, looks back over at him as he and since these two conversations will be happening in tandem after you guys walked away, you can see him, his gestures are just a little too aggressive for the conversation he's having. He just looks angry about everything. He's also at bare minimum 3 beers deep. And she looks at him, looks back at you, and goes, "Well, he's an asshole."
Oh, okay. It's just, I thought there might be something more, but it's just, and she motions to all of him.
Yeah, see, you get it. No, he's a rich asshole whose family owns a mine, and that's the money that he lives off of. And now he's in here asking for adventurers to help and insulting them when they don't get it right, like the poor cleric.
Is the cleric
It's
okay?
my friend. I'm sorry.
Is the cleric okay after their run-in?
Well, I mean, she's pissed off. She's my friend Garen. Nearest church nearby is a church of Timora, and she stopped in after dealing with this chuckle fuck, and she was extremely offended by Mr. Hackett's assertion that she was either bad at her job or trying to squeeze him for money. And almost wish I had tried to fleece him, Garen said.
What race
mean, she
is Garen?
She's an Owlin.
I'm sorry,
owl-
not
owl
Garen. The rich asshole.
He's a human.
Hmm.
Just a human
No,
man.
you didn't know that money came out of humans if you squeezed them.
They can if you squeeze hard enough, my love.
She gets it.
It goes straight, like, she's still trying to piece this together. And
I'll
this,
explain later.
does keep her very occupied. So she now is not paying attention to a single thing going on and has therefore shut the fuck up.
Mira leans in a little bit, and you can see as she kind of gives a bit of a smile, she's got the fangs of a snake and a serpentine forked tongue. And she kind of raises an eyebrow and says, "Between the two of you and me, Garen was positive she didn't sense any undead in that old shack. Like, she checked. She's good at her job. And I would trust her if she said as much, but..." And she kind of leans back. "That's just me."
Strange that anyone would accuse any cleric of dishonesty, unless depending on the god
Well,
that they honor. But
It
I
is a
wouldn't
crazy
mess
world
with
out there, and there are a
Timora.
lot of people looking to take people for their money. So I don't know. Speaking of
That's what-
taking people for their money, you ordered a couple things. Let me
Yes.
go get that going for you, and I'll add it to. And she looks over at Elias, looks back at you. I'll add it to the tab.
Uh,
And
Shara winks, but still slides a gold piece across the counter to her for the sake of just proper tipping, because I doubt this man knows how to tip.
Very generous, she says, and she slides the coin back with a middle finger, palms it, and whisks away into the kitchen. I'm going to. She will be back. I will say this after she gathers the food. If you want
We're
to
gonna
stay
stay
and
over
ask her more
here.
things.
We're gonna stay over here. I'm
Excellent.
gonna ask Mizia what she thinks about, like, give me lore or evidence of disproving of ghosts, because Mizia would know all of that because the outburst. I'm purposely staying over here to distract Mizia from.
Fantastic. If you do have any other, like I said, if you have other questions for Mira, she'll be back with the food in a moment, but I'm going to use that moment to take us back over to our group talking to the illustrious Elias Hackett Esquire. He initially, I think the last thing that he said to all of you is that he had stayed there on the second night and things started to get weird. And then Audrina very wisely suggested that perhaps the other two go talk to the bartender. So as they walk away, that was the last thing that was said.
So yes,
So
coming back. Oh, sorry. There was just one
ahead, go ahead.
question that we had asked, which was, do you have a personal connection to this particular property? Since each inheritor got a different property, so trying to like suss out, like, is it him, and that's why the cleric didn't, find anything because the haunt is specifically connected to him.
mean, not particularly. I've actually never been to this establishment. I've never really been to Daggerford much. Again, my old Uncle Bran owned many properties. This is just he's a wealthy man as well, and he kind of runs in the family. But he no, I can't think of a reason why it might have been specific to me. I was under the impression that it was divvied up just amongst the nieces and nephews.
I see.
So, sir, what kind of things were like the weird things happening when you stayed there?
Well, first night, I had just strange dreams, and I didn't think anything of it. Thought it was perhaps staying in a new house. Happens sometimes. I was hearing scratching noises, but I thought rats, bloody big ones. The exterminator's gonna cost me a fortune to get rid of them. Next day, I purchased new furniture and began refurbishing. Stayed the night again and awoke, and there was a bleeding, ghostly figure floating over me. Pretty empirical evidence that there was a ghost.
Now, was
But-
it bleeding, or are you just saying bleeding ghost, like as like a turn of phrase?
He rolls his eyes very rudely.
It's a bleeding expression. Like bloody bleeding. Do you not curse?
Very lucky I'm working on my temperament, darling. Go on.
He scoffs at you, just
I once again thought it was perhaps a dream. But then when I got up in the morning, another ghost appeared to me and yelled at me to get out. And I promptly did, because who am I to mess with a ghost? Went to the nearest church, made a handsome donation, mind you, to bring a priest out. And that didn't go particularly well. She 1000% was trying to fleece me for extra money. And again, that's what I get for hiring a cleric of luck. Scoundrel. Absolute scoundrel, that one. But then I put up the poster, and that was 2.5 days ago. I've been here occupying this tavern since, waiting for the likes of y'all to come and avail me of my money so that I might get on with the process of flipping and selling this house I do not want.
These dreams, what were in them?
There were whispers and shadowy figures and little dreams of people rifling through my money and just bad dreams, just bad dreams.
Nyx, you would be able to see it like in big letters, like the rear's like been kind of taking like small notes, and you just see the word paranoia with 2 underlines underneath it.
I look back at Thorir, and I'm like, but I still ask, sir, has anyone else reported anything from the property? Maybe someone like a guard or someone else who stayed there before you?
No one's been in the property before me besides my uncle, and I'm actually not sure when the last time he actually lived at this residence was. He again, many properties, moved around, like to see the world. I just perhaps some of the workers, but the workers have gone elsewhere. I don't know. They if they saw anything, I haven't heard it necessarily, but I told them that they should leave, and if they heard the same thing I did, they probably followed the ghost's instructions as well.
Interesting. Well, this doesn't seem like anything we couldn't handle. Just a couple ghosts.
Well, I mean, I've heard all kinds of things about specters, and running my business takes enough years off my life.
And anybody who wants to can roll Arcana, History, or Medicine at what he just said. Any of the three of you that are still part of this conversation. 'Cause
Okay,
the other two
I
are.
was gonna say, can I hear him?
I would let you decide if you are actively listening. You are across the room, but Mira was listening into the conversation. The bar, you guys are like the only ones really in here.
Raise my DC a little bit because I'm so far away.
If you say so. I'm not gonna tell a player no if they want things harder.
Listen, I'm a glutton for punishment.
I'm
Cher's
getting
not
good
even
rolls
trying.
to start, so this is not boding well for me, but 25 history to start.
You said history?
You
21
can do
history.
Arcana, History, or Medicine, your choice.
Oh, I'll try
21
as well.
history.
21 for history.
Uh,
Anyone else?
Eleanor got a
I got a
25.
History.
I got a 24 on Arcana.
Fantastic.
Everybody's just rolling higher than the rear
Everybody,
is right now.
it's okay. It was especially for Thorir.
Sure,
This was
try.
a lower DC anyhow. But for all of you, you all pick up on this. He's referring to the ghost ability to mechanically. I think it's called terrifying or horrifying visage. Where if a ghost looks at you, connects eyes with you, it can literally age you in that moment by a certain number of years, 10, 20, 30 years. And it will literally physically age your body out of fear in that moment. And all of you realize this is what he's talking about. He is very much afraid of, and that's why he got the fuck out of there.
Thorir is gonna like lean in and like gently like take his face in his hand and go, "May I?"
What are you doing?
He's
He's
not
reaching
stopping
into his
mostly
little
because
bag.
he's alarmed.
He's gonna reach into his little bag and like pull out like a little vial. Basically, it's like anti-aging serum. It's like this'll fix it. And like,
Oh,
just like a little drop.
What is this? A potion, or an anoint? Are you anointing me, or like oil protection?
Yes, it is an oil. And
Oh.
I am going to
Okay.
whisper a prayer to Soon as I try to get rid of this man's wrinkles.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm rolling 2d10 to see how. Let's see if Cindy responds. We're gonna say 10 or below.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that's a 34. His wrinkles do not disappear, but he does seem a little bit more moisturized, which is great for a man who owns a mining company.
Yeah. You really need to take better care of your skin, babe.
All right.
He is a grizzly old man who does not know the
Just my type.
first thing about trying to take on a skincare routine. But Mira returns from the kitchen, by the by, with a couple plates of food, some various, like a meat and cheese board, basically, some crusty bread, some olive oil and seasonings for dipping, like that sort of stuff. Just food for the table. And she looks at you, Shara, and would you like me to drop this off? I'd be happy to follow you over.
Yeah, that'd be great. But just really quick, if we take this job, I would appreciate if your friend just did a little walk by, because I'd trust a cleric more than a man any day.
Well, what happens when the cleric is a man? I mean, this one isn't, but that sparked that question in my brain.
Well, then it would have to be a man that you trust, because I think I trust you more than anyone in this room other than my friends.
Bartenders are pretty trustworthy. Like I said, everybody tells me everything.
Exactly. You know
Deal.
all the secrets.
If I see Garen, I'll absolutely ask her to stroll by.
Just make
but
sure we haven't gotten ourselves into too much of a pickle.
She kind of leans back a little bit, looks you up and down and up again, doesn't look at anybody else and says, I don't know, you look pretty capable.
I tend to be when the occasion calls for it. And she'll wink and shuffle back, like obnoxiously, because like servers can do it all, but will obnoxiously like insist on like taking one of the platters and like going over with her to put it at the table with her friends.
She'll let you take one. She smiles. She is very appreciative for the help. You get the sense, not only, I mean, it's a slow night, but you get the sense that she's like the only person that works here. And she sets down food at the table, and she smiles at everyone. Anybody need a refresher on drinks? Are we doing well, or?
I like to imagine that like the rear still has like Elias's hand, like head in his hands, and it's like, oh, thank you, darling.
She this does not faze her. She owns a tavern and has seen some shit. She just looks over you and smiles a polite customer service smile. That is the customer service smile of someone who is trying to keep it together, and waits. If anybody wants another beverage, she will get it for you. If not, she will return to the bar, or if anybody has a question for her, you're more than welcome.
Excuse me, could I maybe
dear.
have another ale, but if you have a tiny glass, because I think that I'm not, I wouldn't have the resistance for the alk. I just
Of
need a little one,
course.
please.
Absolutely. And she will.
I'll take another wine, but please cut me off after that.
As she
Absolutely.
walks by Mizia, Mizzy has not moved. She is very, very deep in an explanation, not realizing that there is not a soul listening to a single word she is saying about the difference between provable specters raised by people like necromancers and the ghost stories that this man is spouting.
Shara will see that Mizia has not caught on that we've moved, and will just it's something we've tended to start doing as a group. We'll just do a minor illusion with like an arrow pointing back towards the table, like right in front of her face, like, this way, darling.
And just, oh, well, he's still wrong.
You rejoin the table, and I will give you this opportunity, as we are essentially in a flashback right now. I just wanted to give you a chance to explore the space as you like. If you would like to ask either Mira or Elias any further questions, you are more than welcome to do so. Otherwise, I'm going to flash us back to the present in a moment.
I'm giving Elias a full like face massage.
Yes.
We are now deep into
Sephora
skincare.
in this bitch.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, oh my god, I'm gonna fix you up. Don't worry, this comes with the service. And then like I'm gonna like basically be pitching him further Misery Loves Company, like as like I put like a little towel behind him so like I can lean him back and like do a full facial.
Okay, listen. Oh, go ahead.
He is stunned and not pulling away. He's just kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. As you're describing and explaining things, so he is he's allowing this to happen mostly because he doesn't know what to do in this moment. He's just stiffened up and is very like his fawn response has activated. No one has ever done this to him before.
He doesn't perform this ritual
again.
for everyone, yeah. He doesn't perform this ritual for everyone, you know. You should consider yourself very fortunate.
Please, Audrina, roll me persuasion.
This is where it all falls apart, baby. Oh, no, not too bad. Thank you, Dice. That's going to be a 14.
He, as you say this, goes,
well, much appreciated. This is a little strange, but I will trust the process.
Listen, my friend seems to like you, motioning at our wonderful cleric who is now elbow deep in just like beauty grease, for lack of a better term.
elbow deep in beauty grease.
I think that's exactly
Incredible.
what she refers it to. Like refers to all my products as. Your beauty grease looks very nice today.
You've got beauty grease, beauty oil, beauty powder.
Beauty dirt, please.
Beauty dirt, there's beauty mud. Well, dirt and mud are two different things, so are powder and dirt. And she's just like, she doesn't know anything about what's going on. She just knows that this man is prettier than she will ever be. She's like, look, my friend here seems to like you. Even though you're wrong, if we're talking about specters, they were raised by some kind of something, and that something would have a motivation. What specifically did your uncle do?
I think I'm giving him
I-
like a little head massage to try to like open him up, you know? Like I'm relaxing him so that then he is a little bit more inclined to give us more detail.
As Mizia actively is probably stressing him out.
Yeah, probably.
I'm gonna say that
I'm deep in
because
those
of
temples.
Audrina's persuasion that this is actually like a chill ritual and he should kind of like give himself over to it. He is going to relax a lot more and be a little more inclined to answer this question. And he,
I mean, he was a made man. He helped build up the Hackett Mining Company, and that's where he made his fortune. That's where I took over. I don't know that he did anything.
Oh, now you're talking my language. Hi, Mizia, artificer. So, mining. There's a lot of tragedy in mining. Like, what recent or not so recent tragedies have occurred? Because that could be a trigger. You don't have spectral activity without some kind of cause. I need you to rack your brain real hard for me. Anything small even. What could be the cause?
when you introduce yourself, he sticks his hand out and shakes your hand, and you see that he has a signet ring on his hand, which is the symbol of the mine. It's a crossed pick and a crossed axe, because their last name is Hackett. And he's been fiddling with it a little bit as he's been sitting with you. And he gets a bit of an offended look when you suggest that a tragedy may have happened.
The Hackett mines are the pinnacle of safety. We've gone 276 days without an accident in the mines.
And what happened 277 days ago? Because here's the thing. You can be as safe as possible, and I'm sure, and like, you see her, she kind of shifts. She, not physically, but those of you who know her very well, she's putting on an act and she's playing the game. She does not recognize when other people are genuinely flirting with her, but she knows how to use her tools to get what she wants. So now you've got someone that is very almost statuesque, busty, succubus-looking girl, just going, but even if your mine is the safest it could possibly be, some accidents are bound to happen. You know, it's not necessarily anyone's fault. It's just a really dangerous industry. So, can you tell me what you know? As she crosses her arms right under, right under her chest.
He blinks a couple times, and
the last accident was some idiot going in the mines and not wearing a helmet. Got bonked on the head. He survived.
Well, if you think of anything, I'd really appreciate it if you let me know. She's gonna try to, like, give his face a little touch, but kind of recoils because she does not like the texture of the beauty oil. The beauty grease is not her friend. So, like, she's trying, but, like, just the sensory overload is driving her up a wall.
I've been begging you to moisturize and you refuse.
If it's not engine grease, she ain't interested.
I'm gonna have you roll persuasion here, just because you are trying to use your wiles.
Well,
he looks at you for a moment. His eyes narrow, and he's like,
What, hold on. Why are we all still sitting around? I told you everything that I know. You should all be getting to it after my ritual is finished. You should all be getting to it.
And he like kind of like whisper into his ear, like, darling, you have to relax for the ritual to work.
Absolutely, we will, but I'd like to see what extra information I can glean while you're still getting your treatment. Any information helps us do the best job we can.
Well, I'm going to be rightly honest. This grilling for more information that I can't recall right now is stressing me out, and I have been told by the expert here, gesturing to Thorir, that I should relax.
And he shuts his mouth for a moment, and then reaches, fishes around like in his side bag, pulls out a bag of coins. You hear it jingle, and he plunks it on the table with a heavy plunk.
Advance pay. Half now, half later. Does that sound amenable for the job?
Mizzy is going to immediately, like, this is no longer, like, I did my thing failed, I'm backing up. She's trying to get beauty grease off of her at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is where, Adrena will sort of step back into sort of, wrangling her horny children. No. Incredible. Those are the terms that we live by. Half up front, half at the end of a job. And my dear, we will allow you to relax. We shall take our food, go eat, give you your time. And she doesn't touch him, but she sort of, just sends out, this calming vibe. And, if it is at all to ease your heart and your mind, Elias, just remember, we're closer to the end than we are to the beginning. We shall provide you a resolution very soon.
So that's what I like to hear. You seem like you're also well-versed in business like me, so I appreciate that.
Yes,
And,
I'm sure we've rubbed elbows at a symposium or two, if not me, then with my husband, Emmerich, the art historian.
Of course.
Roll insight for me.
Sure.
This man does not go around in art circles. You're giving him way too much credit.
If he doesn't remember anything because he's drunk the whole time.
Oh, yeah, he was slamming back drinks.
18.
Guy has no fucking clue who your husband is. He just didn't want to seem unimportant.
It's all good. I'm selling this guy a painting before this is all over.
Incredible, yes.
It's
Go
a
inside the
comic
house.
thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's perfect. Yeah, go inside the house, survey what wall the painting would look nice on, and then sell it to him.
Literally, yes.
So in case you are wondering if anybody chooses to pick up the bag of coins and count it, about 250 in there. There's 5 of you, is 100 gold each. You've got 250 on the table. The food has been added to his tab, unbeknownst to him. Mira will find a way to make it sure he doesn't notice, most likely. And last call for any additional interactions or questions in the tavern.
So the only other thing I think I'd be interested in is some sort of floor plan. Obviously, he doesn't have to give me the blueprints to the house, but just is there a basement, first floor, second floor, etc.
Well, it's funny you ask about that. Yeah, it is basement, first floor, second floor, but I had blueprints drawn up by the workers on the first or second day. They should be somewhere in the house still, unless somebody took them, but they should be in there. If you find them, you're welcome to use them.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the generous offer, and we shall keep them safe and ectoplasm-free.
Much appreciated. I would imagine that ectoplasm would make the property value plummet. Right? Right. That's right?
In my experience, yes, of course. Come along, loves. And she kind of gets let's not piss this guy off anymore. Let's go, kids.
He kind of he looks a little bit pleased to himself that you validated his supposition, and he snaps like a real proper asshole at Mira and
Mira, another ale, please.
As he drains the one that he has finished in the not a long time of talking to you guys. And as soon as your ritual is finished, he is on to the next beer. We flash back to the home. And all of you are able to take your first steps onto the property. The garden here. Yes, the gate is wide open. If I heard check for traps, if somebody would like to do so, you are more than welcome.
Can I ask, what was the exact wording of this man to get us into the house?
He would have said that you have your run of the place. You are welcome.
You're welcome to explore every inch, let yourselves in, and just do what you have to do. You're adventurers. You know.
That's how he would have phrased it to you.
Okay, amazing. That works for me because I cannot come into places uninvited.
Exactly.
I think the rear does a quick check. So that's a 19 for perception. Am I good?
Yeah, you do not see anything. The gate, when it swung open, was just because it was left unlatched, and it was a breeze, an errant breeze that happened to just thematically the gate open. But the garden here is unkempt, as previously mentioned, and it looks like, even though Elias mentioned having hired hands to like refurbish and clean up the place, they hadn't gotten to the landscaping yet. The weeds certainly don't mind that they haven't gotten to it, but yeah, it's an overgrown garden with a stone path that leads up to the front porch.
He steps through. He kind of looks around. He goes, "Doesn't surprise me. Elias doesn't trim his bush." Turns back around. Nyx, my darling, won't you join me?
Of course. And then I take his hand and just
Perfect.
try to match his pace because my gait is a little shorter.
I think that he does try to adjust his gait for her. Because you're one of the prettiest little things he's ever seen in his life. So he wants to he would like to keep this relationship well. Will he be like thrusting you in front of Soon and going, "Look at it! Look at it!" Yes. We haven't gotten back to the temple yet. So, I'm gonna open it up.
Yeah. You
y'all
walk
ready to go
forward.
inside?
Should we establish a sort of an order?
That was exactly my next
Oh,
my
sorry,
next
Nikki.
question. Yeah, no, you're totally fine. I appreciate that because that was where I was headed next. Yeah, who it sounds like Thorir and Nyx are going to walk ahead into the garden first, and then who is following directly after?
I feel like Mizia would be kind of wherever Audrina put her.
Mhm,
Like
mhm.
she's wherever Audrina's like, okay, it's your turn. She just isn't completely mentally present. She's still trying to work out why this man thinks there's ghosts.
Mhm, mhm.
Yeah, I think just given the nature, and I think this is probably whenever we're in a new place, I feel like I'm usually at the back so that I can keep track of all my lovely
Keep
ducklings.
eyes on. Yep,
Yes,
keep eyes on the
exactly.
children.
Mhm.
So then that, I believe that means it would be Shara, and Shara comes next, then probably Mizzy, and then taking up the rear is Audrina. And sure enough, Audrina, you take a moment as they all walk ahead of you towards the front door, and you, hands on the hips, kind of like survey the house, and out just for a split second, you swear you see movement in one of the upper windows, as if something moved past or a curtain shifted slightly. And to your knowledge, this house is supposed to be empty. You know, except for
And
the
it's
ghost, of
gone
course.
before I can alert anybody else.
Yeah, it is a split second. It just, because you're last, and also because you have the highest passive perception, you happen to catch it as it shifts. Just a flash, like a shadow. You're barely even sure you saw it yourself, but you know your eyes, you trust yourself. You know you saw something.
I'm going to take advantage of the fact that they are all focused to not then unfocus them. So I'm just going to keep this to myself and keep us all moving forward.
Wonderful.
I got red there, but okay.
So we get up to the porch, and the front door is not locked. You are able to open it right away if you so choose. Oh shit.
We'll be doing that. I think he like kind of like takes up a stick or something that he finds and then like pokes the door open.
Similarly with rusty hinges, there is a creak as it opens wide, and before you have an entrance hall that it seems to be just a little entryway, modest. There's a narrow, plainly furnished, kind of surprising for a home that was owned, or at least, you know, perhaps even made for someone with means. There's just sort of a simple woven rug with curled corners from years of use just inside the door for you to wipe your feet. A couple clay pots that you can see even before you guys step in the door. You can see all this since the door's open now. With a worn umbrella with a crooked handle sitting in one of them, and it looks like there are more doors further in.
I am
you
thoroughly,
step
deeply
inside.
unimpressed.
Legit, I feel like it's worth commenting on.
Yeah,
Rather meager
Like-
accommodations, wouldn't you say?
you can see that like his snout-like nose is kind of like just like was like kind of like pushed up. He is offended by how little money they have clearly spent on this house. It's like, it could be something, but they chose the ugliest option of everything.
Mizzy,
He like gets off like the little foot rugs like as quickly as possible because he's like, it's offensive to be touched.
Mizzy is attempting to figure out if she can grease the hinges. Unfortunately, these specific hinges are expensive because they are a pain in the ass to install, and therefore a pain in the ass to maintain. So she hasn't even completely figured out how to grease these creaky hinges. Would there be... What would the vibes be saying to someone who really goes by the vibes?
What do you mean?
Like, just her
Like, what's the
standing there.
general?
Like, what if she were to get like some kind of something crawling up the back of her spine? What would it be telling her?
It's it's dusty. It's kind of spooky because it's getting twilight, hours into dark. And so the light in the house has that sort of you know how twilight or dusk is almost harder to see than light or full dark. It's got that sort of that dim grayscale haze to everything. I mean, it looks a bit like the opening to a horror film, but the old school kind. We're talking like Psycho, where suspense is the is the um is the real driver of the mood, if that makes sense.
As
Have all of you
she's-
stepped inside, by the by?
Mizzy has, and as she's fiddling with the hinge, a full body shudder just kind of runs down her as you, under her breath, you can hear her repeating, "Ghosts aren't real, ghosts 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 aren't real."
And as you repeat this to yourself over and over and over again, a gentle breeze starts up outside, and from deeper inside the house, as if rushing down the hall towards all of you, you hear, "This place!"
Immediately, Mizzy screams.
Shara immediately flashes dancing lights out in front of all of them to see what could be doing this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we gotta hit the light button.
Yeah, so dancing lights goes like comes out of
You
Sharon four corners of
immediately-
the space that we're in.
Shara lights up the room immediately. It is brighter in here, but you see nothing, and the wailing has started to, now it has died down to.
I look
But
back at
the room is
Aldrina.
lit, and you see nothing.
Yeah, Adrina's not like so much like spooked out because she's dealt with like esoterica and occult stuff before. She's mostly just puzzled that it happened so fast. It's like, that was
Like, that feels
unexpected.
suspicious.
Yeah.
That's weird.
That's weird.
Can with the lights up now so that we can all see, can Shara look at like the entrance, like the thresholds, to see if there's anything there, like a tripwire, some kind of like uneven floorboard, anything that
Sure.
could have signified we
Roll me an
entered the house.
investigation
Yeah,
check,
like
please.
a practical reason.
Right.
Yeah, like I'm looking for
And-
something.
I'll give
Roll
you-
investigation, and of course, anybody who is proficient is welcome to offer the help action.
Yeah, I'll give you the help action on that one.
Oh, okay. So I
I'm
will
so sorry. Help action on which thing? My brain blanked out.
investigation.
Investigation.
Investigation. I am proficient on that.
Wonderful. So yeah,
As
please
am-
please roll at advantage as you are receiving the help action.
Okay, that is a 19 total.
Fantastic.
advantage.
You very cautiously move the rug. You press very gingerly on some of the floorboards, and while they do creak a little bit, you don't feel the telltale like of some
This-
sort of trigger. There is no tripwire. Nothing. There's nothing here.
I look up at Aldrina because this is like her territory, but Shara's been trying to learn from her on our adventures and says, "Okay, I might just be bad at this, but anything, any
No,
like,
not at all.
I don't like
It's
that.
possible. Of course, neither do I. But, dears, we may not be alone here, but our guest here may have a beating heart or an invisible one, but we'll make short work of the information soon enough. Now, I would say if we are being watched, and I sort of look up, is there sort of like a gallery area, like up the stairs where we could be being watched from the second floor?
So, in this sort of entryway, immediately to your right, the eastern wall, if you will, if you consider straight ahead of you to be north, so to your right, a set of stairs lead up, but immediately at the top of the landing, like you can tell there's a hallway that curves. So if somebody were watching you from there, they would literally have to be standing at the top of the stairs in plain view. On the same floor as you, straight ahead, is a closed wooden door to the north, leading deeper into the house. And the air
Could
here
I
is very still and heavy with the quiet of a house undisturbed now that the voice has stopped wailing.
could I cast detect magic as a ritual?
Yes, you'd like to take the 10 minutes to do so?
Yes, because I don't want to spend
Absolutely.
a slot.
Is while that is because that is going to take a little bit of time. Is anybody continuing to further explore the house, or are we sticking together nearby? You know, I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but I gotta ask if you're gonna split the party.
Like that
I
would
think we can
do.
stay sort of. My recommendation would be to stay in the entryway, but get a full, maybe like take point in this sort of open area. So any door, just make sure it's not trapped. See if it's locked or not without advancing. Essentially, so I'd be okay with somebody being at the top of the stairs while somebody being at the bottom, or 2 and 3 or whatever it is, but not so much where we don't have line of sight on one another. That would be my advice.
For sure, and I'll let you
I'll
know.
move the dancing lights around with whoever goes stretches
Yes,
farther.
these human eyes
Cool.
definitely appreciate that.
Yes, I got you.
So I will let you know that it's the door in front of you that's directly ahead is only about 10 feet ahead of you. So you are welcome to open that door and see what's in the next room, or you can again look up at the top of the stairs, take a peek around that corner. Those are kind of the most relevant actions I would say to you in this moment if you're trying to stay within line of sight to Nyx as she casts detect magic.
Mizzy is going to move to the center of the room and start looking at specifically the architecture. She's trying to see, like, okay, ghosts aren't real, 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 but that sound was. So, what are other explanations? Like, how would the acoustics in here, like, could this be thaumaturgy? Like, what could this be?
Sure. I would say that is probably going to be in. I'll let you choose between perception and investigation. I would say investigation. You're probably standing around and kind of going, not yelling or anything, but going like, "Hey, hey, hey," and hearing how the noise bounces off. And then perception is like using your knowledge of building stuff as an artificer to see, like, okay, well, this open space, tall ceiling might mean. So I'll
Can
let you
I
choose
do
between the two.
can I do both?
Uh,
She wants
sure.
as
Yeah, 10. I'd say 10 minutes is plenty of time to do both
yeah.
checks.
She wants as much information as she can, and she is casting thaumaturgy here and there, attempting to, because she does have thaumaturgy as a cantrip,
Mm-hmm.
attempting to recreate the same type, like exactly the same type of sound.
Okay.
Um,
Fantastic.
for perception, that is going to be a 21. And for investigation, that is going to be a 19.
All right. Sorry, 21 then 19. Is that what I just heard?
Perception is 21,
Excellent.
investigation is 19.
So, on your perception, again, that's just sort of surveying the architecture. You feel like this enclosed space, which has nothing on the walls, there's just this one little rug on the wooden floor. Yeah, sound is going to bounce a little heavier. So, whatever was done here was absolutely. This space was chosen for, like, or like this space was like perfect for that effect, if that makes sense. The investigation while using thaumaturgy, because thaumaturgy, I'm assuming you're using the effect to make your voice boom up to 3 times louder to
I'm
mimic the
using
effect.
phantom sounds. You create an instantaneous sound that originates from a point of your choice within range, such as a rumble of thunder, the
Mhm.
cry of a raven, or ominous whispers.
And
She has a
you're
range of 30
mimicking
feet. She's
the same.
she's attempting to mimic the same.
Sure.
I'm going to leave it up to the DM how successful that is, depending on variables.
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say you were able to mimic it well enough. You hear it. You mimic that sort of. You're trying to mimic the sort of almost Doppler effect of the noise rushing at you, and no matter where you stand, it doesn't seem to. You can't quite mimic it exactly. The investigation definitely determines that it is possible. You're just not quite sure where it would have originated from.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense? It was. You feel as though it came through this room for sure. You're just not quite sure how. And there's a reason why the 19 doesn't reveal that, I promise. I want to make sure everybody's rewarded for good rolls. I don't want you to feel disappointed. Who is doing things during this 10 minutes besides Nyx and
Mizia.
Mizzy? Thank you. Brain froze for a second.
I think honestly, if we do, since things aren't that far away, I think I would like look down the 2 paths that we have to try to decide where to go without necessarily crossing any thresholds.
Sure. The door directly in front of you is closed, so you will have to open that, but you're welcome to, as you are a rogue, you are well versed in opening a door just a teensy crack and peeking through. And then you're also welcome to try and sneak up the stairs if you so choose to do it stealthily and look around the corner up there.
Does anybody else want to do, would somebody else rather take the door or the stairs, or I can do both? It's totally up to you guys.
It's whatever with me. Thorir is at your command now. Now that he's kind of behind closed doors, he's like, all right, ladies, you tell me what to do.
Yeah. You have a good perception too. So I'll say, as long as the door isn't, it doesn't look like there's any traps or anything, I can sort of stealth my way up the stairs if you just want to cover the door and see what you can see.
Would
So-
you, Audrina, like to check the door for traps as the rogue and probably the trap expert, or would you like to
Correct.
leave that to okay? Yeah, you go ahead and roll investigation for traps, and then once you've determined that, then you can shift elsewhere.
You guys, I'm in so much trouble when shit starts to hit the fan. That was a 26 to
Oh.
check.
Fantastic. This door is not trapped in the slightest. It is. I will even go so far with the 26. You can see the rust on the hinges means that this door will creak a little bit when you open it. So you can take that into consideration. Your good friend Mizzy does have oil, on her for her various inventions and things. And then
Yeah, I
you are
think I'll
welcome
actually
to...
say that to Shara as I go up the stairs because I know she's like full like beautiful mind mode. So, I'll say, ask Shara to please, delay the dancing lights because I'm going to do a little sneak up top.
I'll pull them back down.
Just wait for my signal, and then also if you could tell Mizzy once she's sort of on the other side of this investigation to oil up the hinges would be much appreciated.
You got it. And I will stare at Mizia, waiting for her to come back to center and like acknowledge our existence again, and that we'll share that information. But I'm keeping the lights away from Audrina as she goes farther.
It's your
cover.
5-6 minutes before she's just like, okay, there's weird shit going on, and she is back in the realm of the, for lack of a better term, back in the realm of the living.
I have determined weird shit. Incredible.
Good job, girl.
So Audrina, if you would like to roll for that stealth up the stairs, we can place you at the
Yes.
top of the stairs,
That-
depending on how that goes.
Yeah, that is a 21 to sneaky sneak.
Yeah, you look at the stairs, kind of up the various steps, can see just based on the wood, you're very experienced at this, which ones are probably going to creak. You can see like a wood plank that's got a little bit of gap where the nail is sticking up, and you're like, not going to step on that one, going to step on the other side, and you just right up the stairs, doesn't make a sound, and you are at the top. I will pause you there for a second. Thorir, you're going to open the door, I presume, after we've given a little grease to the hinges. Not through the
Period.
grease, of course.
Yes, the actual grease.
Real grease.
Wonderful.
I feel like she's got little portioned out, almost little vials, where she's just, don't lose it. And it's
I
just
never lose my lip gloss.
still don't
And
get
you
why
know
you
that's an
use that
immediate
stuff.
lie. You immediately know that that's Cap. He loses it constantly.
She's got 4 lip glosses in her bag specifically to hand to him when he
He
loses them.
inevitably loses it. Yeah.
They are the exact shade and brand that he likes. She does not understand why he likes this stuff. It's sticky and it makes everything stick to your face and your lips and everything. But she's like, I don't know, he likes it. Cool.
Better have extras, yeah.
And then I'm going to beep, 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 beep.
You do not have to roll to open the door. You will roll perception, though, once you've opened it just a touch. Or however wide you would like to open the door, I should say.
I think that he's like one hoof in, kind of like peeking in.
Sure, okay.
That's gonna be a 16. Okay, with what's my perception? That's gonna be an 18.
Awesome. So this here is a narrow corridor, probably 10 by 15 feet. You stick one hoof in and you just hear the gentlest sort of start of a creak of the floorboard underfoot, and you can stop and pull back a little bit so it doesn't make too much noise. There's cobwebs all over. They haven't gotten around to cleaning this room yet, as they were, only here for a couple days. Just like forgotten lace hanging.
Touches the cobweb, and he's like,
I too do that anytime I touch a cobweb. Just there are 3 doors that branch off in this room. So the western door, so again, if we're assuming forward is north, just for your own perspective. So to the left, the western door hangs ever so slightly ajar, and it looks like from what you can see just through the gap there, that looks like it leads to maybe a living room. The northern door is open, so directly ahead of you by about, I think about 10 feet or so, 10, 15 feet, that's clearly the kitchen. And it looks like there is a stone hearth, like right across from the kitchen door. And then the door, obviously, that you just came through is the third door, now that I think about it.
So what he's gonna do, and this is gonna be very irresponsible, but he believes himself to be very confident. He is going to cast protection for evil and good.
Okay.
And slip through the door.
Okay. Fantastic. I'm gonna
Do we
pause
want
you
to
there for a
resolve the detect
second.
magic? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So we're gonna pause you there for a second. I'm gonna let Audrina know what she sees upstairs, and then detect magic is going to be complete because that's gonna take about 10 minutes. So I'm gonna say you slip through the door right before the detect magic is completed. So Audrina, you peek around the corner of the stairs. You find yourself looking into a dimly lit hallway that bends at a 90-degree angle further down to the right. There are several doorways that lead into what you would assume are, there's a very good chance that these are just other rooms. It might be bedrooms, seeing as they're on the second floor. And like one of them has its door ajar, but it's not enough for you to see from where you are what's inside. So up here, what you can see from the top of this is immediately to your right, there's a door, immediately to your left, and then straight ahead, a third door, and then the hallway bends further around. the light filtering in through the windows up here is real dim because the windows seem to be contained mostly to the room. So any light you're really getting in here is coming through small cracks either under the door or the door that's slightly ajar.
Got it.
And I will let. Do you stay up here or do you return back downstairs, or are you kind of keeping an eye on both from where you are?
So the fact that there is so much to investigate means that is an immediate pause to her. Is like, yep. It's like bring the curtain right down. And I don't need the dancing lights because again, I'd rather wait till everybody's there. So yeah, so I think I would stay at the top of the stairs just for a second because I don't know what else is going on. But not seeing anything, I'm not too concerned about making noise. So I think I would sort of look down at Nyx and see, if I can see the ritual is sort of wrapping up and say,
And it looks like it is.
Nyxtia, what can you tell us?
And as the ritual wraps up, you put the finishing touches. What is it? What is your? Give us just sort of an idea of what your detect magic ritual looks like as someone so in tune with the stars.
Yeah, so I pull out my spell book, but the quill that I have is drawing constellations in the air and just
cool.
kind of putting lines between them, connecting them, and then I interpret the stars.
Fantastic. And the stars, they kind of swirl around you. The constellations you've connected start to slide themselves into different positions. And as they slide themselves into different positions, almost like they're finding their slot in the night sky above, like a star map, they're finding where they're supposed to be. So if you were to be able to look straight through the walls in the building here, they would match up directly with where they would be in the night sky for this time of the year. Different schools of magic sort of surround the pinpricks of light you've drawn as if you're turning on vision for these different schools of magic. And one in particular lights up, and I shouldn't have closed that tab a moment ago. You know how it goes, right?
Oh, totally.
It's fine. It's fine and good and fine.
I fumbled through my pages trying to see what that means.
Exactly, yeah. Stalling for the so the
You're getting
at
like
your
a couple of circles that are just like stars.
it's just buffering. So the rug, which was moved by Shara, I believe, as she was looking for any sort of trap or trigger, underneath that rug, it was invisible to her because she was looking for something physical, but the traces of abjuration magic light up here, directly underneath your where the rug was. And if specifically because you're looking at it, if you would do me a favor and roll investigation for me. And then I will also ask if you call anybody else's attention to this while you see it, and then you'd be welcome to get the help action if you need it.
I can help you from 30 feet away. So if I'm looking at you, I can help you.
You did just ask, what do you see?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that is an 18.
Oh, fantastic.
11 plus 7.
Wonderful. You see the remnants of a glyph of warding spell that was set to trigger an auditory effect. And I'll even give you what the auditory effect was. Somebody programmed minor illusion into this glyph of warding.
Okay,
and
so
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No. Yeah, after you.
Adrena, there's something here. There's a warding glyph with a minor illusion cast into it.
Well, better than a fireball.
Better than a fireball.
The moment Mizzy hears minor illusion, her head's going to snap up and look over. Minor illusion how? Do you know and she's gonna come over and she's looking at your constellations as if this means anything to her. It does not.
Uh-huh.
Yep,
I know some of these words.
Yeah,
that
you
is
see,
a
so
star.
they connect here, and this
Mhm.
color here, it says it's a type of abjuration magic. And before, Shara wasn't able to see it because she was looking for physical traps, but this color very clearly represents that below this rug, and I pulled the rug, is a glyph.
Looking at it now,
And
can I roll Arcana to see if I can
yeah,
gain anything else?
by all means, please.
That is going to be a 13 on the dice plus 4 for 17.
Awesome. As you, as uh, Nyx sort of traces her finger around where this glyph, like the remnants, because the glyph went off. So it's kind of like when a firework explodes and you just have the sort of, yeah, the gunpowder remnants, if you will, left over. That's basically what happened here. The glyph of warding has been spent, and the arcana is sort of is decaying as it sits here. It's sort of fizzling out and disappearing, but you can, as she traces, and even the light from her constellations is shedding just enough as you kind of tap your mind into looking for traces of magic as a magical being yourself, and you're like, oh shit, that's why my thaumaturgy was weird and I couldn't figure it out.
Because it wasn't thaumaturgy.
Exactly. Well, that's, yeah, and you were trying to mimic something, but you couldn't figure out where it was coming from. It's because the origin point magically was under the rug. It just wasn't a physical trap. It was a magical trigger.
He's gonna start, like, flavor-wise, pulls out, like, a ton of little vials and just scraping this whatever dust, even if it's going to go
Into
away.
that.
Like, she's collecting it like a little gremlin to try to basically examine it later. Like,
Sure.
this might
I'll
help us.
even say that as an artificer, I think you have done something like that before. I think you have tinkered with the glass of your vials to be able to hold magical remnants without them fully decaying away, and you can have a bit of this sort of magical debris, this magical detritus that you can hang on to. Audrina, I'm going to say you notice that you guys, as you were all kind of gathering around to look at this, you're missing a person. You're the mom of the group. You're missing a person.
One of your ducklings is not here.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Oh dear.
And
Oh, bother.
as you realize that, I am going to shift back over to Thorir. Again, you have slipped into this room. You left the door slightly open behind you. I'm
did
assuming
leave
you kind of slid in, but didn't shut the door.
Cedar-sized behind me, yeah.
Yep. Again, there's a living room you can clearly see with about this much of a gap open in the door, and then directly ahead of you is a kitchen with the door completely open.
I think I'm gonna choose the living room. I feel like it says a lot more about
Okay.
a person.
Sure. How would you like to enter the room?
I'm going to gingerly try to open the door. And I'm gonna be looking for like family photos, any kind of mementos of life.
Okay. You take a couple steps towards that door, and then roll perception for me real quick.
Okay. She's so good at that. Sometimes you get a miracle from the dice. I keep forgetting what I gave him. That's gonna be a 19.
19. You take a couple steps forward towards that living room door, ready to start looking for stuff, and you stop because you're suddenly aware that there is something hazy in your periphery, and you turn and look, and there is a sort of formless apparition that is wafting there, almost as if it's been waiting for you to notice. And the moment you look in its direction, roll a wisdom save for me. All of you in the other room hear this loud wailing from the other room, as you all recognize kind of collectively that Thorir is gone. What'd you roll, my friend?
Only a
Oh, no.
14. I'm scared. It can't be ugly.
I am
I can't be-
immediately
Don't
not
make me
thinking of
wrinkle.
myself. Like, Mizzy is moving the minute she hears a scream and realizes that her bestie is not here. Like, she's picking her way through this door. Like, she's not being subtle about this. All she knows is the himbo is in trouble and she has to fix it.
You move to kick the door open fully. And Thorir, you are going to take 6 points of psychic damage as
Just
the
my-
apparition you Miz, you basically burst the door open just in time to see the ghostly apparition go and like explode into a just blast of vapor, and you watch as what do you think it looks like when Thorir takes psychic damage?
His
I
crow's
think
feet
he
begin to.
gets, his. Have you guys ever seen the meme of Flashback Mary, of James Charles just like fully white faced, because the camera picked up all of the powder. That's the image that he gets of himself white faced because his powder looks bad. And he's like, no,
Not the face.
So door kicks open, ghost figure explodes,
I'm
and Thorir just
screaming
goes,
no, like there's like something has like taken into my body.
and you're
Audrina, you
freaking out.
the rest of you just hear from inside that door, ghosts are real, ghosts are real, ghosts are real!
So a flurry of activity all at once. What do the rest of you do as you hear shrieks of no and ghosts aren't real and a big whoa and then as the ghost pops?
Scooby-Doo shit.
Yeah,
yeah, it
I
is.
think I think Audrina would probably do like a motion for Shara, like obviously when you're a smaller character, some of them enjoy being picked up and carried, some of them hate it. So Nyx, you can decide however we normally do it when it's we must move very quickly. Are you scooped or are you pushed? Essentially.
Yeah, we have established this.
You can
Established
pull me from wherever, like clothes, arm, whatever.
Love it.
Yes,
And I
think
will
that's
just
like
have
Wizard.
yeah.
my quill is
Scoop,
gonna stay for a second,
push.
Yep, in a little comical Roadrunner, Wile E. Coyote-esque puff of dust from the room itself, the quill just zoop off screen to follow you. And you all are now in this sort of corridor that has a couple extra, two more doors. One that looks like it goes to a living room, one to a kitchen, and Thorir still freaking out a little bit.
Like his hands come away from his face. He's like, "Do I have wrinkles?"
And
Does
yeah,
he have wrinkles?
now your eyeliner is a little smudged, but we can fix that. And I start like rummaging in my bag for a cotton ball. Like, it's all right, it's fine, it's fine.
Mizzy is sitting there quieter than any of you have ever seen her before. Like, this isn't the I'm supposed to be quiet. This is for once, my chatty ass has nothing to say.
Yeah,
And
that's
she's
concerned.
just staring at the point that the ghost disappeared from.
Okay, this is gonna be a little bit weird. Can I try to pick up what I can from scent? Because scent is very important to him in his order. See if there's like anything like sulfuric, if there's anything like a material component that I recognize. If no,
Yeah.
that's okay. You can tell me to fuck
Go
off.
ahead. Normally this would be like a scent would be a perception roll, but I think this actually is going to be investigation.
Yeah. Bad for my spells. That's gonna be a 14.
You kind of get your bearing together and you smell, give a couple sniffs, and start taking a couple trepidatious steps back towards where the specter disappeared from after yelling at you so hard that your brain hurt. And kind of give it a couple smells, and then there's like a slightly familiar scent to what was in the other room. And I think, well, yeah, there's just a familiar scent to what was in the other room because you walked in here before they kind of resolved the detect magic.
Yeah. So, like, do you guys smell patchouli?
Do I smell patchouli?
I think now that it has been brought up and we're calling it canon, yeah, it's like a
There's this
very
weird,
faint
slight
patchouli oil
going
smell.
on.
It's very strange. And I would even say, Nyx being asked this question, as you were the one actively doing the detect magic, yeah, there was like a slightly stronger scent to the abjuration magic that was here.
So,
Yeah.
I call out to Misia. Misia, do you still have the vial? Maybe can you lend it to me for a sec, please?
She's still just not
Oh no.
moving.
Oh no
The
no no no
vial
no.
is clamped in her hand. You could theoretically just
Just
take
take
it.
it.
I'm gonna approach very slowly and just carefully take her hands, pull the vial out, pat her on the shoulder, and then unstop her the vial and give it to Thor. Is this what you're smelling?
He kind of like, oh yeah, no, that's the same. It makes my brain hurt. I don't like that.
What was it that you saw here? Because I believe it's gonna be the same. Back there, there was a sigil. It was not like real ghost operation thing. It was
It
a
felt
map.
very real. Let me tell you that. It felt so real. Whatever it was. So it was like a ghastly little figure. Like our friend Elias was talking about. Uh,
Yeah, I think we should check for sigils anywhere.
it was in that,
See
and
if we can find them.
I showed Nyx the specific corner that I saw it in. That I first saw it in.
Okay, before I go to that corner, I go back to Misia and I carefully put the vial down exactly where it
Back
was
in.
She's still
and
just like
go back.
she's laser focused.
Yeah.
This has broken her sense of reality because she has never personally seen like a specter or an apparition that is not under the control of whoever summoned it.
I think at this point, I think I'll sort of kneel down to try to get at your eye level.
So that DM
Misia?
eye raise there.
Misia? Look at me, dear. I know.
Disappeared.
Yes. Lots of things can disappear. Lots
That's
of
not
things
supposed to do that.
I know, my dear. Some things can disappear, cast glyphs, can trick us. I believe we are the victims of a deception. I could be wrong. It's happened once or twice.
Deception.
But I think we'd... Yes, I believe
The
so.
minute you go deception, her brain's working now. Like she's still quiet, but the gears are turning. She's running through anything she could come up with. Given that this is so far out of her purview, I'm not even going to ask to roll for like nature or anything. She can't come up with anything, but she's like grasping to that last string of hope almost.
Now I can't figure this out alone. Can you help me?
What do you need, Mom?
Well, first thing we have to do is find any more of these glyphs. They could be imbued with any sort of nasty spell. So I think we start there. And after the first floor is secured, then up we go.
Okay.
Hold on a second. I'm having a thought here. That
Yes, dear.
glyph we just saw in the entrance, it was kind of consumed as it triggered, right? And then this one is probably consumed. But if Mr. What's his name? Hackett? If Mr. Hackett was here before and some glyphs triggered with him here, there's either someone putting new ones into the house, or there's a bunch of glyphs here?
The minute you say new ones, Mizia snaps her head up. Wait. Didn't he say there was some cleric in here earlier?
Yeah, but that was after he started seeing things.
Right, but they didn't trigger anything. But
They
we
found
did.
nothing.
So I'd hazard a guess. DM let me know if I need to roll for any of this. I'd hazard a guess that there's something putting new glyphs. Because we didn't do much else but walk into this room. If that cleric walked into this house at all, then they would have triggered something.
Something's resetting the things here, and which tells us it's not a haunting, it's a person.
Do you think there's
Persons,
anybody
maybe?
else that was interested in this house? Maybe that would want to keep it?
Maybe someone who wants to keep the family away? The Hacketts away?
Get the house for cheap, even just a quick, easy, real
Nobody
estate
wants to
deal.
buy a haunted house.
I think we need to find those blueprints.
Maybe
Maybe they'll
agree.
tell us more.
All right.
So all of you kind of come to these conclusions and kind of nod amongst yourselves with some very solid theories starting to form. You never know. You don't know, if there were any other potential buyers or people wanting to keep the house involved. Elias didn't talk about that, but all things worth exploring. I'm going to ask, as we are passing the hour and a half mark, is everybody okay? Does anybody need a bio break or a refill on water? I'm more than happy to keep continuing because I am fine, but I want to check in with my lovely players.
Love and appreciate you.
Yeah. I'd be happy to take
Wonderful.
a short break if anybody else wants one. Otherwise, we can keep going.
Let's take
Yeah,
a
we
quick
can.
10-minute break. We will
take a
Perfect.
throw up our be right back
Preemptive.
screen. It is 11:10 my time. I will see you all back here at 11:20 my time.
All right. Welcome back, friends. It's round 2 of an unknown number of rounds of this old haunt, Grave Expectations. Where we last left off just 10 minutes prior, we were dealing with a ghost? Question mark? And poor Thorir was so concerned about his wrinkles. And the party had some pretty solid theories about what could actually be going on as they discovered more arcane sort of remnants, more leftover magical energies from a spell that seemed to have been set to trigger as they passed through the corridor on the first floor of this haunted house.
Low-key, if
Let's
anyone
dive back
wants
in.
Low-key, if anyone wants to give me Thorir in a beauty mask fan art,
Hell yeah.
I would love you forever if we have any artists who can provide me Thorir Beauty Regine beauty regiment fan art.
Little bonnets on the
Send
horns.
you his full Hero Forge. That way you have all the references you need.
Anyway,
All the angles, every angle.
Mizia is still very much just racking her brain for anything that could anything but ghosts that could explain what just happened.
We would love it not to be ghosts.
Love it to not be ghosts.
But I think that the rear is fully on board with the possibility that this is ghosts. He is a very spiritual person, obviously. Something about him leads him to the spiritual. And he is starting to. Can he try to history this, maybe? To see if this coincides with any of the lessons that his mother would have taught him about how to deal with ghosts, like what I need to be doing to protect my group. Because
Yeah,
as
go
far as
ahead
this
and
world is
roll.
concerned, if you can't keep your party alive, don't come home.
Hey, rough, tough love, but honestly, pretty solid words for a cleric as advice. Although, let's all be honest and admit that sometimes the party does it to themselves, and there was nothing that cleric could do from the beginning.
Absolutely.
If you go out of
Um,
healing range, there's nothing I can do for you.
There's
Stay
absolutely
here.
nothing I
Stay-
can do for you, babe. Come on.
as the Twilight cleric in my Curse of Strahd game that I participate in says frequently, stay in the bubble. Stay in the bubble. I can't
Stay in
give
the bubble.
you temporary hit points if you don't stay in the bubble.
I
As
think
I
I
say
saw
on
shout
the
out,
Monday Night
shout out to
Games.
Dorn Ryan.
I think I
Don't
saw
open
another
doors.
player at one point who had cursed her entire party so that they would start actually losing health if they moved further than 60 feet from her.
That's
Unfortunately,
you
I
know
think
what?
Career is the one that moves.
Yeah.
As has already
Yes,
been
go ahead and
established,
roll that.
he's the one that moves.
Flaw in the plan.
Go ahead and roll that history for me.
Love. That is not a great roll on the die, baby. That's a 9.
9. Boy.
9 plus. I believe you've got a decent
that is a 9
history score.
Oh no, I
Was
said
it 9
total.
total? I'm sorry, I heard 9 on the dice. 9 total. Roll. I was hopeful for you, and I apologize.
Yeah, there is no hope to
I
be found here, babe. I appreciate it, but there's no hope to be found here. We are in a place of desolation.
I'm
yeah,
loving
I
my
think
girly
you
pop.
think back. Yeah, I think you think back, and you are so concerned. Your brain just keeps traveling to your side satchel where all of your serums and skincare is, and you're just like, do I have anything for this? Do I have anything for this? And you cannot recall the things
I
your
think
mom
that, like-
said, other than to criticizing your makeup at some point in your life or saying something rude because I don't know.
My mom was
rude.
kind of horrible.
Yeah.
I'm just like replaying all of the criticism in my brain, and I'm just like, shit, this isn't helping. And I just kind of like
Gotta-
try to like put a stopper back on that jar.
We're
Like,
just
Gonna
gonna
shove that-
bottle that shit up.
This is not this is
way
not
down
what I
into the
needed.
pit of my stomach. So, yeah, again, you are all sitting here in this corridor, kind of trying to decide what our next moves are. There are 2 doors nearby. I know, Thorir, you were interested in going to the living room. If that is still something that you're interested in, you can share that with
Yeah.
the party. And which
I would like to check the area where Thor pointed out that the apparition was. Look around,
Yeah.
move stuff, see if I can find another glyph.
Yeah, your detect
Go ahead
magic
and-
should still be up, right?
Yeah, it's been less. You have plenty of time on the detect magic. You can see where was pointed the glow of abjuration magic, sort of faintly emanating from the ground. Again, in that sort of burst, like as if an explosive went off, but with magical energy, and it is sort of very slowly disintegrating away. And I think as
point
soon
it
as
to
you
the
pointed
party.
out, anybody else with
Mm.
magical inclination is able to
Yeah.
kind of see, not as well as Nyx can, but is able to see what you're talking about.
I'm
So
gonna
here's the
ask-
explanation for the apparition in this room, everyone.
I'm gonna ask Nick. So, is this a common thing that people can do, or is it like this like a wizard thing? Wizards do a lot of things. You can do a lot of things. I do not understand.
DM, is this something that Nyx would know?
I'm gonna say, because specifically you're a wizard, you would know that Glyph of Warding isn't an insignificant spell level. I mean, it's mechanically a 3rd level spell. Whoever's doing this is a competent spellcaster, at least to some degree.
Then I tell that, a lot of people can use glyphs, so I think that whoever is doing this at least is mechanically competent.
Damn, it can't just be easy, can it?
Okay. So I
Let's
want to
just go through-
clarify. You're saying that this is a someone, not a something.
Well, I don't wanna exclude anyone, but it would depend on how you define someone and something. But I think this is a living person with a conscience, probably, yes.
Okay, so
Agreed.
ghosts aren't real. I was right, and ghosts aren't real. Ghosts aren't real.
Anyone who would like to may roll an insight check at this question. This sort of
Keep my mouth
query
shut.
that has been postured.
I got a 3 on the die. There's no saving that.
So did I. I got a big old 10 altogether.
8 plus 6 is 14, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, then I
I
got,
got
a
a 21.
I got a
21.
20 for a 23.
Ba-boom!
Excellent.
Shara.
Shara and Nyx kind of, when you say like, so this is a someone, not a ghost, like this isn't a ghost, right? Both you kind of think, and both you, it occurs to you that there are still phantoms, specters, ghosts, etc., that have connections to the weave. Like there are, there are creatures out there that do have abilities to still manipulate magic and utilize it. So you can't be 100% sure, but you do think it's a little weird that a being that would theoretically be able to like phase through walls and stuff, or like, be invisible and pop out of nowhere, like be able to do ghostly things, would be setting what are effectively tricks and traps. So again, you can't totally rule it out, but it is like, that's weird. That's suspicious.
So
It
you
is.
just said the word be invisible. I happen to have fairy fire. Is that something that would be useful? Because it does render any being within the area of effect for my spell unable to benefit from the invisible condition.
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you, the DM.
I mean,
If
I
the
would
answer
say
is you
fairy.
can try, that's fine, but
Yes,
whatever you're willing to
my
give me.
answer was going my answer was going to be, I'm not going to tell you if it'd be useful, because that would imply there's a invisible creature here and you don't know.
Touche.
Uh it's, I mean, very well that fairy fire is useful against creatures that might be trying to hide or obscure themselves. You know that for a fact, because it's your magic. You know that you can do that.
Okay.
I think that Shara and Nyx probably would have shared that information that they kind of brought up. So I leave the what's the word, conclusion to you.
What would you like me to roll for Nyx to try to determine what, not Nyx. That's not me. Ms. For Ms. to determine what is in this, like what is the likelihood that there's something else here? Like she's trying to weigh her options because she's got magic, but it's limited magic.
Do you mean here in this physical room with you right now?
Yes, right now.
Um, I would let you roll either perception if you're trying to listen very carefully for a potential creature, or if you're trying to weigh your options mentally, then I would say, like, if you're doing probability in your brain, then perhaps insight.
Let's go
You're
insight.
like, cool.
That's a 5.
Amazing.
There's just a lot of confusing, conflicting information. At first, you thought it was definitely not ghosts, and then you saw a thing, and that was maybe a ghost, and oh god, that was. Then you weren't sure, but then now you're hearing it might also not be a ghost, but then it might still be a ghost.
My thoughts are
You don't
making
know.
my brain hurt at this point in
Mhm.
time.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna bravely go. I'm just gonna throw open the next available door.
So the
Shara's
door that.
running after
Oh, go ahead.
Thorier as he does this. She's like,
I think that there is
Mo-
like still the
No, no, no,
glow
no.
of
like,
protection.
Mom's gonna
from
yell
good
at
and
me.
evil.
Stop it! And I'm like running
Like
after.
this sleep, like you can see like the suns starting are like glowing from the protection of good and evil.
Mhm.
And he looks back and he makes almost intimate eye contact with you. And he goes, "I'll be fine. You have to trust me."
I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna get in so much trouble, and I'm running.
The good news is this room is only the size of like a normal living room, like a normal room in your house. It's
And I'm a
10
tall
like
elf.
10 by
It's fine.
15. So you guys are all right here. So as he moves forward to push this open, you're all right in the vicinity. Unless anyone is going to try to stop you, Thorier opens the door
Slams
to
open.
it just slams open the living room door, and all of you can see this from where you're standing as the door is fully open. This is the largest room in the house. It's sort of a kind of a spacious living area, but even just on first glance, this area looks more staged than it is lived in. directly ahead, if you're standing in the doorway, directly ahead of you is a dining table. It's kind of prominently centered in the room, surrounded by 6 very neatly arranged chairs, as if expecting guests for dinner who never arrived.
Okay.
There does appear to be a large blue piece of parchment spread out for anybody who would be sitting at the table to review.
Aha.
And then just to the side, there's a little sitting area, a couch and a single armchair kind of artfully positioned around a low coffee table, just like a little too precisely to suggest that they're used. Right? Like there's no clutter here, there's no personal touches. It's pristine new furniture and curated arrangements. It has, quite frankly, the hollow charm of a show home. And there are windows in here that show a view of the side of the house, looks out on the as you were facing the house, the left side of the house, that look out that way towards the cluttered garden.
Got it. Well, blueprints, love it, potentially. So yeah, I think you're all like, oh my god, why do you run up? So maybe I think Adrena would come out. You found the blueprints, Thorn. Well done.
Immediately,
He puffs up a
investigation.
little bit. He likes.
I want to see what else is here. She's in information gathering mode. Shit's not making sense, and she wants it to make sense.
She's investigating the room here.
Literally anything she can see. She's trying to take in as much as she can.
And Thorir
Okay.
is no further than 2 steps behind her at any time.
Okay. Go ahead and roll investigation. Thorir, since you said you're right behind her and you are proficient, you're welcome to lend the help action if you'd like.
I am proficient. Yeah, I will lend the help action.
Okay, so that's a 19 on the first dice.
We can always get a 20.
We can
Yeah, right.
Never know. You might
Get a
crit
bad
it.
roll out of the way.
Lucky blow.
I'll even help. The DM is a fan of the players.
18. So you know what? That's still pretty good
Not
for
bad, though.
that's
Still pretty
still
darn
decent.
good.
So that's still a 19 for investigation. That's +6, so she's got a 25.
Fantastic. We're going to pause that 25 for just 1 second. Put a pin in that. Shara, what are you doing? I know you kind of followed, like, no, don't rush ahead.
As soon as Thorir's like not alone in a space again, she's a little less worried, so she'll probably stick next to Nyx, and because Nyx's spell is still going, and even though Shara can also do that spell, but hers is obviously very different. But she's just like kind of like, it's like when someone's like trying to like spy on like your computer screen when you're like some public, and it's like she's just trying to see if any kind of the same colors pop up, and is just kind of prepared to like kind of like block anything dangerous that could come at any of her friends, but right now specifically Nyx, because Nyx is the one that's like the radar for the party to make sure everything's safe. So it's kind of like physical shield, because tall, small, and then also like magic shields and stuff ready to go just in case.
I would even allow, with Nyx's permission, because it is her spell that it should still be running. You got a duration of 10 minutes. I would allow Shara to roll an Arcana check, and if you do well, since you are magically inclined yourself, if you roll well enough, then I would allow, again, Nyx's permission, as it is your character, to sort of channel a little bit of that detect magic over to you and let you see a little bit of it as well, so you're not having to rely on her to be the radar for you.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Totally.
Excellent.
Well, that's a 6. She's too many pretty colors. Just a little check.
Unfortunately, you're all just a little shaken up and distracted from what you just saw. You've done it before in the past, and it works probably 60% of the time when you guys are focused and locked in, but we're not locked in right now, ladies.
Yeah,
no. Nyx, is there anything in particular? Yeah, it's just too many stars. Is there anything you're doing right now, Nyx?
Yeah, since I still have time on my spell, I'm gonna go right after them and try the spell on the next room as well.
Okay, excellent. So, wait, you said on the next room, you mean in this living room that everybody is kind of filtering into, or into the kitchen in a moment?
Okay, DM, I'm a little confused here. Where was it in the living room or the previous room?
So it was in the previous corridor. So you guys entered into an entranceway, which had the stairs and the door going forward.
Yep.
Thorir went into the next room, which was kind of like a little nexus room, if that makes sense. It sort of connects the entranceway to the living room to the kitchen. and the ghost appeared in that room, and now because Thorir was trying to walk through there into the living room, and I promise you it will make sense in just a second because. If you'd like, I'll put a pause on you for a second because I believe Audrina was
Yeah.
very interested in that piece
Okay.
of parchment on the table.
Yes, and that was why I was concerned if you were going to walk away because I just wanted to make sure that we could do a detect magic on the blueprints to make sure that if I touch them, I don't, get paralyzed or something.
Then yeah, with your detect magic still running, if you look, that is a very mundane piece of parchment.
Okay.
Yeah, no magic glowing from there. And in fact, Audrina, as you approach, it's a large piece of paper that is spread out. And as you approach it, you will see this blueprint for you. And, Harley, you can adjust the map as you need. But it is labeled main floor, first floor, basement. Main floor being the ground floor, first floor being what some folks would call the second floor, if you will. It is the upstairs. And then the basement is elsewhere. So the room you are currently in is this room here. There you are. You're currently here. So you entered in through this entranceway. Once you got in here, you were told to leave this place. You snuck up the stairs a little bit and went up to the second floor when you snuck up these stairs. Thorir went through this door into this room, and right about here is where the ghost situation happened, and you have all filtered into this room, the blueprint, of course, being on this table right here. So now you have access to this blueprint, and because I did mention it earlier and I was not in a scene, I will very briefly show everybody what your bartender friend Mira looked like, just so everyone can see her. So Yanti with scales up her arms,
A baddie.
and just a straight up baddie. Like, you get it.
Amazing.
Yes, so Audrina, you are studying the blueprint. Is there anything else you would like to do while you are looking this over before I return to that 25 investigation? Go ahead.
Yeah, if there are any notes or an architect's signature, basically anything to indicate either who drew this or any sort of notes on the different rooms, because that is a very large basement, which is immediately concerning me.
Well, you'll remember that without even having to roll, you will remember that that you were told I had blueprints drawn up. So there is no
That's right,
signature.
Yes.
Yeah, Elias was like,
I had blueprints drawn up to make sure that, to check over the house.
and so he had these commissioned or drawn up while they were within the first couple days of being in the home, presumably to like get a feel for where they could place stuff or whatever, the typical reason you would have. Just for you, the players, white lines are doors. It does not necessarily indicate whether or not they are open or closed to you. Obviously, that's just a line indicating where the door would be. This is a 5-foot. These are 5-foot squares, as typical D&D maps are. The furniture is in here because, again, this is a blueprint that he mentioned wanting to flip the house. So this is an idea. They're placing things so what might go in there furniture wise. And again, this is the living room. There aren't really any labels on rooms, but you do know this room you're in is the living room, and you did see that this room
kitchen.
here was the kitchen as you looked ahead.
Okay, so then
And then-
presumably pantry sort of back ways. Okay.
Over here that's a good thought. The only thing that I do not have that he did not put on this map, because again, getting the sense it's more for sensing where to place furniture and things, is the windows. And there are a set of windows here and here that look out over the garden.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, those bushes he doesn't maintain.
Yeah. He didn't care. The weeds love it, but I mean, for the property value, come on. The HOA is gonna just throw a fit.
Get the HOA. I'll throw a fit first.
The rear's like, this needs landscaping.
This needs landscaping.
I saw this thing that was men talk with their arms, gay boys talk with their wrists, and women talk with their fingers. I'm very much imagining Thorir just being like full wrists, sassy hands on display.
He's got the
It's a
loosest
lot of
wrist you've ever
snapping.
seen. Okay.
Get it, girl.
They're about to fall right off. They're so loose. Okay.
They're so loose.
So loose.
All right. Well, I think this is still good information regardless. And there's no second staircase or anything like that. So there's it's sort of one way in, one way out on each floor, which is good to know. And then the basement itself is not circuitous. It actually ends. So if you were to push somebody through the basement, they would eventually hit a wall. Same with the bedroom. The only area that's kind of circuitous, it looks like, is the main floor where well, even then, no, there's really no way to there's no way to lap a floor.
Correct.
So that is definitely good information to know.
It is also worth noting, and because you're the one looking at the blueprints, that it would appear that the stairs to the basement are on the outside. The stairs to the cellar is an outdoor entrance to the cellar here.
Got it. Yes, that's right.
And then that's what these stairs going downwards are.
At this point, Nyx is going up to the table and just trying to jump and see. And when she notices that it's too high for her, she's just gonna pull a chair back, climb onto it,
Jump right on up.
and just do this to see it along with Adrena.
Anything else as far as the blueprints go before I discuss the results of this 20 Criskillion, a Skrillion investigation check?
I am satisfied. Are you satisfied, Nyx? Okay.
Excellent.
And I think I will confer everything that I said to you, but like super, super quiet because I don't know if we're being like listened to or watched.
Just for clarity, I don't know if there is or not, but if there are any discrepancies between this blueprint and the actual house, Mizzy has not seen the blueprint, so she would not pick up on that.
True.
Yeah, you're in the middle of investigating. You're focused on what you're about to find.
I'm happy to
but
fold it
there
up
will,
and take
of
it with
course.
us. I got my
Oh, yeah,
big
you
old
are
mom purse. I'm good.
more than welcome and encouraged even to take the blueprint with you if you so choose.
Yes.
So you are looking around and you discover as you are, I mean, you're like a hound dog looking like just on the hunt. You're looking here, there, under things, over things, as you do.
Detail oriented.
Very detail oriented person. You know, that's on Mizzy's resume. We already know it. And as you don't look at the top of the table because I almost said coworkers. You've already got party members doing that. I frequently want to call fellow party members my coworkers. You know, you've got your fellow party mates already
Mom's got
taken
this
care
shit.
of. Yeah, mom's looking at the table. Don't worry about that. But mom hasn't looked under the table yet. And you take a peek, you move a chair aside. I would even imagine that like Mizzy's probably even on her hands and knees, like scuffling around under there.
She does not care about
And-
getting dirty.
Right. And you see
Much to Thorir's disappointment.
And Thorir's like, I'm gonna have to launder that later.
Dusty. You see the typical gentle scuffs of like the waxed bottoms of the table legs on the wooden floor as somebody like shifted it into place. But then there are scratches in the wood here that are evenly spaced, and they're light, but they're definitely not from any of the furniture here. Since you are basically nose to the ground, eye to eye with these scratch marks, you are more than welcome to roll nature for me to see if you can determine the origin of what
See if
these
I
could have
can
been.
Offer any assistance there? No, I cannot.
If anyone can offer me assistance, my nature's actually a +4. That's not bad.
Okay.
I thought it was lower. That's going to
I
be an
actually don't
8 on
have
the
nature
dice
trained.
for a 12.
Okay. You're not really sure. These, I mean, they're definitely, It's not from the furniture. There's no furniture in here that would be sharp enough or to gouge wood even a little bit like this. Not the wooden floor. Yeah, you're not entirely certain. You're welcome to point it out to your fellow party members. Almost said coworkers again. But yeah, your brain's got nothing right now.
Immediately, Mizzy, she isn't. Also, Make Rust, we love you. Be safe. We agree. Give him hell.
Wear a mask. Do all the things. I know you got this, homie. You're the best. Thanks for tuning in, dude. I'll see you soon.
She is very much, and like I'm sure Mom would register this, and Thorir would register this. She goes into investigation mode. The journal comes out. She's referencing. She's writing. She's got detailed sketches. She's got measurements, but she's still not coming up with like a cause.
I would even say, especially because your check was so high, you can even see that these scratches don't have the dust in them that like some of the other spaces in this home has. And there are even just the faintest little curls of shavings of wood, implying that like they're
She's
fairly
taking those shavings and putting them in a jar.
great.
She would know this. She would know this. I'm not sure who here is our best at nature.
I mean,
nature specialties.
I would allow anybody that you show this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Thorir will hesitant. He will take like a scarf out of his blouse and like kind of put it down very carefully and then kneel on it to look.
Oh, you don't need to be dramatic. It's not even that dusty over here, which now that I think about it is kind of concerning in itself. But anyway, look at these. These don't match. I know
That's
you're a decorator. Look at it. They're too fine. They're too thin. They're not. There's no furniture in this room that would make this isn't a gouge. This isn't
darling,
pressure.
there is
This
no
is a
furniture in this
scratch.
room that can make an impression on anything. I got an 18 on that nature check.
You two kind of sass back and forth betwixt yourselves, and then you get as close as you're willing and peer at the scratches. These are sharp little claws, and they're evenly spaced. Like these came from sharp little claws, possibly something reptilian. And in fact, I'm gonna let you decide how versed in small reptilian creatures Thorir is.
See, the operative word was small because I was about to say he loves bodies.
We are very body positive here.
We're very, very body positive here. He loves them big. He loves them small. He prefers them big, but sometimes small is what you get. I know that his sister was a follower of a few like dragon related gods. So I think he knows reptiles from kind of like that angle, things that are more creatures rather than humanoids.
Okay. I'm going to say, because you said you rolled an 18.
Uh-huh.
You are not entirely sure. You think it could be a couple different things. It could be like some salamander, like large salamander-like creatures. It could be something on the bigger side, or based on the fact that there's not really any like scuffs as if it were something crawling on its belly. Could also be a kobold.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, the draconic gods interacted with a lot of kobolds. Does this give kobold?
It's giving kobold.
It's giving kobold. So I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna be like, hey guys, when we were in town, do any of you remember seeing like like a little like yay, and then he like kind of like drops almost to a little bit higher than like Nyx's height, like a yay high dragony looking thing.
Can I roll history?
Yeah, can we all?
By all means, anybody who wants to absolutely can.
11 plus 6 is 17.
15 for Shara.
Not to Price is Right, but 18.
Dang.
I have a 17.
Awesome.
Everybody above. It sounds like almost everybody's above a 15.
Yeah. Everybody hit a 15 or above.
You are all 100% certain you have not seen any kobolds out when you first arrived in this town, or as you walked around, or when you went to the tavern, or when you walked here, or anything like that.
Mizzy starts just info dumping about basic kobold habitats until someone is like, darling, 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 we get it.
I think that the rear actually would let them keep going.
Just have something to do.
The rear is just like, I'm used to it. It's cool.
Incredible.
And then is going to ask Adrena, the basement. How easy do you think it would be to sneak somebody from here down there?
From this room specifically.
Well, I'm just trying to develop a theory. If he crawled under here and then tried to like scamper off and maybe hide in the basement or upstairs.
It's possible. How do the windows open and close?
They look like they slide upwards. They have a little latch on the top that locks them as like on the top of the pane.
Are they currently
Got
locked?
it. And yeah, are they locked now?
They do not appear to be locked right now.
Okay. So since they're not,
Um,
well, they don't crank windows, so somebody could potentially, yeet themselves out, close the window, and scamper down the stairs. That's a possibility. But if you're a short, if you're a kobold, that's going to be very difficult without help, unless you're 3 of them stacked in a trench coat.
Would
There
you want
are
me to
stats for that.
try?
Incredible. There are stats for that. Audrina, as you are looking a little closer at the window, go ahead and roll me a perception check, please.
I could try climbing to see if it's possible. At this
That's
They're gonna
also
be
true.
a
We can
big
try to
ol'
have Nick
10.
do it.
A 10. You see what you think might be the cellar. Like, you realize as you go look at the window, out of the corner of your eye, you realize you can see the basement steps there, and it looked like, for just a split second, it looked like that basement door snapped shut. Like, it was barely open, and then just like there wasn't even a gap. It was just like the door closed.
And there's only one way out. Okay.
Nyx, if you would like to see about climbing up from the inside to see at least like how hard it would be, because you probably can reach like the windowsill, right?
Mm.
So if you want to see how hard that would be, you're welcome to roll athletics or acrobatics.
I was actually asking the party if they wanted me to try to see if it was possible.
Oh, sure.
It's a theory. It's a working theory. It would help. Maybe it could be throwing this out there. A wizard kobold. I've seen crazier.
It would eliminate an option of escape.
Mizzy is there starting to take notes on, type of wood, buoyancy. If it's a kobold, their musculature is going to be different. And she's going through all the different variables, trying to figure out how accurately they can test this with a gnome instead of a kobold.
That's going to take some time.
Give her 10 minutes. She's
So-
well set.
You start running the numbers.
So if I'm not mistaken, I'm yeeting myself. I'm going out the window. Audrina is out the window.
Sure.
Yeah,
Throw the
sure.
window,
Yeah.
launch over.
Literally.
I'm gonna say, especially as a rogue, like you are able to hang because the stairs are right there, kind of right above. It's a little bit of a drop, but it's not enough to damage you. But you are gonna kind of land on the stairs a little bit.
So the door that I saw, is it like a cellar door or is it an interior door?
It looks like it's not a cellar door that rises from the ground. It's an interior door well, exterior door, I suppose.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean. It's a
Absolutely.
proper door with a handle and a lock.
So since it's an exterior door, it locks from the outside.
That is
I'm assuming.
that is what's curious. You take a glance, and again, you're a rogue. You are well experienced with locks. This one does not seem to have a lock from the outside. There is or rather, I should say, what looks like a keyhole, but the any sort of tumbler or anything is on the inside of it, if that makes sense. Or not tumbler, but the flip, on the inside of a front door.
Yeah.
Where you would actually lock it. So there is a keyhole.
All right. This door is getting spiked right now.
You are going to.
I am, because if I can't manipulate the lock to lock whoever went in, then I am going to try to physically stop them from getting out again. I still haven't ruled out the possibility that they can teleport, because that's within the realm of possibility. They did poof, so that can be any number of things. But if they don't have that capability, then I'm going to try to keep them in.
Okay. How are you planning on doing so?
Well, technically, I don't have any spikes in my inventory. So,
You could break your thieves' tools, but that's
I'm
a
not-
big sacrifice.
no, I'm not.
Shara would sacrifice a dagger to this initiative to block somebody in if Aldrina's looking for something.
Because we don't have to
willing
break
to-
it off necessarily. We could just jam it just right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Shara would give up a dagger for that.
Fabulous. I'll take it.
Mizia would also have, it looks like hairpins, but in her bun isn't pins. It's various small tools, tiny screwdrivers, things like this.
That was my impulse as the artificer. I figured you'd have some sort of scraps.
Oh yeah.
So she's
I
got.
I'm
think
willing
that
to
is-
take both, honestly.
It pains the rear because he tries to do his hair every night to try to keep it healthy. It's just a rat's nest.
So
it's a battle for her to even brush it.
Yeah, and that's what she does it. He does it for her.
That's very sweet, though. So we are basically using a dagger to, like a doorstop, kind of, to prevent the door from reopening.
Could I cast, I forgot the name, like the familiar thing, like get a familiar to get into the keyhole and spy for us on the other side?
I
Ooh, like a spider,
believe Find Familiar takes a while to cast, does it not?
Oh crap! Let me see.
Is it a ritual?
I think it takes a day.
Familiar. Where is it?
There's so many find familiar spells and so many different they all have different.
Casting time is 1 hour, even if it's
I
not
should
a
have cast
ritual.
that at the beginning. Never mind.
That's all right. Okay, so I'm going to have you roll, Audrina. Let's see. I would say probably sleight of hand feels like the right, skill to wedge this in as necessary.
Lovely.
Am I
That's a
close
15.
enough that I can help?
I'll take the help. Yeah.
Sure.
You want to
I'll let
jump down here with me?
You were already offering up your pins and things to do that. Yeah, by all means.
Yep, between the two rolls, that's a 15 total.
Excellent. Yeah, you wedge it in. You think you've done a pretty good job keeping the door from opening again if necessary. Is there anything else you'd like to do as far as the cellar door goes? Cellar door.
Yes. I think I'll take, after I've sort of jammed it in there, just take an extra beat to listen at the keyhole and just see if I hear any shuffling movement, talking, if there's multiple people down there, anything like that.
Yeah, go ahead and roll perception for me. As
she's doing that, Mizzy is going to move back towards the table. She's not out the window. She's been kind of leaned out it and been watching.
Oh, yeah,
and
I could say that
offering
you were leaving
handing it down.
handing stuff to her.
She's a decently tall creature. She's got a good enough reach that she could kind of lightly toss things. But she's gonna move back towards that table and see if she can, like, what can I gather from the direction of these scratches? Is this like something was hiding under the table and then ran out to go somewhere else? Or was there something under the table trying to access like a trap door or something that is under the table?
Roll investigation for me. While you do that, what was your perception roll?
18.
18. You press you bring your ear close to the door and you listen and you don't hear anything. Either whoever went down the stairs, presumably further into the basement, went very quickly and is therefore far enough from the door that you don't hear anything anymore, or there's some sort of dampening. You know, there are spells that dampen sound. You know that there are materials that dampen sound. It could be a number of things, but and you know that your ears are fine-tuned, so you not hearing anything, you do know it could be a number of reasons why you're not hearing anything. You're pretty certain on that one. What was the investigation check?
15.
I can't read. 15.
I was trying to be clever.
You can tell by the way the gouge in the floor, even though it's slight, there is a little more emphasis on the front portion. So imagine 3 scratches in wood that are evenly spaced, but it looks like something pushed off. So there's a little bit of a deeper gouge towards what you would assume to be the beginning of the 3 scratches towards the window. So what I would say you could surmise is it's possible that someone was hiding under here and then quickly needed to get out from underneath the table and pushed off with their foot. If it is indeed, of course, a kobold.
Absolutely. And this is something that we didn't hear the window open or close. Like, this is something that would have happened before we entered the room.
I think it's a pretty good conclusion to come to.
Would it be
Could have
safe
been
to
alerted by my
assume that this
screaming.
could have happened either the screaming or during the time that, I forget his name, I'm calling him Sergeant Dickwad, was in the building?
It could have happened at any point in time. You
Okay.
just know that it's newer than how old and dusty this house is. So it could have happened while he was here. It could have happened while, his workers were in here. It could have happened when the yelling was distracting you guys. Like it could have been any time up to you guys.
So it's recent enough that the dust hasn't settled back over it yet.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay.
Dumb. Can I try to compare the amount of dust here to the amount of dust that's on the furniture and see if it happened around the same time as the furniture coming in?
Well, you would imagine, based on Mizzy's assertion that there was maybe someone hiding under this table, it was probably after the furniture came in. The furniture is not dusty. The furniture is new. Like, you can see this is a new couch, this is a new chair, new coffee table. And I think I kind of described the room as looking like a showroom. Like, it's when you're trying to sell a house, it's a showpiece. So you get the sense that, like, this furniture was brought in here, and then the scratches happened slightly after that.
Yeah. All right. I was just
And he
trying to
did mention purchasing, yeah.
Yes,
he mentioned purchasing.
And he chose tacky furniture.
Absolutely. You think that guy's you think he's an interior designer? No. He said, "Give me the most expensive." Wait, no, hold on. Not the most expensive, but it has to look rich.
The third most expensive.
Yeah, third most expensive thing. So, anything else we'd like to do? Audrina, is there anything else you'd like to do at the door? I would allow you to climb back in the window if you would like, or if you are still worrying about the cellar door. I just like saying
No,
that.
I think I know, right? No, I think at this point, I've done everything that I need to do, and I'll just wiggle my my big old bod back through the window. She's graceful but jiggly.
Hey, you know what?
And we love
Mizzy's,
that.
Aren't we all?
Mizzy's gonna help pull her back through and immediately present her notebook like she's presenting her report card to her mother. And just like, here's my
Just
report.
yank me by the belt, fully just laid out back on the wall, and then just like looking up at the, oh yes.
Like too close for your eyes to focus at first. You have to like hook it, push it back slightly.
It's like a mom, and you show them a meme. Like, hold on.
Let me get my glasses, sweetie.
What is
Yeah, the notes. You see the notes, everything that that Mizzy has put together about the scratches and like what she thinks there. So you are all filled in on that.
Biggest thing you'd glean from it is Mizzy is absolutely certain that this happened before we entered the room.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we could have multiple parties running around this place. It is big enough.
But what was out there? Why did you jump out the window?
Well, I saw something running. I know that's my least favorite word, something. But if they're in there, it would take an extreme force of will, probably more than a kobold could muster to get out. And we can deal with them at our leisure.
But why are we not following them?
I
Maybe they
suppose we
know something.
could. It's
We could
possible.
Never
question
know
them.
what's in the basement, babe.
I wouldn't discount a kobold, but if we can contain one area while we search the others, to me that seems like a good divide and conquer strategy. Or, of course, we could use our diplomacy and we could go down there and try to talk to whoever is there. I'm not unopposed, but if they are running from whatever is vexing us, then whatever is vexing us can continue to vex us.
And Threer's gonna kind of diplomacy as his hand kind of like just like settles over his mace. He's like, diplomacy.
Nyx looks at him,
The name of his
and
weapon.
even though she's very squishy, she also goes like, diplomacy.
Kids got it.
Love that.
Spitfire.
You get it.
Shara looks stressed.
I'll kind of leave it to the rest of y'all. So that's Audrina's. She thinks that there's two parties in here. There's the one who's casting the magic, and then there's the kobold who might just be an innocent caught up in all of this. Literally, like just looking to loot or looking to hang, and then, it was squatting and then just got like,
And now there are
yeah,
people.
now there's a wizard. Yeah, literally. So almost it's like for their own good to kind of like keep them in the basement while we figure out what's going on. But that's not the only interpretation. If you guys want to do something else, that's fine with me.
And just to make sure we, gentle reminder of the scene, so you guys are up to date. I don't know. You have this room. There is still the kitchen in the other room. Audrina, you did not check the lock or anything like that on the door. You just sort of wedged the door shut. So there's that, and then there's of course the upstairs as well.
So, with them still being in that room, Mizzy is going to start moving towards the kitchen. But the first thing she's going to do as an artificer is again double check absolutely everything. We're looking for traps, we're looking for glyphs, we're looking for just some mechanical bullshit that seems slightly off.
So you're trying to check as you move towards the kitchen?
As I'm moving, just like she doesn't necessarily stop, so let that do to her roll what it will.
Sure.
But she is attempting to just kind of do that thing where she takes in everything at one time, just like hyper aware, like she's locked in. She wants to figure out what this is, because this is not a ghost. She is back very strong in her conviction that this is not a ghost.
Awesome. Then I would say roll investigation as you move that direction. Would anybody else like to travel with Mizzy?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. I'm going to say that moving into the kitchen is right around, I think 10 minutes have probably passed by now, and detect magic fizzles and fades from your eyes. The constellations gently wink out. And
16.
16? You don't see any traps, and you're not even, I would even allow that 16 to You feel like you're not sensing any of that sort of arcane energy from the glyphs now that you've already seen 2 of them and gotten used to it. You don't feel like there are traps as you move.
Okay. So she's going to not kick the door in this time.
Door's wide open on this one, so you
Okay.
can see straight into the kitchen.
So she looks around, kind of just like peers her head in, doesn't see anything that immediately really stands out to her. So she then steps into the kitchen and will immediately on the floor start examining under any counters or tables that she can find, looking for those same scratches to see if there is a pattern.
Okay. Is everybody else moving this way?
Yeah,
I look
like
at-
I said, I think that the rear is going to always stay 2 like 2 steps behind any party
Okay.
member that starts to wander.
So you 2 head in first, and then as far Audrina, what are you doing?
Well, it looks like everything is sort of moving towards the kitchen, but it
Mhm.
would take not a while, but certainly I can react faster if they all try to leave this floor. So I think I would just sort of nod to Shara and Nyx to like go ahead and move forward. I think I just want to linger a little bit just to see if anybody does come out of those stairs. I kind of want to just watch the stairs very quietly.
Okay.
I think I did a good job spiking it, but again, if we're dealing with something that doesn't really matter to them, I want to be able to see that. At least
Okay.
for as long as I can, that doesn't, eventually split us up.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll say that you can stand. Based on the blueprints, you can stand like at the window and watch out. So you're like standing somewhere around here. You can kind of look in this direction and see at the very least the doorway. And from the blueprints, you're not seeing an exit door here. So there's at least that.
There's only so far
Um,
we can go.
Right.
yeah, presumably yes. So yeah, you will hang out, and then Nyx and Shara, where are you 2? What is your plan?
I really want to try the diplomacy part, but since everyone's going to the kitchen, I guess I'll go. And I go into the kitchen and see that Missy is already on the ground. And because I'm usually the short one who has the lower um, side of
Line of sight?
the eye level thing, yeah, I will try and look upwards and just climb everything that I can climb on top of and look at things above.
Okay. And Shara?
Shara would follow Nyx in and lets her kind of go start climbing and looking up high, and is kind of like hovering in the doorway here, like
Mhm.
1 foot in, 1 foot out, to look at to keep, again, move away like Aldrina wanted us to, but to also be there if anything goes after Aldrina. So she's kind of like ready to kind of jump into both battles or issues if any issues arise, just kind of hovering, and then also helps her feel more comfortable because she can see Aldrina. She's like, I don't like when we're
Perfect.
not together. Where's my friend?
Yeah, you're kind of daisy chaining,
Yeah.
a visual line for everybody. Love that. Okay, so first thing that everybody notices before they dive in, like the moment you walk in, the first thing you notice is that everything's very clean in here. It's especially clean compared to the rest of the house. It kind of looks like this is where the refurbishing, the renovation started, if you will. In fact, some of the surfaces in here gleam like they've been polished recently. There's a couple pieces of kitchen equipment that look brand new, as if they were just brought in. Directly across from the door to the kitchen stands a broad sort of hearth, a broad fireplace, pristine stonework that's been recently cleaned. There's a gleaming iron spit that's like not touched by ash or soot. This is new, meant to attract buyers. As you move further in, you can see that to the right there is a preparation station. So there's cupboards underneath, a new cutting board on top, with a set of completely unused kitchen utensils, knives, spatulas, all like laid out in a staged way. It's very obvious.
Oh,
And
Missy's
then
judging
again,
the hell out of this. She's like, why
1000
have tools if you're not going to use them?
100%. And sure enough, like there is one other door in here which you can see. It's just around the corner from the door to that you entered through. So door you entered through here, and then just around the corner there's this door, and then these look like this here is this is actually a mistake on my part, but this is a countertop, not a set of doors.
I was hoping there was like a secret curtain or something. That's
Actually, I know why I did that. It's because there are cupboards under there. That's why I did that.
That makes
So
sense.
technically there are doors.
Um,
I did it right the whole time. Incredible.
is that door to the other room open or is it shut?
It is shut. I will also let you know, now that several of you have walked in here, would everybody roll a perception check for me? Everybody in this room, I should say.
This room being the kitchen.
The kitchen, yes, sorry, the kitchen.
Okay.
14.
And that will include Shara as well, so.
22 total.
Said 14, 22.
11.
11.
Oh wait, no, that's 13. I forgot the modifier.
What was that, Rafa?
13. Yeah.
13. Okay, we had a 22 there. Awesome. Two things happen as several of you walk into this room. There is a skittering and scratching noise like that comes from beneath the floor right below your feet. Just very, very loud. It's very startling. There is also a rattling noise that starts emanating from the cupboard underneath where the preparation station is.
Mage hand, I'm gonna open that cupboard.
Okay. Incredible. Inside the cupboard is you open it with mage hand and are greeted with the frightened face of a small Kenku who looks up at you with wide eyes, so frightened you can see the whites on the outside, and they just go,
I love these. I'm gonna push to the front, and I'm just gonna offer out my hands, and I'm like, the rear. You are?
as you look at this this goofy little guy who just is panicking at the sight of all of you, you see this little dude, and after he takes a moment to like, don't hurt me, don't hurt me.
I'm not.
Immediately, Mizia's eyes aren't right, heightened pulse. Like this, is it safe to assume she could deduce just from what she's seeing that this man has probably seen the exact same shit we've been seeing?
People get spooked when they see ghostly stuff. That's for certain.
So she's just gonna look at him and go, "Where was it?"
It was real loud. It was so loud. It was, oh, I almost passed out. It was so loud.
Hey.
Shara leans out of the door and just goes, "Mom, we found another friend," and then leans to Audrina and then like leans back into the kitchen.
Mizzy's like, "You know what? Hi, Mizia. Nice to meet you. This social thing really isn't my strong suit. Mom's gonna be here in a minute. She might be a little better for calming down, but right now I need some information. Can you do that for me?"
Rear looks through his bag, trying to like find a like some kind of like sweet, like smooth over this situation, and is like gonna like offer a cookie.
There's just sheer panic in this Kenku's eyes, little raven face snapping back and forth between all of you, you offering a cookie, someone calling for someone else in the background, someone talking very quickly about needing information, and just like curled up amongst in the cabinet with a little candle that seems quite burned down. And they will, this little dude will offer a very shaking hand out, asking for help to be pulled out of the cabinet.
Thorir will comply. Yeah.
I can't move my legs. I'm so scared. I'm sorry.
I'm
And then we'll
gonna
take your
pull
hand
him
and gently get up.
into my fatherly embrace. And I've like
You'll be
got
his
him like
father figure.
a father figure, if you will. It's all right. I've got you, darling.
I'm rusty.
And as the little guy stands up, you kind of pull him up and pull him into a hug. You can see that on his tail feathers, his sooty tail feathers, there is one really stunning rust-colored tail feather, and you would surmise that's where his namesake came from.
Immediately seeing the candle almost burnt out and how shaking this creature is, she doesn't say much. She's just going to once again cast her thaumaturgy cantrip, but this time she is going to use fire play. Any flame that she can find, she's going to make it as bright as she can without hurting anybody's eyes, and just aim to make this room a little less shadowy and spooky.
Awesome. I would even allow that, just because I like that, and that's very cool. You're just trying to like warm up the environment. I would even allow you to start a gentle, comforting, crackling fire in this brand new hearth as well, and just sort of bring some light and warmth to the room. And you do so, and there's a little bit of a jump from Rusty, and then the shadows
worry,
seem
it
to
was me.
melt away in here.
It was me. It was me.
Oh, okay.
And I kind of
It-
like.
Here,
gentle.
yeah. So yeah, I'll come through at that point. Just kind of adjust my jacket, make sure. So my loves, what have we found?
His name is Rusty.
Hello. Hello there, Rusty.
And just for the DM's sake, thaumaturgy lasts a minute. Anytime it starts to go out, she's going to recast it. She's like,
I can also
she's
cast light,
actively keeping
Just
this
refresh.
Yeah, like that's she's
Perfect.
really not involved in this conversation anymore. She's focused on ambiance and trying to calm this bird down enough to get information.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think
Love it.
I'll sort of look at Rusty in Thorir's arms. You comfortable, dear?
I think so. It's a little more. It's better than the cabinet.
Most things are.
I'm sorry. Who are all of you?
Of course, we're the Misery Loves Company. I'm Audrina, and these are my friends.
It's really nice to meet you, ma'am.
And he's at this point is like wringing his little bird clawed hands together.
Now, we've been sent here by the owner of this place to do a little investigating. I'm assuming that your reasons for being here are a little different?
Mr. Hackett sent you?
He did indeed.
He hired me. I was working on the kitchen.
Oh, and what a wonderful job you've done with the place. So nice and inviting.
You say so, and there's just that little bit of a puff up of the chest. A job well done always makes someone feel good, and kind of.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool.
But my dear, we
thank
were
you.
under the impression that all of the workers had been sent home. Don't tell me you're working overtime.
They were. Yeah, I didn't hear that. I didn't know that. I just came to work today. Yeah, I didn't know. I'm sorry. Was I supposed to go? Is that why you're here? Because I was supposed to go, or are you?
No, we're not here to collect you. So you came in through the front door?
Uh-huh.
I know, silly question. And everything was normal when you first came in, yes?
Uh-huh. I was here, and I got here early this morning because I wanted to be done early. I just wanted to get it all done because he wants to sell the house, and I thought if I got it done faster, then maybe I could like go work for her. I would show him I did a good job, and I could get a job. He said So he said that he's having trouble. Well, I overheard it. He said he didn't tell me exactly. He's having trouble getting staff for his for the mine that he has nearby. And so I thought maybe if I showed him I did a really good job, then I could that I could make better pay by working for him at the mines.
Oh,
And
that's
so
very
I worked
sound
all day.
logic, dear. I'm surprised that Elias would have trouble getting workers at the mine. He told us it was so safe there. You'd think people would be lining up to work there.
I don't know. I know it's a relatively I don't know. I don't in this economy, I don't know.
Very well. Well, if it was such a typical workday, my dear, how did you end up in that cupboard?
Real quick,
Maybe
would Mizia pick up on, like, is this nerves or is this Rusty attempting to not shit talk his boss?
Yeah, can we insight this?
I was gonna say, go ahead and insight the little
absolutely.
dude.
That's an 8 on the dice. Insight plus 3 is 11.
I'm also
11 over
rolling,
here.
and I got an 18 on the dice, so let's see where we go.
A 19 total for sure.
19,
I'm so
20
afraid something actually needs me to roll well.
23 total.
23,
22.
Nice.
and 2. Nix, I apologize, did you give a...
I did not roll. I was looking
That's okay.
elsewhere, still climbing.
That's
on
totally fine.
things.
No worries. You're still committed to the bit. We love it. So Mizzy, with your insight, this little dude's just real nervous. He's really, really nervous. On the higher, it seems like everybody else got like a 19 or above that rolled. With those insights, it is nervousness, and then also hearing that Elias sent you guys here. That yes, there's a bit of like, I don't want to shit talk the boss. Maybe if I'm really nice to them, they'll put a good word in for me too, and I can get that job to make the extra big bucks. I'm gonna do a good big boy job.
I think
It's
that
just top tier little guy stuff.
Thorir's gonna gently like set him in one of the chairs and kind of like look around and go, this is the only room where I don't think that tacky man picked out the furniture. That takes a real eye.
That yeah, I
Gestures to the fireplace, which is crackling warmly, and like you can see now looking at it, there's like an altered pattern of different stone colors in the stonework. It's really quite a nice hearth.
I did. Yeah, that was my idea.
Have you there's always work at the Temple of, especially for people with a good eye for design.
Oh, that's where's the nearest where
I could always bring you with me.
Well, I mean, but I do live here in town though, but
Don't worry about it.
I very much appreciate the offer. That is very generous of you. And maybe
This is mine now.
This is mine. I found it. It's mine.
Thorir's just called
okay.
dibs.
But I'm sorry, ma'am. You asked how I ended up in the cupboard.
I did indeed.
About probably I think 15-20 minutes ago, maybe 20 minutes ago or so, I heard someone yelling that I should leave this place, and I got really frightened, and it sounded like it came from the direction of the front door, so I wasn't brave enough to actually make it out the front door, so I just hid in the cupboard. I hoped it went away.
And you can see he start welling up with tears a little bit. He's like, his chest starts to heave as he starts thinking back about how frightening that was in the moment. Just like,
Oh, you sweet dear.
Mizzy
Well, we were at the front door.
immediately pulls out her journal, flips to the detailed notes that she's kept, and just silently hands it to Adrena. Specifically about like the ward and what we figured out about that.
Well, it was a dirty trick that was played on all of us, Rusty. Don't feel bad about getting nervous. We all get nervous.
I'm sorry, a trick?
Indeed. I hate to say
What's
this,
that?
Rusty, but I don't think we're alone here.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
But not to worry, you've been here for hours, and nobody has done anything to you. They seem to have allowed you to continue to work unfettered, which I think is very kind of whomever may be inhabiting this place.
That's a okay. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. I just okay. I just maybe thought that the ghost didn't like the kitchen or something.
Never. No, you'd have to have been dead for thousands of years to not like this kitchen.
Again, the little, like, aw shucks kind of vibe creeping back in, like, I did a good job.
He's just a little guy, and I love him so much.
I know.
He's perfect.
Gotta
Now,
have a little
Rusty,
guy.
is it fair to say that you were working here alone today?
That to the best of my knowledge.
Of course. And yesterday, were you here too?
Yeah, I was here only in the morning yesterday, and then I was here in the morning the day before that to take notes on the kitchen and things like that, and make sure. Yeah, I've been working on this for the past couple days.
Indeed, indeed.
Missy's gonna lean
And
over
go
and
ahead.
whisper to Thorir, do you think that he would have been able to hear the scratches being made in the wood? Do you think you can give us timeline?
You might as well ask.
You want me to ask a social
You're right.
question?
That's a terrible idea.
But
Rusty, my darling.
I think we're all sort of on the same vibe wavelength. And the rest of your crew, are they all Kenku or Kobold or Gnomish? Are they all,
Tell us about your friends that work here, darling.
yes.
Oh, so I'm the only Kenku. There no, I don't have any kobold friends. There's a half orc. There's two dwarves, and then another half elf, I think. And that's it. It was just the four of us that got hired for. Yeah.
Indeed, indeed. So you were here in the morning yesterday and
Mhm.
then left?
Yeah.
Unbothered?
No.
Very normal day.
I went home and I ate soup.
That sounds lovely. Well then, Rusty, what would you like to do? Would you like to go home for the day, dear? Would you like to stay with us? What do you think?
He thinks for a moment. Would the party like to convince Rusty to stay with them, or are they more concerned with what Rusty would like to do?
I'm more concerned with what Rusty wants to do. He would like to kidnap Rusty, but that's not until later.
Could ask Rusty to meet us at the tavern later, like so we can let them know what we found, but if Rusty wants to leave, I'm okay.
Mizzy is more of the mindset that they need to encourage this bird to leave because he's gonna fuck with the data. He's very skittish, and that's not something that she holds against him, but heightened emotions ruin her data, and she doesn't want to deal with that.
It's fair.
Mm-hmm.
It is very fair.
So Rusty thinks for a moment and looks out the kitchen door back towards the front door, and you can see that there's that those like foreshortening scenes where all of a sudden the hallway you can see that's what he's seeing in his mind, that the hallway suddenly stretches out before him and gets darker, and he just kind of looks and is like,
Thorir puts like a very
I'm not
confident
sure.
hand on his shoulder and goes, "Walk."
Okay, yeah. If I'll go home if you walk me out.
Mizia
Okay.
would just like silently start moving with Thorir and just kind of keeping, maybe this is not prestidigitation, this is thaumaturgy. And she just keeps
I think that
as they
Thorir casts light on his thurible, so that then he has like this like swinging light that like it's illuminating whatever room it's gonna
Cool.
be.
Yeah.
It's like an almost pinkish kind of hue. It's
very
lighting,
soft
very
glow.
bisexual lighting happening.
Incredible. Everybody looks really hot now.
Everybody looks so
Like
hot right now.
hotter than you did before. It's amazing.
Of course, because everybody was so hot. And the rear made sure of that. Everybody's so hot today. We're on the job. We have to look our best so we can feel our best. We
Like
feel our best.
Audrina's hair looks like she's walking in a runway show in slow motion.
Yeah. As I gently guide little Kenku to the front. And if you need anything, just let us know.
Yeah, no, I very much, I appreciate it. I am really glad you all walked in. I think I might have just stayed in the cupboard for ever. I was just prepared to live there. Anyway, thank you very much.
And you can walk him to the front door without any issue. And once he's to the sort of like entranceway and on the other side of it, he visibly relaxes and turns and gives you a cheerful wave.
Thank you again. I'll tell Mr. Hackett that you're doing good work. If I see when I see him again, I'll let him know. And if you see him, can you also let him know that I worked really hard on the kitchen?
You worked really hard on that kitchen, girl. It looks incredible. It is the best part of this house. It's the selling feature by far.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I like to cook, so I thought maybe, like kitchen. That's why I would buy a house if I were rich. But I'm not. But that's okay. I hope you stay safe, and I hope that you find what you are looking for in there. And I hope I see you again.
And at this point, he's just like, I want to get the fuck away from this house, and starts...
You will see me again. You just don't know when. That's
as a little
for the...
Mizzy is going to thaumaturgy a small light in her hand and give it to Rusty and just be like, you've got a minute to make it just right over there. It's like 20 feet. You're fine.
Thank you. I'll go fast.
And with surprising quickness, little dude scampers. He does a proper little scamper down the path and out the overgrown garden and back onto the main street. And you watch his little light fade out as he bounds away. You are back, you are welcome to return back to the kitchen, and once you're in here, there is still, of course, the pantry. The cupboard doors are open, which obviously that's where Rusty was hiding. There's nothing in there. Again, there's all the showpiece stuff is out for people to see. Where else would you like to traverse?
Miz is gonna pull, whether she's taking it from Audrina, I'm not quite sure who had these, but she's going to ask for the blueprints and start trying to figure out what room in the basement is directly, like, what is directly below me right now.
Yeah, Audrina's kind of having a brainstorm right now, so she'll definitely just kind of idly pull the blueprints out of her bag and hand them over. Mm-hmm. But yeah, she's really just working something out in her mind right now.
You've handed Mizzy back her notebook now.
Oh, yeah, you can have it all.
Yeah, where you're standing in the kitchen, you're not sure what that room is below because it is obviously it's not labeled. But you would guess that in a home, if you have a large room in the basement, there's a very good chance that that's meant to be a workshop, or maybe it's meant to be a rec room, or like a finished basement perhaps. You would guess based on some of these.
I'm so sorry. Looking at the blueprint, she could discern that it's this big room, this big wide room that I'm seeing with the gray square in it that we're standing roughly directly over.
Correct. Yeah, you can see that the L shape matches up across the three spaces. So, and you would guess that big square, based on some of the other imagery in these other floors, could be like a very large rug or something, like a carpet or something like this space. So,
Mizzy has, come on, face ID me, please. Thank you. Mizzy has an intelligence of 19 and a wisdom of 17.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think she'd be able to figure out that these squares are probably rugs based on what she's seen in the foyer when they enter?
Yes, I would say that it's probably a safe a safe bet for most of these. Like,
Okay. So looking at these, I mean, if this person's going with glyphs on rugs situations, we should really be careful entering this basement. Look at this. And she points out the rug here. She up on that where were we? So the main floor, this rug here, that rug there, and then going up to that first floor, these various rugs and pieces of furniture. Um she's conveying like we need to be careful because there could be more triggers in any of these rooms, at least.
I agree.
And we know for sure that there's someone on the basement, but would there be anyone else anywhere in the house?
We should
You
probably
know-
check upstairs.
We should.
Want to
Should
check upstairs first? That way everything is concentrated down.
Before we leave, can I take a quick peek at the pantry?
of course. The door is shut. You are welcome to open it as you like.
Yeah, I will just open it. If it's not locked, I'm in.
Not locked, and you open it up with no issue. There is no trap here. Do not worry.
These rich people
And
can't lock anything.
this is I mean, it's a neatly organized pantry. You'd also assume nothing is locked because this is meant to be shown off to be so no, like none of the doors and things. You know, if you had buyers walking through. Pantry's neatly organized. There are shelves that line the walls that are flanked by wooden crates. There are sets of jars, a few barrels deliberately arranged. In the southeast corner of this room, there's so you know down to the right, there's a drying rack that has a few cuts of meat hanging from it, but like that their presence seems like oddly it just seems again it's like all staged. It just feels very it's like walking through IKEA in their like apartment like setup sections where everything just feels very pristine. um Everything in here it's set up like a pantry. It's like meant to be pretty deep food stores based on the size of this.
Is there bread in there?
Do you look through some of the crates and stuff?
We're pilfering.
I just wanted to complain, but it's fine. I don't see it right away. I just walk out and tell them. It's a
If
pretty normal pantry.
if you're pilfering and looking for stuff, you're welcome to roll investigation, Rafa.
I'm gonna pilfer for good wine.
Give me like I said, give me an investigation check.
We've been on the road. I deserve it.
While you're doing that, Mizzy is going to pilfer, and this is going to be a standard thing I'm going to attempt to remember to do in any room we're in. Any kind of tools or any kind of, you know, various bits and bob, just odd bits and ends she can use.
So you said you're looking for tools and stuff in the kitchen and the pantry, or just the pantry?
We're starting with the kitchen. We'll move over to the pantry once everyone's kind of
Out of it.
I mean, you've got laying right out. You've got a chef knife, which is of reasonable quality, a spatula, a set of tongs, and meat tenderizer, like pounder.
mine.
Feel free to take all four. And what'd you get through here?
A 19.
19, incredible.
Could I even
Yeah.
pants the matching cheese?
Wine and cheese? My God. No, you start looking through, and as you open the first crate, there's nothing in here. Okay, that's weird. You open another crate. There's nothing in here either. You open a barrel, hoping it to be full of wine. There's nothing in here. You open a second a second barrel. There's nothing in. Wait, what is that at the bottom of that barrel? And you reach in. There's an object, a sort of rectangular object, way down at the bottom of this completely bone dry, empty barrel, and you pull out a children's book.
I'm gonna lift up my Thurible to try to like read it. What is it?
It's the title is like the cover of the book is kind of scuffed in a way that like maybe it's rubbed against stone or something over and over, but the title of the book is something along the lines of like spooky stories.
Spooky stories to tell in the dark. I loved this one.
I have a copy on the shelf behind me. It's one of my favorites.
Hey guys, this doesn't belong in here. And
Who would
also,
go here?
this man has no wine. A loser.
Now I know why Mira hates him so much, and Shara would, if Thorir would hand it to her, would just take the book,
Yes.
because Shara's old. She's read a lot. She's all about books and stuff, so she's seeing if she knows this book, and will kind of flip through to try to remind herself what stories are inside of it.
Do me a favor and roll. Do either history or investigation or perception. I will let you choose, and depending on what you do, you can you'll get a slightly different answer.
Okay, that's gonna be a 19 total. I got a 15 on the die plus 4
19.
investigation.
Y'all rolling so hot.
It's fine until something comes for us, and then I'm gonna roll 2s.
Yeah, it's all fun and games until it stops being so the dice taketh away.
Yes.
You start flipping through and you're like, oh, I've heard some of these stories. These are like cute. This is like a collection of old, like campfire tales, like literally scary stories to tell in the dark. And you're flipping through and you flip open to a page that features a person in their bed, kind of covers pulled up to their face, eyes wide with fear, and a ghost hovering over them saying "Get out" in the text on the page.
She sees that, and then she'll tilt the book to the party and be like, "Sound familiar to anyone?" The inspiration,
We here on a
perhaps,
wild
behind.
goose chase.
I'm starting to really think this is like a real estate scam at this point.
Miz is immediately going to hold her hand out for the book and then start flipping, like kind of trying to foreshadow, like, okay, does she see, because they've only had one trigger. No, they've had two triggers. Does she see anything referencing something like she saw?
I mean, there are a couple other ghost stories that have like ghosts scaring people and telling people to get out. This somebody said the word inspiration. I believe Shara said inspiration. That's what it feels like as you flip through this book.
Would she be able to glean any information as to maybe what to expect by looking through this book?
Not necessarily, because you can't tell what stories would necessarily be referenced next, if that makes
Understood.
sense.
Okay,
You
so
just
it's
see
not
you
like
see
it's going.
comparisons with. Yeah, you're picking stuff out because you guys have experienced a couple, you've heard or experienced, so you're like, oh, I make that connection. But the book is big enough that you're like, I can't tell what would necessarily come next. But yeah, it's just interesting that you're like, wait a minute.
Is there any
Left
property
is in the
of,
barrel.
like in the inside cover?
There is no property of. It's just it's a book that was picked up somewhere.
Is it newer?
Are there any markings in the book?
I will say the page that you turned to that had the ghost hovering over the bed has a dog-eared page. Then the book is not like ancient by any means. It's a well-loved book. So it, like I said, the cover's kind of scuffed a bit and like the corners. So who knows? It's a used book for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't. It's not like it's brand new purchase, but it's been used a bit.
At that point, I think Shara, noticing this and just getting more and more suspicious, and also wanting to give us a chance at figuring this out faster, she will just cast detect magic, like like using a spell slot, so that hers is up and running. Because she's starting to think that we're gonna either trip on some things more, or whoever's doing this has the magic to set these things, and she wants to know what magic is coming for them. So,
Absolutely.
throw up my radar.
Sure, absolutely. As far as you rolled a high enough investigation before for like rifling through things, that's pretty much the most interesting thing of note in here, other than some of that dried meat in the corner. There's a little bit of like some grains and things.
He would not be a good host. This is lame.
Yeah, like there's like some preserved food for like 5 days worth of rations that's literally just like staged. Again, it's sitting on the shelves as if it were something that someone would stock, but it's stuff that's
Pickled
not going to
pearl
go bad.
onions.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just like someone went to the store and bought like a bunch of Bloody Mary garnishes, pretty much, and just stuck them on the shelf.
Just
You know,
Even
like,
I can throw a better dinner party than this.
and it's like, you know, some little pickles, some pickled onions, some olives. Like it's just preserved stuff.
I don't
that's
know
never
what's
gonna.
wrong with this. I love pickles and I love onions.
I mean,
They're good, but they're
Hey.
not enough to sustain.
But
A
where's
That's
meal.
what
the
we call
tea?
girl dinner.
Yes.
Girl dinner.
Well, I think
Certainly, you will not regret eating 20 or more olives
of course not.
anymore.
I
Of
think
course
if
not.
Shara,
I
Shara,
just wanna go get olives.
if you're going to use your resources to cast detect magic, then I think we should hustle up the stairs. Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll
yeah,
even-
yeah. Let's get
I'll
upstairs.
even say if you would like just to really maximize your time with that, I would be more than happy to say that you cast it like right while you were on the stairs heading up.
Yeah.
And that way,
Yeah.
are we heading up the stairs with any level of stealth? I know I only asked because Audrina did it quietly the first time, and I didn't know if we were trying to mimic that or we're just marching up the stairs to go fast.
At this point, Audrina does not think that whatever is here is lethal or is going to resort to lethality. So she's not being that cautious, but I don't know how everybody else feels about it.
Mizzy is attempting to mimic Audrina's step. Now, Audrina is a rogue, so she is very much lighter footed than Mizzy. So Mizzy's trying real hard. She's not doing great, but the effort's there.
Yeah, I think Shara probably would have, because she was going to do her detect magic as we were going up the stairs. She can also see with dark vision. So
Mhm.
I think this is one of the times she would be toward the front more and would
Perfect.
be going up. So if like Audrina's behind her, like that board creaks, step to your right, watch out for that nail. Like she would listen, but she's not like one step
We're
at a
not trying
time
to.
stealthy. She's just not
No.
trying to like step on
Perfect.
a nail.
Yeah, and I
We're
do want
not,
to take
like-
one more glance out the window before I follow them up, just to see if I can see the door, if anything's been disrupted.
Roll perception for me.
While she's rolling, Nyx is gonna just try and keep up the pace because these steps are like half my size already.
This is
19
a
total.
big job for Nace.
19, perfect. Do you want the party to do that thing that you do with little kids where you like up with their arm, up one hand?
They can if they want to. If not, I'll try and my best to keep up.
Unhappily, Mizzy's tail is probably strong enough that you could just hold on to her tail as she just kind of carries you up the steps.
I am so with the 19, you look out the window one last time and the dagger is missing.
Oh, bother. Well, one problem at a time. Okay. Yeah, actually, in that case. Let me look
If
at
you
that from my
tell
brain
us,
real
I think
quick.
Fear will happily like march his little butt back downstairs and go and investigate that basement.
Yeah, I actually.
Yeah. If
Let me take a look here. So the way the layout is, so you guys are going, so the stairs go basically up.
Yes, I tried to include arrows that show arrows point down for the stairs. So you know.
Got it. Okay. So, yes. Okay. So you guys will disappear quite quickly, actually. Okay.
Mhm.
But I have. It's not that many squares. All right. So, I know, splitting the party. I'm sorry. Sometimes the children have to grow up.
Why are you apologizing? This is a great gift you've given me.
Yeah. So there's one way in and one way out. And we just went to the front door quite recently. I think Audrina is going to literally park herself. Yeah, it's not that many squares. So there's the entryway where the stairs are, and then there's the little area where we got spooked before with the rug. So I'm going to draw the crossbow, my hand crossbow, and I'm going to park myself right there, and essentially cover the door. So if anybody comes in the front, I will be able to see them, clock them, put them in my crosshairs, maybe stop them from moving any further, if they
Okay.
are in fact walking.
You are sorry, you're posting up where?
I forget how to ping. I
Oh,
apologize.
if you hold your right mouse button while you there you go.
So right here-ish,
Perfect.
so that I
So you're
could like
kind of
swing through.
peeking around the door as you need. Okay, you
Yeah, my
post
other
up there.
impulse was to be right at the bottom of the stairs, but that would put me immediately into melee, which I'm not a huge fan of. So I think
Yep,
right here is
absolutely.
just
I
fine.
appreciate the way you think. All right. You are yep, you're posted up there. Excellent. The rest of you, everybody else is headed up the stairs. Excellent. So you can see from this section of the map, you've got doors here, 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 and here. Obviously, these look a bit like bedrooms, and you are welcome to do what you like when you hit the top of the stairs. You have Shara has detect magic running at the top.
Mhm.
As of right now, you do not see any magical indications. Nothing is glowing while you get to the top of the stairs, and you're able to see like this section because obviously this is a corner.
Shara would, with her detect magic up, would go like to the first door she can reach. So, like this one's likely first in the hallway. Would pop that open so that she can kind of like slowly, carefully. Wouldn't even put her whole body in, but like opening the door means her detect magic can get into this room. So she's
Okay.
looking for if anything pings in there.
Yeah, you pop the door open very carefully. Nothing nothing seems to trip in this room. But you're looking at what's clearly the master bedroom. It is the largest, it's the most fully furnished room in the house. Are you just opening the door a slit, or are you slowly opening it so you can see more of the room as the door is, as like the entryway is opened?
As like nothing pings, as I'm working like I was basically checking like thresholds for glyphs, and then as that doesn't go off, like would push the door open slowly further, again to try to see more of the room and check for anything else. Just like
Let me make sure.
clearing each
Oh,
room as I move.
I'm so sorry. I thought you were going towards the north door.
Yes, that I was going to this one.
I apologize. That is not the master bedroom.
Yep.
It's
The
small for that, but okay. Sure.
so
This one.
wait. Yes, you went for the northern
This
door,
one.
and
It's the
I
first
was
physical door in the hallway. Like if
yes, my brain was thinking of the southern
Yeah.
door because I goofed. This is like a pristine, well, like tastefully arranged room as you can see it. Expensive looking sheets that are very crisp. They don't look wrinkled. It's if this room, again, similar to the table downstairs, prepared for guests who didn't show up. Like it's prepared for people.
Okay.
There are shelves with books on the walls that have, untouched books. Again, a setup. There is a vanity built into an empty dresser along the wall. And on the polished surface of that table, there's like a nice fine bone-handled hairbrush. You are looking in without stepping in. You can see under that there is something faintly glowing under the carpet right here, and it is more abjuration magic.
Chair doesn't even bother to go in the room. She just goes something under the carpet, and then we'll bounce from that room to like she's literally clearing rooms visually with her detect magic as if like
Wonderful.
looking for suspects, but there's nothing here as far as we know. So she's looking for the ones.
Mizzy is like just falling into what she's taken up. She is what would be kind of referred to as the shit crew. She's been told there's something in this room, so it's her job to go in and fuck with it. Instead of
Char would call back to her. Abjuration magic, something's gonna spook you. It's not real.
instead
Ghosts
of
aren't real.
ghosts aren't real. And like that is being muttered under her breath. Ghosts aren't real, ghosts aren't real, ghosts aren't real, ghosts aren't real, ghosts aren't real.
You walk into the room.
She's standing at the door. She is going to
Maybe just throw something in there.
yeah, honestly, she's just gonna pull one of the small things out of her hair and see if she can just like chuck it far enough into the room to kind of activate it without her having to be right in the line of fire. I am also willing to expend some magic for this.
Say more words to me about that. What sell me.
She has this ability called magical tinkering.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a conventional use of magical tinkering, but given that the first trap did not, I'm calling it a trap, I know it's a ward, did not trigger until all of us were in the room and speaking, she is going to use one of her 4 magical tinkering slots. She is going to try to imbue this, like, whatever little, like, bullshit wrench or screwdriver she pulled out of her bun, imbue it with the, uh, a sound effect, so that it's just, like, talking, like, how a part, like, just speaking.
Sure.
So that it is
Um,
creating word and physical movement, sound and physical movement in the room as she chucks it.
I love this idea. I am gonna have you roll Arcana for me, to basically attune this tinkering frequency to the frequency of the spell to trick what you guys have figured out is another glyph of warding, into thinking it is a person tripping the wire, tripping the magical wire, if you will.
And if, just for flavor, if you want her to technically cast thaumaturgy to make it appear like a human, I don't really mind.
Sure.
But
Yeah. Whatever. This is more just like you're attuning
that's
magical frequencies
tough.
here. Yeah. Go for it.
That is a 15 on the dice. You said Arcana?
Yes, please.
19.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, what does it look like when you're kind of like, you've already experienced 2 of these glyphs. You have captured some of the magical leftovers from at least one of them. What does it look like as you take a screwdriver out of your hair and you use some magical tinkering to attune it to trip this trap without it affecting anybody, any of the rest of the party?
She's muttering to herself. She pulls out her little vial, sprinkles a little bit of that residue that she collected earlier to have basically a magical anchor. Like, this is what I'm aiming for. Her entire body is going to flash blue for just a moment as this wrench or screwdriver, whatever I said it was, starts emitting a gentle blue glow. And without saying anything, she just kind of chucks it into the room and pulls the door shut.
Like throwing a grenade, you yank the door shut.
I love this.
I'll pull a little little wink and a nod towards the great Abria Iyengar and tell you what you don't see. The camera now inside the room, if you will, sees this screwdriver do a quick bounce, bounce, bounce. It lands directly in the center of this glyph of warding underneath, which lights up and quickly bursts upwards with arcane light, and a skull in vapor and smoke just shifts straight upwards. And you guys hear this sort of noise and then a high-pitched screech, and then everything goes silent in the room as it fizzles out, and the screwdriver is now twisted and bent up as if it just suddenly, and the glyph of warding is gone now.
She's very annoyed that she ruined one of her screwdrivers, but is very happy that she is otherwise unharmed. As she goes
Let me tell
in,
you, worth it.
yeah, she goes in and just begins like, doing the same kind of notation. She's collecting everything she can. She's a very logical, evidence-based
Sure.
kind of personality, so she's trying to get as much as she can. I'm assuming it's pretty much just like the first ward.
Very, very similar. In fact, if anybody else wants to go look at it, in fact, if Nyx is particularly interested in what happened in there, I would give advantage on the Arcana roll to the wizard, just by virtue of being a wizard. You can learn more about what was programmed to happen there.
I will totally go in and pull off the rug if necessary.
Yeah, you can pull it back to see what was happening. If you'd like to, anybody would like to roll Arcana again, Nyx, you're more than welcome to have advantage
Yep.
on that one, just by virtue of wizardry and whatnot. I am going to, whatever you roll, hold on to it for a second. Shara, I assume you're opening the next door.
Yep.
Which
just
door did you
literally
choose?
What would be the master bedroom? I
Master
believe.
bedroom. Excellent.
Yes.
I will let you know what you see. It's, again, like I started to say, it's large, fully furnished. The door opens without issue, by the by. Plush, like richly colored carpet is on the floor here. Well-kept furniture lining the walls, dressers. There's a polished vanity table, sort of a bookshelf with a few carefully arranged tomes. At the center of it all, a really beautiful 4-post queen-size bed. But unlike the rest of the house, this one actually shows signs of use. The covers are slightly pulled back, pillows are kind of disheveled, and the sheets look like they've been slept in not very long ago. Nothing pings as magical in this room.
Okay. Well, he probably was the one who set it off, talking to herself out loud, like, "Oh, this is where he was sleeping when he saw the thing go whoop at him, and then down the hall."
Won't even make you roll for it. You think that's a pretty good guess.
Yeah. And yeah, just would quick check the rest of the
Check
space
these
up
two.
here.
I'll give you this room, and I'll jump back to these folks in the
Yep.
guest room in just a moment. So this room is making sure I get my rooms right, so I don't lie to you again. So the southern of the two rooms, the bottom of the two rooms, this one looks like it was maybe set up for a teenager that was really into studying, like a smart, like a nerd. This is a nerd's room. Bookcases on the walls. Oops. Bookcases on the walls. There's volumes that you can see that have that look like they're scientific in nature. On the desk in here, that you can see to the right, there is a there's an open book with a lantern that has its shutters down, so like if you know it's been extinguished at some point. And in the center of this room is out of curiosity, was anybody wearing did anybody have a sort of a personal affect with them?
Yeah.
A
Are we
like
talking like an arcane focus?
it's something that isn't related to your magic casting or anything, like something that would have been like dear to you. In
Yes.
fact, I'm sorry. Who said yes first, by the way?
The rear.
The rear. What would it have been?
I have a ring that sits on my pinky from my first lover.
Well, it's real weird because that's not on your pinky. That's in the center of the room.
What the hell? And he is not even going to think about it. He's going to walk straight in.
Cher tries to grab him and misses because for the plot she misses.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Love to hear you say that.
I'll
You
heal you later.
stride directly in and go for that. I assume you're just going for the ring, correct?
Yeah. I want my ring back.
There, you walk forward, and as you go to grab the ring, there is an audible, and Shara, you can hear it too, an audible noise, an audible click. It's very, very decisive and mechanical.
I heard the magic word, mechanical. The artificer's ears are going to perk up, and she's immediately going to go, "Don't move."
There is a shattering noise. The temperature in this room drops by 10, 15 degrees, and a is heard as an icy wind blows through the two of you standing in the doorway of this room.
Yep.
All the hairs on your arm stand up, a chill down the back of your spine. Any sweat is just suddenly ice cold. And your hand is just you hear from the other room, don't move, and you're just, the ring is here and your hand is like this. You're like, ugh.
His fur just gets like a little bit fluffier.
She's
Still standing
you
on
kinda-
end.
like Mizzy is booking it. She has like she's even abandoned. She's gonna have to go back for her notebook. She's just abandoned everything she was doing. So Thorir needs help now.
Okay.
It's
You
always
sprint
him.
down you sprint down the hall. Nyx, I'm gonna go back to you for a second. What did you roll for that Arcana check that you took to look at the
That
expended
was
glyph?
a 19, 24.
You know exactly what happened here just based on the magical energies that are dissipating. This was going to cast an extremely potent fear spell on everybody. This, if anybody had triggered this while in the room, it was going to just blanket fear effect to potentially have you sprint out of the room or further. Again, another potent spell that again would have come from a very competent spellcaster. I would even say you're kind of impressed.
I am indeed. I am impressed. And I
You
relay this to the party.
and you watch as you go to relay this to your party member that's here. You watch as Mizia sprints, goes, "Don't move," and sprints out of the room, rushing for where everybody else went to. I am going to pause us here because we do have a party member who is separate, and I'm going to move downstairs to Audrina. Always appreciate when a party member is patient as we go through several scenes. You're standing and kind of, you can hear the footsteps of your compatriots upstairs. You can hear them kind of moving through the house. You're kind of, are you mostly like sitting back to the wall so you can turn and look if you hear anything? Are you just peeked around the wall so you can keep an eye on the door?
Yeah,
What is your
the way I'm envisioning is essentially if someone is going to come through the door, I'm going to get them in my crosshairs before they can get a foot on the stairs. That is my sort of mission.
Mhm.
So I think, yeah, so it could be, every once in a while, like rolling a glance back,
Mhm.
but I want them to come through. I don't want them to be able to like
Gotcha.
close the door and run away.
You sit here for, it takes them going upstairs. They clear the first room, then they look in the second, and now this is before they get to the third, and you hear the rushing footsteps of one of your party members running down the hall above you. So we haven't gotten to that moment yet. But this is probably a good 5, 6, 7 long minutes of just silence down here. The only noise coming from above you, the creaks of the floorboards as your party carefully, you hope, starts moving through. Because Audrina's just like, I hope they're gonna be careful.
Yeah, don't lose any fingers. Don't get your hand blown off. Yeah,
Don't
nothing
touch
like
stuff.
that. Right.
Don't touch stuff without checking first. After a few moments, your ear perks up. You have a very high passive perception. I believe you're rocking an 18.
Mhm.
And your ear kind of perks up as you hear the gentle as the front door starts to swing open. And after a short moment, it's just a very small amount of creak, it stops.
But I'm not hearing footsteps.
You haven't yet.
Ooh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I think I have time because I am so readied. I'm not discounting that this thing doesn't have feet, but it probably does. So I'm gonna wait to hear footsteps.
Okay. Roll me a perception check since you're actively listening.
All right.
And I will ask, are you the type of person who likes to know what DC you have to beat, or would you like to be surprised?
I really don't care. 19.
You don't hear anything.
Got it. Okay. So in that case, I would assume, all right, either no feet or very fleet-footed. So I will keep my composure and then I will roll out, but this time be pointed at the stairs, anticipating that potentially they have already started their ascent.
Okay. Are you like whipping around the corner like, like in a cop movie, you just like freeze or kind of without
Very
saying
much.
freeze,
This is
like
a
that,
freeze. I am not trying to start a fight. Like I didn't say like I readied an attack. I want them to be sort of arrested in their movement by being sort of caught, essentially. This is,
Okay.
yeah, so it essentially is the freeze moment.
Okay. You whip around the corner and are greeted by nothing. There's nothing there. And there is this beat where you're like, I know I heard the door. In fact, the door is open.
Right.
It is open a small amount, maybe I would say a foot or so wide. And then again, there's this breath where like almost in bullet time for a second where you're like, you can hear your blood rushing in your ears, your heart's pounding a little bit. And then all of a sudden, a clatter of footsteps as you hear as something attempts to rush back down the stairs, something you cannot see attempts to rush back down the stairs, and you're not sure where it's going from there, but you hear like the first 4 steps.
Got it. I mean, unless this thing is a rogue, I'm faster. I
Well,
want to try to beat it to the door and close the door. And beat
Okay.
like on the door like that.
Okay. Let's see, you're here. Right there. Okay. I'm going to have you roll acrobatics. I think it's going to be contested. I'm not going to tell you what my result is number-wise. I'm just going to describe what happens here.
No problem. All right. Yes, thank Christ. All right. That's a 19 again, actually.
Okay. You dart forward. You are extremely fast. And you dash forward and get a hand on the door and snap it shut. You wait. There's no sound. There's nothing. You're not sure of what you did. You don't know if you beat it. You don't know if you didn't. Roll perception for me.
19. I swear.
19 again?
Different modifiers, different dice rolls, always 19.
You in this moment, you're listening very carefully, and you don't know where it went.
All right.
You're listening, and then at this moment you hear the thunder of footsteps above you as I think you even hear Mizzy yell, "Don't move!" and you hear the da right above you. I will give you the choice. Do you rush up the stairs to check on what's happening up there, or do you obviously, I know you the player know what happened up there, but I trust that you will make the decision for the character. Or do you attempt to continue to find whatever this thing is that you don't know where it disappeared to?
Okay. I think just because Adrena's a high-end character, if that is their footsteps, they are trying to distract me, potentially, or they just don't care. So, yeah, I think, where would they go? In a split second, I know I don't have a ton of time. They can't get down to the basement. They could get out the window. that's a possibility. I think it's time for diplomacy.
Wait, diplomacy or diplomacy?
Diplomacy.
Diplomacy. Okay. Diplomacy. Got it. If it's all right, I'd like to do because that is a very cool line to potentially pause on. We are nearing the 4-hour mark. Would we like to take a quick pause before we head into a sort of like Act 3, before we head into diplomacy? Or would we like to press forward a little further?
Let's take a quick break because my poor
break.
puppy does need to go outside.
Hey, that's very reasonable. I
All
too
right.
need to go outside. That's not what that is, but
It is currently 1:25. Let's see everyone back here at 1:40. That is 15 minutes.
fantastic.
Thanks, Mom.
Thank y'all.
Thanks.
And with that, we will be right back.
And welcome back. The next part, I already forgot what I had said the first time, so I'm not going to repeat it. Welcome back to this old haunt, Grave Expectations, courtesy of Harlequin's Hallowed Hearth. We just had a very tense moment on the main floor of this supposedly haunted mansion, as Audrina the rogue had a sort of invisible standoff with a creature she couldn't see. We had a chaotic moment upstairs as our wise bard realized that there may have been another trap waiting for us, and managed to, with the efforts from our artificer, trigger the trap without anyone else being affected. But unfortunately, our excitable cleric saw an item, a personal affect
shiny.
that should have been on his pinky, a ring sitting in the middle of the floor, went straight for it, and an audible mechanical click was heard before a chill blew through the room with a eerie whooshing noise, stopping everyone in their tracks, chilling them to the bone. I'm going to I think I'm going to go back to Audrina briefly, if only to see what you'd like to do next, because you said, as we last left, I think it's time for diplomacy. What, just so I can get an idea of what you would like to do as a player, are you continuing to remain on the main floor and do stuff here, or are you moving upstairs to your compatriots? Or calling up to them even? You have plenty of options. Maybe a secret additional thing that I haven't thought of.
Yeah, so I want to act potentially fast enough so that they don't go out the window, which is what I'm thinking is going to happen, and I can't necessarily stop the front door as well, so it's not like I can try to route them, particularly if they're invisible. Yeah, so I think Audrina would sort of, adjust her jacket and sort of, even I'll holster the hand crossbow while I'm speaking, and say, authoritatively, listen, you know why we're here. I know that you're here. I know you don't mean us any harm, not really. I can be persuaded the same. Let's talk. And then I wait for a response.
Did you do this from like where you were standing in this general
Correct.
area?
I am not moving. Yes, but I am sort of projecting my voice. It's
actually,
a big, but it's not huge.
Gotcha. Actually, come to think of it, you did have to move forward to shut the door, so you would be standing in front of the main door.
I am in front of the door. Yes, I'm in front of the main door, projecting this offer out into the rest of the room, and just the manor at large.
Okay. You're going to roll persuasion for me. And we're going to see what happens.
Not my best roll of the day. That's going to be a straight up 10. Flip of the coin.
There is silence in response to your offer. You don't hear anything, but that's, kind of a problem in and of itself. There's no response that gives you a clue to where they might be, where this creature might be. There's no response that agrees to your terms. You just hear nothing.
Okay. What is the sort of state upstairs? I know there was shuffling, there was footsteps, there was a call out, but it sounds like everybody's okay up there, right?
We're not dead yet.
So what you would have heard was Mizia yell out, "Don't move!" And then the thudding of footsteps running down the hall, like from the room that she was in down the hall. You could, I would say you might be able to surmise that those things came from the same person. Maybe not. You're hearing disembodied voices and sounds from below. So I'll let you decide if Audrina thinks that was Mizzy who yelled and then ran, or if you thought that was two separate individuals.
Yeah, the
ahead.
fact that nobody is calling for me now, or there isn't continuing to be a commotion, I don't think it was that person. Just because nobody is like trying to trip over themselves to like grab somebody or rumbling
Right.
or whatever.
I will say you did hear breaking glass as well, which
did.
the entire room heard. So you basically heard, "Don't move," someone run down the hall, the shattering of glass, and I don't know that you heard the whooshing noise that they heard upstairs because that's a little more localized, but the glass breaking you definitely heard. So
Right.
I would say all of that happened at the same time as like you rushed forward to slam the door. So them upstairs may have heard the front door slam, just so everybody's aware of what's happening, to the best of their ability without seeing one another. And then the commotion from upstairs, after that sort of tense, frozen moment where you tried to listen for the creature that you assumed to still be in the room with you since you shut the door.
Got it. So honestly, I think what makes the most sense in this moment is that I tried to speak loud enough that everybody hears me, upstairs and downstairs.
We can say that everybody upstairs heard you speak as well.
Yeah.
So all of you upstairs hear the sort of call out that from Audrina downstairs in her like very stern mom voice. Like I feel like has the rest of the party heard this voice come from you before? Because I feel like maybe directed at them once or twice. I don't know. I leave it to you.
Yeah, usually at enemies who are being very, very silly and need to be corrected, but sometimes my loves can be very, very silly too. So yes, they might bring it out in me on occasion.
Whomst among us has not been silly?
Horrors persist, and yet I remain silly.
It's true. In this economy, it's all we got.
That's all we got.
Okay, so all of you hear that upstairs. I'm gonna pause Audrina for now to shift upstairs because we just had glass break, temperature drop, icy wind blows through us. We've got Mizia sprinting down the hall. I believe, Nyx, the moment that you were like, "Oh, hey, this is a competent spellcaster who was going to try and hit us with an intense fear spell," you look up just as she's like, "Don't move," runs away. And you're like, okay. And then the breaking of glass from down the hall, and then not but a few beats later, you hear the stern mom voice from downstairs. What would the four of you up here like to do now hearing that extra information?
I feel like
You can absolutely pick your ring up.
I'm sorry.
Rafa was making a motion as if Thorir was about to pick up
Yeah.
his ring, and he can absolutely just put that right back on. Nyx, go ahead.
Before getting this opportunity to go into the room, I was go back a few steps to check on Audrina. So this would totally make Nyx go not all the way back, but like a couple of steps until she can see her, and just ask, "Hey, what happened? Is everything okay down here?"
Miz is definitely going to freeze for a minute, but when she sees that Nixie is kind of moving towards Audrina to check on her, she's going to keep moving towards the warded room.
Shara has not moved a gosh darn muscle, because if Missy says don't move, it's usually a good reason. Like, and like statue, no move.
Mm-hmm. Audrina, obviously you can respond to Nyx as she calls down the stairs
Yeah.
to you.
I think staying guarding the front door. I'm fine, dear. Alert the others. We may not be alone, and if we are, we won't be for long.
Okay, the rooms upstairs are still wired with something, so I'll tell them. We'll see what we. Let's just try and get together maybe again, and then she runs back to the others.
Sprints back. You fill the rest in from outside the room that Thurir and Shara are kind of frozen, or like standing stock still, I should say. In
Izzy is standing in the doorway, trying to glean as much information as she can without triggering anything else.
absolutely. If you
Is
go ahead.
my detect magic not going off in this space?
So your detect magic now, after the glass shatters, and after the whoosh of wind is now starting to light up, the there is it's an interesting thing because there is kind of concealed by a curtain in the corner. There is a glow coming from behind that is spreading, and then there is a faint sort of wave of the curtain as well. Now that that whooshing has started, and yeah, the glow is coming from back there. I believe it would be evocation magic that you're seeing.
I would tell Missy that immediately. They're the one that's gonna fix this,
Mhm,
probably.
mhm. Yeah, you point to it and give the general
Blame.
location.
Okay. If I roll to investigate specifically like the area where I'm going to assume they would have told me that it was like whose foot made the click. I want to specifically investigate what this mechanical thing is and try to glean any potential effects that it could trigger if it
Mhm.
has not already.
Yeah.
I think I'm also gonna bring that my ring was off of my hand somehow.
That what? I'm sorry.
I would like tell them, hey, Missy, for some reason my ring wasn't on my hand. I don't know if that's important
Yeah.
or not.
Hmm.
Yeah, that you had a personal affect that was removed from your person at some
Yeah.
point, and it was sitting in the center of the room. So with that extra information, go ahead and roll investigation for me.
So you might have been a target. That is a 13 on the dice with a +6. That is a 19 total.
Fantastic. Lots of 19s this game. You can see without having to get too close, and Thorir hasn't moved his hoof. Like he's still like you said, don't move. He stopped. I mean, he did pick up the ring, but he stopped. And you can see that surprisingly well concealed, even though it is in the floorboards, is a horizontal line, and then with the grain of the floorboards themselves, like with the slats, there are two horizontal lines that create a square, and you realize that somebody has very carefully cut out a portion of the wood here, and you can see it just barely depressed by the weight that Thorir has put on it, and there was a pressure plate installed here.
Would I have the mechanical knowledge to make a skill check at the DM's discretion to apply enough pressure with my hand to allow Thorir to remove his hoof without the pressure plate completely
Yeah, I'd say roll sleight of hand. See if you can see if you can
I'm
match it.
good at that. I'm good at that. Kind of. I've got a +6. See what the dice. Let's see if the dice says I'm good at this.
Say +6 ain't bad.
Oh, what was it?
That's a natural 1.
The dice said, "No, you're not."
Now they're
The dice
turning on
give
us.
it, and the
Like I
dice
said,
take it away.
I used up all my good luck rolling so good on this character's stats. My luck has run out. So
Okay.
if we're still adding, that is a total of 7, but that is a natural 1 on the dice.
Okay. So, you have you've got you go to, I think there's the nat 1 represents the miscommunication here. You start trying to explain in your way that you do to Thorir that you're going to put your hand down, don't lift your foot up till I tell you, I'm going to put enough pressure, blah blah blah. You explain all that, but Thorir, in the way that he do, is like, yeah, sure, and the timing is off. Like, you guys, your timing is off, and one of you, like, I think Thorir maybe lifts up a little too early, and therefore you can't get quite the right pressure down, and you hear another click as the pressure plate pops back up. And I would really love both Mizzy and Thorir to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
As a reaction, would the shield spell help us here?
Not on a saving throw, not a wisdom saving throw like that.
Okay, so
that is a 2-hit.
Not a great start. Okay.
Okay, that's a 21. 17
That's a 12.
plus 4 is 21.
And for Thorir?
A 12.
12? All right.
It's giving middle management vibes, and I'm loving this.
You know, he's a middle man.
He's a very
Okay.
mid man, as we all know.
Just a mid man.
Yes,
As we know,
the middest.
he's a mid man. This clicks up, and another something triggers, something that was tripped by this pressure plate, and the two of you just hear in your brains, and you are going to take Thorir 9 points of psychic damage.
Another one.
You are going. We round down here, so you will take 4 points of psychic damage, Mizzy, as just uncomfortably indistinct whispers just are suddenly racking your brain, just weaving in and out in the space between your ears, and you feel another shudder as there's another shattering of glass, and another icy chill goes through the room. The temperature feels like it drops another 5 to 10 degrees.
Can I discern which
Shara,
direction the shattering of the glass is coming from?
So the direction that Shara told you about, where she's seeing a glow from her detect magic, it's coming from that corner. And in fact, Shara, you see that the glow gets a little, not brighter, but larger, like in volume, if that makes sense. Wider, if you will.
I would tell Mizzy immediately. It's getting bigger.
I'd like to investigate to see if I can spot any other pressure points along the floor so I can attempt to make my way over to that corner without triggering anything else.
Sure.
What if I pick them up? Sorry, that was the goblin part of my brain that was like, you could just throw them.
Go ahead and roll. You can do investigation or perception, and see if you see any more pressure plates.
22.
The rest of the floor is scot-free. This was a very specific pressure plate that had the ring on it. It was very much a solo trap.
I'm going to give that pressure plate a wide berth, or as wide as the room allows. As I make my way over and investigate that corner that was pointed out for me, I already know there's magic there, as our bard has told me that it's glowing. So I'm specifically looking for, why am I hearing glass, and how does this mechanically connect? Like, there's got to be a connection somehow.
Go ahead and roll investigation. As you reach that corner, the temperature you can feel an icy chill emanating, and you can feel a cold breeze blowing icy wind towards you very gently. What'd you get?
That is only a 7 on the dice, so that is a total of 13.
It's okay. This one was pretty easy. You were going to investigate this area and pull back this curtain, and you see a box, that like a crate that had been rigged up to tip over piece by piece, and there were bottles lining it. The bottles have been tipped forward and shattered, and there is a small mechanical wind box behind it. It's basically a box fan, but in more
Magic
artificery, yeah. And all of it is hooked up via you can see like a wire or something that goes. It was hidden by the curtain. It runs down the window, like this little sill area, down into the floorboards, and presumably runs under the floorboards. It looks like, if you'd like, and anybody else who can see this and would like to roll, but I think as an artificer, you should roll at advantage for Arcana here on the liquid that is splashed from the broken bottles. Kind of, and now you can see it, Shara. The liquid is a bit thicker, and it is now pooling on the floor. And since you are close to it, Mizzy, you can feel that there's this icy chill coming off the liquid.
You said investigation?
Arcana.
Arcana. That is going to be a greasy 20.
Wonderful. And that was at advantage, correct? Since you are an
Yes.
artificer?
Yes,
Wonderful.
that was...
Dirty 20 is enough to this is not a super common thing you see, but it is a liquid known as liquid ice. And when it's uncorked, or when this sort of thick jelly-like liquid is exposed to air, it starts to evaporate quickly. And you can see as it is starting to pool, like drip down the wall from the sill that it was sitting on, and it is starting to evaporate a little bit. It will lower the temperature of the immediate area. And by rigging up a wind box behind it, it created this icy chill that blew through you, to just add to the spooky sort of atmosphere. This was, again, another trap meant to frighten you. It is, with a dirty 20, that much is very obvious. You would also know, dirty 20, that if you touch this, if the liquid comes into contact with exposed skin, it deals a little. It'll damage you a little bit. It'll freeze parts of your skin. Not
So
a lot,
she's
but enough to
pulling out-
kind of ouch.
She's pulling out her thick leather gloves that she usually uses when she's handling hot metal. And she's going to start, like, pulls out like some pliers and some tweezers, and she's going to start trying to reverse engineer this thing to see specifically how it works. Is this construction method typical to any specific race's style of construction? Like, what can she learn about who built this box?
Sure. I'm gonna have you roll probably. You know what? Just pitch me on what you think you'd like to roll, because I feel like there's a good case for history here. There's a good case, of course, for investigation. There's even a good case for sleight of hand. But if you have another thought about it, feel free to convince me.
My DM brain goes to two places. I think this is two rolls. The first one, I believe, would be a sleight of hand roll to determine how well she's able to take this apart. Based
Sure.
on that, make a DM call as to how much she'd be able to glean based on investigation.
Great. Awesome. Let's start with that sleight of hand roll. I'm going to skip back downstairs. Just hold on to that number back to Audrina real quick, because we don't want her lonely for too long. And yeah, again, you've called out. You've told your friend, tell the others, I'll be fine. Again, you're not hearing anything from the room from the rooms down here as of right now. What's like kind of going through Audrina's mind?
Well, I feel a little bit snubbed, to be honest. So yeah, I think at this point, yeah, at this point, because nobody is sort of taking me up on my offer, I think I will, I'll walk away from the door sort of with the intention of walking towards the windows in the living room. But I am going to sort of ready again a if I feel something like rush past me on the way to
Yeah,
to
for
do so.
sure.
And then just, kind of deliberately walk back towards the living room.
Okay. Once you make it into the little corridor where Thorir was originally harmed by the ghost that popped, go ahead and roll a perception check for me. We'll see if my
16.
rolls are any good. Okay. You can't quite tell where it's coming from, but you do hear just the faintest sound of shallow breathing. High pitched, or like fast paced, I should say. Like someone is. I mean, you heard Rusty's like panicked, but this is much softer, much more trained, much more. This is someone trying to purposefully, I would say, regulate their breathing and keep it as quiet as possible. And in fact, because you said something very specific earlier, you said unless this is a rogue, I'm very fast. You said something along those lines. This is the kind of stuff that you're really good at. This is the kind of stuff that you would do if you were hiding and like hoping you would be like regulating your breathing to try and stay as silent as possible.
Got it. Okay. Well, knowing that, I don't want to get into a dust up with this person, but also I'm old and tired and I'm getting hungry. So yeah, okay. So I think I will pause for a second as if to like get something out of my bag. And then I will, sort of like that, like kind of bending and then lean back against the door. Because again, one way in, one way out. If I can block this door, and yeah, and I think just, looking down into my bag, kind of backing up a little bit, closing the door, and then slowly looking up. So where to now? And just kind of looking around the room like, you gonna run again, or are we gonna talk?
Roll me one more perception check. And I'm going to roll something at disadvantage.
Lovely. All right, actually you rolled a good one on that one. That was a 24.
Well, that certainly beats a 9. There is a moment where you don't hear anything. That breathing has stopped. And your sort of ruse of like, oh, I'm just gonna look in my bag, psych, was it worked, because from directly next to you in this little corner next to the door, you hear a shaky as somebody lets out a breath they had been holding in because they were so fucking afraid. And you hear a very, very small voice come from shorter than you.
I'll talk. I'll talk. Okay. Yeah, I'll talk.
A wise
And
choice.
coming out of invisibility a is a red kobold with let me make sure I get this right because stuff is important. Yeah, a red kobold with black horns that sweep backwards from their head, little black nose, and kind of a sour look on their face. Kind of looks up at you. I mean, you are next to each other. Kind of looks up at you with a squinty eye, and you can see even though they're trying to put on this air, you don't even have to roll for this. They're trying to put on an air of being tough. Their hand trembles as they cross their arms and look at you, and they're shaking ever so slightly.
All right. I think I will sort of crouch down to meet their eye level, not sitting, not going prone, but just sort of lowering myself a little bit. Any other nasty surprises we should know about? Any companions?
They lean back against the wall away from you as you lean down, and
I am. Nah, it's just me.
roll insight.
Okay.
They look up and, kind of look up and to the left as they respond.
Does she get
There-
mom advantage for like lying children?
Would you believe? A 19.
Incredible. Everything on. I know that insight is not a lie detector, but there are tells on a person's face and body language that can indicate they are not being the most truthful, and you are picking up on all of them. The look up and to the left, the shiftiness, the shaking, it's more than just nerves. They're not being truthful about some part of about the "it's just me" portion, or they're trying to avoid answering your other question.
Okay. I will clock that, but not sort of indicate. I'll just let it go. And, well, then you must be quite magically gifted. Very adept. I am impressed. And just watch to see if that registers or no, I'm really not.
Eyes shift back and forth as you say this. They shuffle between their feet a little uncomfortably, and
Yeah.
with your passive perception, you can see they have a a couple bottles on their hip, one of which is empty, like that maybe held a potion at one point. There's sort of a pale colored milky potion, or like a silvery potion in in each of the other two. And they kind of they've got their arms crossed, but you can see a tensing of muscles as if like they're not like it's not like they're gearing up to pounce the way you see a cat's muscles tense or anything, but they're just really uncomfortable in this moment. And they are literally a cornered animal in this right now, and they're not really sure what to do.
So, if you don't want us all dead, great red mage, what do you want?
Their jaw works multiple times as they try to figure out what to say.
I'm not supposed to say nothing.
Kind of through gritted teeth, I'm not supposed to say nothing.
Who could command you to keep silent? No, I don't think so, my friend.
Their eyes dart towards the door. The I mean, you are absolutely kind of half blocking them, but their eyes dart towards the kitchen and the living room door, like somewhere in that direction, kind of looking around wildly for any level of escape they could possibly manage. Not finding it, they kind of do me a favor and roll intimidation with advantage real fast. I want to
Alright.
see how shaken in their boots you have just been able to make them.
It's going to be a 15.
15. Yeah. Their closed up demeanor, and they just kind of deflate a bit, and their head sinks. They get this look on their face like, oh man, this is now not a cornered animal ready to run. This is a cornered animal that is giving up. And they mutter. They kind of look down at the ground and mutter,
We just wanted everyone to leave us alone. That's just leave us alone.
I understand the impulse, dear, I do. But if you wanted to be alone, you picked a terrible, terrible place.
I'm gonna put a pause on that conversation to go back up because I know that I know Harley's been holding on to a roll for me. What did you roll for that first sleight of hand?
Well, I'm very involved in this. Like, I am so ready to see what happens with this little cobalt. But, this is not going to be very impressive because while she did get a 18 on her sleight of hand, she only got a 9 on her investigation.
Gotcha. I'll tell you this. You're able to reverse engineer it real quick and see like, okay, this wire got pulled by the pressure plate, click, click, and the hook, and started the thing, which tripped the things, and then the bottles broke. Okay, great. But it's made from so many scraps, you have no idea who, like, what kind of person could have made it. People that can put scraps together.
So could I at least tell if they are, it's a fluffy baby? Could I at least tell, like, is this someone who is mechanically adept, or is this someone who's just kind of hoping that wire works?
I mean, it's definitely better than the average person. I mean,
Okay.
this is good work. It's not your level of work. It's not like a trained artificer, a trained tinkerer's level of work, but it is good work.
Okay.
It's the average person, perhaps a rich nobleman with, who, or not nobleman, but a rich man who owns a mine and throws money around and drinks a bunch would certainly be fooled by it and perhaps frightened out of his home.
So
So,
good enough, but not the best.
yeah, I mean, the whole contraption was just hidden by a curtain in the corner. Like,
Yeah.
you would have had this flush with the wall or something like that, so nobody could find it. Like, you would have done much better
Yeah.
than this. But, for people maybe rigging stuff up in a hurry, not too bad.
She's gonna draw some quick notes, take note, and make sure that she leaves it disassembled so that it can no longer be triggered. And she
Yeah,
is
you
then
unhook a couple wire loops and you're good to go. It can't be triggered anymore. The icy wind kind of stops and the liquid ice is evaporating over time. So it's kind of leaving a little bit of a sticky residue behind, but nothing terrible.
too bad. And with that, she's going to, her first instinct is, let's go tell mom. I have information, mom needs to know it.
Agreed.
In addition, there is one more room up here, and I believe there's also just to remind us, because it's been a second since I've described this room, a book open on the desk here. Just wanted to give everybody the chance to look at it if they so choose.
I am going to take a look at that just to make sure there's nothing else that I need to tell mom before I go downstairs.
If we have more to tell mom, the better.
Yeah.
The first thing
Yeah.
I am going to do is
Perfect.
look specifically for the same kind of mechanical trap that we just saw.
Yeah, I would go with my detect magic to look for anything, and then in the next room.
Yeah. You had already done a pretty good investigation check to make sure there were no other traps in this room. It was just that one. You don't even have to roll for the book on the desk. It is a book on illusion magic that is open and sitting there. There are some pages that are there are pages that seem to have been torn out as well. But that is it's a book on illusion magic, and Nyx would tell you that's like, oh, this is like lingua arcana theory. Like this is like how to craft and weave spells into, into other spells and stuff like that. Like this is exactly what we're dealing with. And then Shara, are you looking with detect magic at the other room?
Yep, just a quick little check.
Yeah, you take a quick peek. This door was kind of cracked open a little bit, so easy enough to open. No traps here. The walls are painted like a soft pink in this room. It's like set up to be like a young girl's room. There's some like inexpensive like makeup tins and cheap perfume bottles. Like, it's staged very heteronormatively for a young girl.
I'm
And there
call Courier
is
to come get his new toys.
yeah, you can absolutely come take a peek. And then in this room, this is not something that you need to roll for. There is a key, a sort of old school style key that is peeking halfway out from underneath the bed. The light, any ambient light, because I think Thorir still had light cast on
his bisexual lighting.
Thurimbol. Yeah, his bisexual lighting glints off of the key that is laying kind of half underneath the bed, just sitting there. And if anybody wants, if you want to, Thorir, since you're the one who's got the light, if you want to roll an easy insight on that key and its location, you're more than welcome.
Oh, yeah. 18 on the die, so I will check my numbers here. 22.
Incredible. Yeah, you look at that and you're like, oh, somebody did not mean to drop this. Whoops. That was very unintentionally and hastily dropped in this room at some point. And judging by like the light layer of dust in this room, not too much, but just like somebody hasn't dusted in a week kind of dust. You're guessing that key was dropped pretty recently and in a rush. Maybe even when you guys entered today.
I'm also going to, just for flavor, just for fun. Nixie, darling, can I paper really quickly? Can I borrow one?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that because it cut off.
Can I borrow a piece of paper?
Sure. And I go to the back of my book where there are no things scribbled yet. And rip it off. Here you go.
And then he's gonna write in lipstick, get better products. This is pathetic. And then he's going to put it under the perfume bottles, so that way anybody that comes to the room can see that. Because this is honestly almost an insult to the goddess. Okay, don't mess with her. She will drop your property value in a heartbeat.
Looking at one of the bottles, like Channel Blue. What the fuck?
It's a knockoff.
These aren't even like these aren't even like the good, convincing knockoffs. These are like the Wish or AliExpress knockoffs.
This is the Alibaba knockoff.
Exactly. Like these are perfumes from Wish.com, Wishspell.com. You leave that note.
Nice.
My only regret is that I didn't say it first, because it would have been so much funnier if I just would have. Anyway, yeah, you leave the note there, and you now have a key in your possession. And as you remarked earlier, man, everything in this place seems to be everything inside these rich people. They don't lock their doors. Well, there's one door you haven't. I was gonna say, well, there's only one door you really haven't tried. So,
the basement. Wait.
Nobody tried the door.
We've been in the master bedroom. We've been in the master bedroom, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys have basically cleared this whole room up here, this whole area.
Go talk to Mom.
And I was gonna say, and Mizzy,
if there's
wants
nothing
to go tell
there,
mom.
Mizzy wants to go tell mom.
It's go tell mom time. It's go tell mom time.
And all of you, as you start moving towards the stairs, can hear a soft conversation happening. You could hear Audrina's voice and then another voice that you don't recognize speaking in low tones from downstairs. And sure enough, when you make it back down to the first floor, you can kind of see as soon as you round the corner that Audrina is crouched talking to someone just obscured by the door, by the wall there. And Audrina, you hear you don't even have to turn to look. You can hear them kind of trounce down the stairs,
We're a noisy
heading in
bunch.
your direction.
Mom,
You know, it's like 4 people
Mom.
tromping down the stairs.
Yeah.
You have heard
And
the
yeah, I'll
move.
keeping my eyes on the kobold, but just kind of tilting my head. All clear upstairs, my loves.
We
Is
found
Rusty back? Is my friend back? Is that what you're saying?
Sadly, no. Perhaps a new
Oh.
friend, but the jury's still out on that one, isn't it?
once again.
Again, shifts nervously. You can hear an audible kind of gulp from the kobold in front of you.
Once again, Mizzy presents mom the notebook. And at what this kobold sees is like a 5'10", looks like the ideal feminine figure, tall, curvy where it matters, covered in dirt and grime, hair looks like it hasn't been brushed in the last week, still has the giant gloves on. Just, here you go. And like she's not looking down, so she doesn't quite register the kobold yet.
Yeah, I think, and same, I'll just kind of not enough eye contact to take it without dropping it, but still keeping him in my crosshairs.
On a failed wisdom save for the kobold, they cannot help themselves but to say,
Big lady.
Oh, it's a lizard.
And Thorir is kind of like, I'm right here. Nope.
Shara
Come
just
on.
leans into Nyx. This is normal, and they just both sigh together because they're used to the back and forth between.
Totally.
I just want to be called pretty.
Feed me and tell
I
me.
want- I
Feed
want
me
to-
cheese.
Word.
Feed me cheese and tell me I'm pretty.
Exactly.
Life goal.
And there's
Come
been
on.
no cheese.
The true female
cheese.
agenda. Feed me cheese and tell me I'm pretty.
A woman is fascinated by a small piece of cheese.
A woman is. You can fascinate a woman with.
Small piece of cheese. Yeah, so again, very nervous kobold, suddenly taken with the big lady that just sort of appeared from around the corner, looking even taller with her horns, suddenly presenting a notebook. Audrina just 100% max aura right now, doesn't even look, takes the notebook, still not taking her eyes off of the little scamp in front of her.
As Audrina is
And then the rest of the party and their shenanigans.
Ms. does start to talk about the mechanical device that they found. While she does say that it is not something that a professional tinkerer or artificer made, she's very impressed with how, like, the simplicity of this and how well it worked for what the problem that needed to be solved was. Like, this looks like something that, they didn't have a lot of resources on hand, but given what they had and that it's mostly scraps, this is some pretty decent work. Like, they've definitely practiced quite a bit.
No, we've been talking about how impressive we've found our time here, haven't we, friend?
And I think the rear is also
Yeah.
key, and kind of like watch to see if there's.
Watch to see if what? I'm sorry.
If the kobold has any mission.
Something
I
that
found
does
this upstairs.
happen. You might need to. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take a quick 3-minute break. Rafa, sometimes with the mics like that, they need to reset. So go ahead and leave and then come back in while we're on our break, and that should reset your mic. That's probably why you're cutting out. Give us 3 minutes. We will be right back. Hold. And we are back. Sorry, guys. Quick reset. Needed to make sure that we weren't giving you a slightly worse quality show because of technology.
Dumb technology.
Technology.
As the artificer,
you've
it is
done.
my duty to bring up technology.
Of course. So
It's true. It's true. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Audrina continues to sort of put the pressure on this guy, and yes, we've been very impressed with your work here, but there's one place we haven't had a chance to explore yet. The basement.
Anybody who wants to can roll insight at the mention of the basement as you watch the kobold squirm under Audrina's pressure.
7.
18.
Nice.
Okay.
11 for me.
16.
19.
We had the highest I heard were 19, 18, 16. Okay, and Audrina, what was yours?
Only an 11, so not that bad. I mean, not that good.
Okay. No, you're fine. I don't think it's very I think it's pretty obvious. There is a panic when the basement is mentioned. Eyes kind of widen ever so slightly, and there's again that shifting from foot to foot of discomfort. They do kind of drop their hands and like almost unconsciously move a hand to one of the still full potion bottles on their belt. And they don't grab it, but they kind of their thumb kind of touches the cork, just the top, almost instinctively. They clearly are. You're seeing their anxiety rise in that moment. There is something in the basement that they don't want you to see. Go ahead.
Can I cast Mage Hand to take that bottle away from him?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll. I'll let you decide on whether or not you want it to be sleight of hand on behalf of your mage hand, or athletics or acrobatics on behalf of the mage hand, to see if you could get one of the bottles or both of the bottles faster than they can react.
While Minty's doing that, Mizia would have picked up on the "oh my god, tall lady," and she's going to turn on that succubus charm that her charisma score does not reflect. And just try to kneel down and be like, "Hello, little guy. Are you the one that rigged everything up? You know, if you've got something in the basement, now's the time to tell us, because honestly, our boss is kind of a dick, and we'd rather help someone who's not being a dick."
Roll persuasion. And while you're doing that, what'd you get, Nyx?
Just a 7.
7? Well, we'll see. At
I used
disadvantage
up all of
being
my luck.
distracted.
That's only a 6.
Well, don't worry. As far as with disadvantage, this little buddy rolled a 2 and a 3. To beat you out, beat your spell out, and Mage Hand comes swooping in and snatches both of the potion bottles from their hip holster, and you watch them go. Ah. Looks over at Mizzy and is like,
I guess I really don't have much of a choice, do I?
and kind of looks at all of you like, I'm super fucking outnumbered here.
I mean, there's always a choice, but if I were you, I would choose to do the thing that's going to help me instead of further someone who's not me. So,
Again,
At the rear, pull the key from kind of tucked between where his boobs would be, and pulls out the key and goes, "Darling, we're gonna get in there one way or another."
His jaw drop. Their jaw drops.
Zibs.
And growls out what seems to potentially be a name, looking like a very like, God damn it.
Zibs.
That fuck up.
They throw up their hands.
All right. It's probably better if I go first, if only because there are more traps.
How thoughtful of you, dear. Do we agree, my loves?
Does anything stupid, we could just push him down the stairs.
Feels mean.
Big wide eyes looks amongst all of you like, what the fuck?
Shara's
yeah.
always happy to play like the jerk,
Yeah.
and if everyone else is playing nice, she will always go the other way to like, you know.
Gotta balance it out. We need
Yeah.
good cop, bad cop, right?
Yeah.
Good bard,
Maybe
bad
we could
bard.
use
Big
the
hat.
potions for something.
Rear's just
What
gonna
are
like
these for?
gently like take this little guy out from this like corner and like kind of push him towards the it's
buddy.
I'll be behind you. I'm a man of gods. I can't be mean.
Meanwhile, Shara's right behind
Can-
Thor.
I'm
Like,
so
I will
certain.
Can
I'm so certain
Mizzy,
that's not how that works, but
Go ahead.
can Mizzy use another one of her magical tinkering things? Because there's a note here that says you can emit an odor. Can she infuse something but not activate it yet? Something that the kobold is attached to the kobold, so if he tries to run, she can activate it and they can locate him again via smell.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. They've got an empty vial on their hip from presumably a used potion. And in fact, speaking of the potions, when Nyx asked what are these, shaking the potions, they look up and again, very defeated look on their face.
I have invisibility potions. It's how I get around.
Amazing.
Which,
Well, if anyone needs
Audrina,
them-
you immediately are like, oh, I didn't see you, that's why. And then actually, they look at you, Audrina, and go,
Not magical.
Nor am
Sorry
I,
to
dear.
disappoint.
Not at all. But as long as we remain friends, I don't see any reason why these can't be returned to you once we've all made up.
Oh, Mom!
I'll buy you another one. Don't worry.
You can easily, Mizzy, you can easily snatch that vial off the waist and make it look like you're looking at it, but you imbue it with the odor. You can choose to activate it, hand it back, and they'll put it back on their strap and be like, "What? Why did you?" Okay. But looking at Thorir, looking between Thorir and Shara, is happy to walk in front of Thorir, not Shara, and will kind of gesture towards the front door as if to say, "So am I leading you?"
Mizzy's
And
gonna
they
He's
extend
just
will.
her
gonna
arm
kind of
as if
hum.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna be like humming like a why am I forget like a praise song for Soon as he like teetling along, letting him lead the way. A hand very like gingerly between the shoulder blades, but very purposefully placed.
Sure. Yeah, you do your best to make this situation sound a little calmer, to the best of your ability, while this little homie is outnumbered 5-1. Out through the front door, around the side of the house, goes down the steps, and then looks up at you and gestures for the key.
And the rear will give it to him. He will be nice. He'll play nice.
He'll unlock the door. You hear a very, like a louder click, than normal from a key going in. It's not just a tumbler and a lock going into place. There's something else in there. And as if to answer the question that hasn't been asked yet, they look back towards the rest of you and say,
Keyhole's trapped, so no one can pick it.
and hands back the key to Thorir, opens the door, and that's right, I have things for things.
You have things for things.
Gotta do it.
Crazy.
I got
Crazy.
things for things all day long, baby. You'll have to zoom in as necessary.
I got you.
And
Good thing I'm a tiny.
but yeah, you come down and actually, hold on one moment. Just a moment. Hold on a second. You're missing somebody. And it's your kobold friend. Shoop.
Is he a friend though?
As friendly as we'll get.
So far.
Right now, yeah.
So the kobolds, they will come down the stairs and open this door into a room for you. It's first room in here is just a small, ceilinged cellar entrance. The air gets cooler as you come down here. Scent of dry wood and grain. Some barrels against the wall. There's a wooden crate with its lid propped open, and there is a the door is shut here, just sort of simple knob, and the kobold will look at all of you for a moment, and then
Say, hey, hang on a sec.
and go over to one of the crates, pull out a thick piece of burlap from like a burlap sack that's stuffed with more sacks. Like as you do when you keep grocery bags.
A bag of beads.
Pulls out a burlap sack, walks over to the door and uses the burlap sack to grab the knob before turning it and opening it. And opens this door, and again, as if to explain what has just happened here, turns and looks at everybody and says,
It's rigged with a heat metal spell. You would have burned your hand if you'd touched it.
A lot of work. How long have you guys been doing
Well,
this?
Who is
kind of just
who
grumbles.
is guys?
It's been a little bit. Just keep following me. Stay close.
This room here is pretty empty, that they bring you into. Some just old storage cabinets that are forgotten. There is a small stack of crates that the kobold starts walking towards. And as you walk around, this is extremely obvious. There is there are a series of tracks in the dust that lead into this room, over to these crates, and then over to this door. So they go over here. And does anybody, without me looking at your sheets, I know I can see that Nixie does, but I'm not going through everybody else. Anybody besides Nixie speak Draconic?
I got
Nope.
Dwarvish, Elvish, and Common.
Where's my
Gotcha.
list of?
Common, Elvish, Halfling.
Common and
I
halfling.
do.
I think,
Yes.
yeah, Audrina does as well. Excellent. So you two can see as the kobold walks over to the crates here, they push up the top lid, which it was kind of half cracked open, and but they push it open. And you can see that there have been hinges installed to open this crate. It was kind of a little bit cracked open, just like a warped box might have been, but you could see that's to hide the fact that this is hinged. And on the two of you can read that there's a phrase written in Draconic that says, "Knock here thrice to proceed safely." And Sure enough, they lean up, kind of reach way up because it's on top of the stack, and they knock 3 times, and they will turn and move towards the door here. And again, because they clearly know that there will be questions, they say,
had to disable another trap. Appreciate your patience, I suppose.
and
Ms.
we'll
Miss does
move.
her best to smile at them, like trying to be encouraging, knowing, like trying to again play on the ooh big lady. This is not a charismatic. Yes, hello, kitty.
Yeah,
This
she
is
wanted to be
not.
part of the stream.
She can do whatever she wants. I love her so much already. And it's not
It's
the
true.
one that made themselves allergic to chicken.
No, this one has epilepsy. It's great. Super cool.
Damn it. This is
Yeah, I know.
not a charismatic character. So she's trying to be supportive, but I will leave it up to the DM with a charisma of 10 how well that works.
I think the smile you get in return is one of somebody who also has a low charisma score, and so it just kind of looks like 2 people going at each other. They're just kind of like,
We're trying.
cool. We're
It doesn't
is
quite
this
reach
what
the eyes.
is this how smile
Grimacing.
go? Yeah. Like yeah, exactly. So opens this door and will lead you inside. And who has the blueprints by any chance?
I think Mizzy still has.
You do,
Mizzy,
yes.
if you wouldn't
Is it Mizzy or is it Mom?
mind.
Mom
I
gave
gave
to
them and
Mizzy.
did not give them back. Yes.
Mizzy took
I
them
would
as
actually allow both Audrina, because specifically because you're a mastermind rogue and that's like your jam. You studied those blueprints pretty well, and Mizzy, both of you feel free to roll. Feel free to roll perception or investigation. Perception specifically, at advantage for me.
Oh, I need another dice.
I needed that advantage.
Yeah, this room is pretty empty, and again, like this room, the workers did not get to this room yet. And there's kind of a minerally scent in the air, like wet stone here.
It's gonna be a 19.
22.
You two notice it immediately when you compare this with the blueprints. This room's too short,
Yeah, it's smaller.
and this rug goes under the wall, like so.
Liz doesn't really say anything, but she does instinctively hold a hand out to the side, expecting Thorir to walk straight into her hand. Because she just assumes he's not paying attention at this point in time.
You seatbelt
Okay.
mommed.
Like, he's good at the social stuff, she's good at, like, the intelligence-based stuff. Together, they are a functioning human being.
I think he's going to lean in and go, is that half a wall? Or like, is that like a fake wall? Or like, what's going on there?
Well, let's see if
Do you
the
say this
lizard
out loud, or are you
can
leaning into one of your party? You leaned into one of the party members softly.
Leaning into Miz. I'm like,
Okay.
hey girl, what is he trying to pull? Do you think I'm dumb?
Well, I don't think it's you specifically. And she's just gonna leave it hanging in the air like that.
The kobold
I
hasn't.
think he's gonna say out loud, oh, he thinks we're all dumb.
The kobold looks up at you, and they give you a look like, what the fuck, and just walk straight forward through the wall, which ripples like water as you do so.
Miz
And
is
one second.
on his goddamn tail. Like, she's trying to make sure she doesn't lose sight of him, because if he starts to try to run, she wants to be at a point where she can trigger her artificer thing.
For sure. So, he's gonna get to right here first. Wait, Rava, come back. Rava, come
Sorry,
back.
I saw a path.
So, they're gonna get to right here. And sure enough, beyond this illusory wall, you find this rough opening in the stone, like a section where the real wall is just straight up missing. And there's this like narrow hand dug tunnel here. They stop and look back at you because the passage is pretty tight. It's like not more than 4 feet high, 3 feet wide. So they look specifically at Nyx and say,
I don't think you're gonna have any trouble like me, but
and then kind of looks at the rest of you, being especially Landing, who I think is the tallest, on Mizia.
but the rest of you are gonna have to crouch pretty bad.
Oh, that's fine. I've got no problems getting dirty. And she's going to immediately get on her hands and knees and get ready to crawl through this tunnel.
Fantastic. So, yeah, they will, they'll start to lead you through this little section here and stop and wait just as soon as everyone gets around the corner. Again, Nixie, you follow with no issues. You don't have to crouch or nothing.
Do I?
Chair's crawling.
Poor Thorir is having
takes-
flashbacks to like the last time she did something like this.
The rest of you take a few moments to get through, and as soon as you do and you're ready, they wait for all of you, and they kind of sigh when you all come through. And actually, I think in the moment while the rest of you are struggling your way through, because that is effectively difficult terrain for you, they look at Nixie and say,
My name's Nibs, by the way.
Nice to meet you, I guess. Nibs, I'm Nyx.
Yeah, a pleasure, given the circumstances, I suppose.
I suppose so as well.
All right, everyone, this way.
and we'll start leading you down the left-hand path, not ever getting
on.
more than...
What's on the other side? Nibs?
Oh. That's the cave-in. Just, come on, everything will get explained if you just follow me.
And
All
they'll
right.
continue this way. They'll stop here and turn and wait for everyone to join and say,
Hey, everyone needs to be real careful.
and sure enough, you can see just beyond them that there is a massive, about 25-foot deep pit, and with jagged, just stalagmites at the bottom. And there's sort of a narrow ledge that's no problem for the likes of Nibs or Nyx, but for the rest of you, you're going to have to be careful.
Is it tall enough that I could stand up, or is she still gonna
Yes,
have to try to crawl this?
I apologize. It opened up right before you hit the fork, so you're all able to stand again. These are proper tunnel-sized tunnels. And in fact, anybody who wants to roll nature for me is more than welcome.
16.
Only a 13.
16, 13,
14.
14,
18.
18, and
Big old 10. Or actually 12,
10.
sorry.
Fair enough. 12? Okay. That's better. I think it's Thorir had the 18, correct?
Yes.
I think as you look around, you're like, okay, well the tunnel that went into the basement was hand dug out and it was Nib's size. This is bigger and that's weird. Like these are, I mean, like caves happen, but tunnels
Something else
aren't.
created this.
Yeah, like tunnels aren't necessarily natural. Nibs is going to tell all of you to just follow their path exactly, and mechanically that means nobody will have to roll athletics or acrobatics to get past this, uneven surface and potentially risk falling into the pit. You don't have to roll for it. I'm going to say you guys are able to follow the leader quite easily. And before getting further in this this little tunnel and down this cave, Nibs will call out,
Hey, guys, I brought friends, I guess. Please don't anyone be alarmed.
and you walk into the cave, and a handful of additional kobolds are in here. 7 more, to be exact. And several of them with hands on weapons, not drawn, but wide-eyed, and very alarmed to see all of you.
Miz is immediately gonna try to pull herself back up to her full height and kind of, dust the dirt off of herself and just hope and pray that she can use that same shock value that she had with Nibs with the rest of these creatures.
You see a couple of them look up at your height and are kind of like, whoa.
She is effectively, as long as she doesn't open her mouth, she's very impressive. So she's doing her best to just stand there, look impressive, and shut the fuck up.
Look regal. Yeah, this room is kind of interesting. It's full of the scent of like smoke and sour wine. There's a dead campfire here that the kobolds are lingering around. And several kobolds are just kind of chilling, or at least it looked like they were just chilling out until you all walked into this room. They some of them were in the middle of passing around a ladle dipped into a barrel of wine that's sitting in the corner. In fact, looks very much like the barrels that were upstairs and some of the barrels that were in the basement. You didn't check any of the barrels in the basement because Nibs was kind of ushering you onwards. And they're drinking from like mismatched tin cups and chipped mugs and whatnot. The kobolds that are in the corner here are a little, the rest seem to be dressed kind of in like more common clothes, but the ones that are sitting over here, they all kind of have their back to the wall and were facing the entrance anyway. And 3 of them appear to have some sort of cobbled together or decent leather armor. The 4th one has looser clothing, like slightly refined, not quite robes, but like looser, flowier clothing. And Nibs will turn and look at the rest of you, will make eye contact with this kobold over here, and just give a shrug.
Cheerio, fellows.
This one will speak up over here and
Hi.
and look at Nibs with a like there is definitely like a what the fuck, bro, and like, bro, I don't know what the fuck, going back and forth between these two. So they're not able to get Nibs' attention.
Missing to roll a
But you do have this
saving
one.
throw to keep my mouth shut.
If you would like to, by all means.
This is definitely like an involuntary thing for Miz at some point in time, so I'd like to leave it up to the dice. That's a fucking nat 20.
But I will let you
Growth, character
Yeah.
growth.
Hey, we're learning. We learn and we grow.
She's gonna do the thing where she just crosses her arms, keeps her mouth shut,
just continues looking impressive.
but it's very
Audrina,
much like trying to project that she's looking at Audrina as if Audrina is the boss, to try to encourage these kobolds to go talk to Audrina. Don't fucking talk to me. Don't bring me into this shit.
Yeah, Audrina, the floor is yours. This one is looking directly at you and is it seems to be interested in what you have to say because you're the first one to speak up.
Yeah, for sure. So I think I'll start with eye contact to him and then just sort of sweep it to everyone, landing on the one that Nibs had indicated, who I'm piecing together they are brothers, but I'm not going to say anything just yet. So yeah. So you're our poltergeist.
This kobold, which is a green kobold, kind of looks again back and forth like, shit, we've been made, and kicks a pebble on the ground and like,
So you kind of, you were the one triggering the stuff today, huh? That was y'all.
Indeed, indeed. But I'll have you know, mostly because we didn't blunder into them. One or two, of course, but they were all very well made, very well hid. But we are also very well equipped to deal with such things.
the kobold standing directly next to them kind of gives a, as you say, very well made, well hidden, as these two continue to mostly silently argue with their eyes and facial expressions. Everybody else is just kind of frozen watching the situation. The initial one that spoke to you will speak up again and say,
Well, I hope no one got seriously injured from anything that we
Dropped for
set
a
up.
bit, but I'm good. I'm good, buddy. Thank you for checking.
Well, we aren't supposed to be here, as you can imagine. And we were cut off from the rest of our families and our tribe. So we're only here because 3 weeks ago we got cut off, and we kept trying to dig to find a way around, and we ended up in the
and gestures back up the way that you guys came.
in the basement. And we thought, it's not. I mean, it was pretty cushy digs, even if it was a little dusty, and we just wanted a place to relax and live until we could hopefully maybe find our way back through.
And one of the kobolds that was watching down here will speak up and say, I keep telling you all, it's by all my calculations, we shouldn't have triggered a cave-in. I'm telling you. And then the one next to them is like, bah, you keep saying that. And the one you were initially talking to continues.
I mean, the guy came in and he started making renovations, and we thought we'd get kicked out, and so we just tried to scare him away. We didn't want to hurt anyone. I know a bit of magic,
And as if to illustrate this point, makes a gesture, presumably with prestidigitation, like a little flower of light blooms in their hand.
I'm sorry if anybody was frightened or got hurt, though.
Oh my
Please
poor
don't
dears.
hurt us or give us up.
No, of course, no. I think you are all the victims of a terrible circumstance, and a miscalculation has certainly put me ass over tea kettle a time or two, so I completely understand. We all do, don't we, my loves?
We all just nod as Bob said so.
Mizzy is nodding and just really trying to keep her mouth shut, but her attention is now mostly on, I think his name is Skitrix, the one that had like kind of preened when they were talking about how well constructed everything was.
Yes.
But here's the thing, my little dears. You'll never separate a rich man from equity. So, we have a problem. We've got to get you back to your families, and we've got to exorcise this poltergeist. Now, the man in question is in charge of the mines around here. If we got you to the mines, do you think you might be able to dig your way back to your family? And she looks at the one who did the calculations originally.
Yeah, that was, I believe, Greg, who speaks up again, like,
I would imagine so. I mean, that's kind of what we do.
And sure enough, you can see that there's a pickaxe that's like leaned up against the wall nearby, like the stone wall nearby, and like
That's our specialty.
and gestures to a couple others nearby, also with mugs because they were drinking wine.
That's our thing.
And Vizik will speak up again, just for the sake of not having given you their name, but just for the sake of knowing who's talking.
I mean, if there's some way we could have access to the mines or something, I don't see why not. That would be very very generous, I would think.
Of course. We knew from the jump that you weren't really trying to hurt anyone. Your actions were very evident, let us just say. And I don't mean that in a negative way, I mean that in an extremely positive way. I think we knew from the start that we were dealing with people who were backed into a corner, perhaps?
You say that, and Nibs is the one who kind of shuffles uncomfortably and grumbles something inaudible under their breath about like backed into a corner. But Vizik nods. As you are all talking, the kobolds start to relax. Their hands come off of whatever weapons. One of them was holding like a stick from the burnt out fire. They were not prepared to fight by any means. As that happens, there is a low rumbling that starts to shake underneath you, and a couple pebbles start to dance on the ground, and then from somewhere around deeper in the cave, you hear what almost sounds like an explosion as rock clatters against rock, pebbles against pebbles, and all the kobolds duck down as like they hunker as if to brace themselves, and Mech shouts out, Kruths, we're screwed! And the rest all of a sudden become extremely frantic and start talking amongst themselves, gathering things, weapons get picked up, and Vizik will turn and look at you, Audrina, because you've been the one talking to them.
Have you ever dealt with Kruthix before?
And anybody who wants to can roll nature or arcana to understand if they've ever heard of a Kruthik, Kruthik. And depending on how good the score is, you get different amounts of information.
There's going to be a greasy 20 on Arcana.
Okay.
18 Arcana.
18, got it.
Big
19
ol' 6.
Arcana.
I
Sorry.
slept through
Fantastic.
that day at school.
Yeah, nothing.
I got a 13.
13, and for Thorir?
19.
Gotcha. Anybody, I think it was either below 10 or above 15. Is that what No, we had a 13, correct? It doesn't matter. Anyone who
I had a
got
13.
above a 10 knows that these creatures are sort of insectoid burrowers that are pack hunters, and they're dangerous when they're together. Anybody above a 15 knows that they get more dangerous as they age, and adults can attack up close and at a further range and are very fast. Anybody above a 20? Did we have above a 20?
I had a 20.
You had a 20. Perfect. That's right. Once they age past a certain point, they gain the ability to spray acid. And you'd also know that these creatures, you being a tiefling, this is particularly something you would know. These creatures were created from a combination of a fiendish burrowing insect from the Nine Hells and scythe-clawed drakes, better known as velociraptors in the Eberron setting. They are nasty things that managed to make it into Faerun some years ago and occasionally crop up. And it would appear that as these kobolds are panicking, if their panic is to be believed, some Kruthiks have just made it burrowed into the cave system that you are in right now. And sure enough, Vizik will speak up.
We have to make it out of the caves alive. They'll never let us out. You gotta help, please.
And
You can count on us,
again,
Okay, time to go.
They're
Like
all
Missy,
panicking and moving around.
like Missy
Time
is
to
now
go.
dropping. You're getting full autistic blunt. Okay, time to go. I think I have the best chance back here. So everyone out, 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 out. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And she is going to start kind of looking around with her back to that where they had just come, trying to figure
Back
out
to
like her back is to where Thor is, and she's trying to figure out what the best way to provide cover would be as she's instructing everyone to fucking move.
the you know that there's, as has been the theme, one way in, one way out. You do know, and one of the what you'll hear amongst the chatter of the kobolds, one of them will say something along the lines of,
It sounds like it came from the cave in.
and the other path that Nibs was like, that's the cave in, whatever.
So
Um,
with
so you
that
have
information,
to,
she's going to kind of start trying to almost lead the pack out so that she keeps anyone that she deems like her not based on stats, that just she deems smaller or weaker than her is behind her
yeah,
and therefore further
all the
from.
little guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Awesome. They are going to have to be selected so I can move them. Nope, can't move them as a group right now. That's annoying. Um,
Uh,
Gotta do a selection and get everybody. Missed Grek.
Ooh, Greg.
Let's add. No, come on, Grek. Yeah, they will follow and probably try to be in the thick of things. And we'll continue. It looks like you're gonna take up the rear there.
Yeah, it's kind of my thing.
Adrena.
Also,
Yeah,
she's
totally
been like
understandable.
freaking out ever since we got underground. She's been keeping it under wraps. So it's like, I'll hang out with the kobolds. They kind of know what they're doing here.
and Ms. would station herself like
Still.
right. Gonna move this so that you can really see, like right there, like right at that opening.
Okay.
So that there's enough room for people to move and get out behind her, but she's also not like blocked in.
Yes. Dang it. It keeps I apologize, it keeps deselecting everybody so that I have kobolds that are just hanging out nowhere and everywhere all at once. Okay. These little dudes are gonna come running past and they're gonna like sprint into this little area, kind of huddling together in lots of chatter and panic as sure enough from down this path you hear a sort of kind of noise as something sounds like it is clawing its way into the tunnel. And from one of the kobolds, probably from Grek, you hear echoed down the hall as they yell out,
I'm telling you, that's why the tunnel. That's why it caved in. That's got to be why we caved in.
as they continue to panic. You have the option of trying to post up here and fighting, or you can run down the hall and see if it opens up. It is entirely up to all of you. And just as a warning, we will be rolling initiative very shortly.
Okay, then I need to do two things. Do we have any humans or anybody that doesn't have dark vision?
Me.
Okay, I'm going to Eyes of Night.
Nice.
So I am now sharing my 300 feet of dark vision with you. That lasts for an hour. Anybody else want to be able to see really, really far?
As an artillerist, I think it would be understood that the more sight Mizzy has, the better. I've only got 60 feet of dark vision.
Then yeah,
I've got
we'll
yeah.
both of you. So on
You
Mom
share
and
your
on
dark vision with them,
Miz.
you have like 300.
Yeah, because
Okay.
Twilight Cleric, baby. And then I am. Who wants my Vigilant Blessing? They get advantage on initiative.
It's up to you. I know Mizzy's first move, once we've figured out exactly where we are, if we're running down or
headed?
setting up, is she is basically,
Because
you know,
sometimes it's not that
she's
for
pulling her
clerics, so-
summons.
Yeah.
Mhm. Why are you not working? All right.
Hey, Shara,
Uh,
I'm giving you my vigilant blessing. You get initiative advantage.
Ooh. Thank you, love.
Of course.
everybody else. So I kind of let you do two things, but everybody else, is there one action you'd like to do before you rush down the hall?
Really quick, Shara would look at Audrina and go, "Mom, we've got your back," and that's a bardic inspiration to Audrina
Nice.
because
Awesome, awesome.
I know she's gonna run ahead of us because she's mom, and I want her to do well with whatever she does. And that's a D6.
I have a
you.
question.
Mm-hmm.
I've never used shield before, so I don't know if I use it as a reaction when I get attacked
Yes.
or if I have to cast it. Also, so I don't have
Reaction
to
when you're
have
attacked.
it.
Nope,
Awesome,
you don't
thank
have to have it up. It's a reaction when you get attacked. Nice and easy. All right.
Amazing. Thank you.
Mage armor?
I think not.
Okay.
Let me see.
Just didn't cast that or false life on myself as a wizard all the time.
Also
Oh,
Sally.
and I
do
respect
not.
Okay.
Not great either.
Nope.
The
So-
one thing I am going to do is, as I see our cleric and mom readying, I am going to use both of my special item infusions to infuse the weapons of cleric and mom.
Mm.
Oh, actually, I can use up to two. I can do 2 in 1 motion according to this. So it's you can touch up to 2 non-magical objects, imbuing each of them with one of your artificer infusions, turning them into a magic item. She is not going to attune them to herself. She is going to leave the attunement off so that each wielder can attune. Give me just a moment and I will tell you what those infusions are.
Lovely.
Anybody else while Mizzy is looking that up? Thorir's already done his things. Got Harley checking on Mizzy stuff.
Nope, that's magical
Mhm.
thinking. Where's infuse item?
Would I know
Yeah, I can
how
give.
this?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, never mind. It was a very weird idea, so I'm gonna discard it.
What was your weird idea? I love weird ideas.
D&D is all about weird ideas.
So I was thinking, would Nyx know how these insectoid things look, and if so, could I cast disguise self? But then I thought, no, maybe that would freak out my companions and the kobolds, and they would attack me. So
That's
discard
a
it.
very I do like the direction that was going in, but yes, possibly something that would terrify the kobolds who are already freaking out.
Come on. I am having trouble finding the list of artificer infusions.
I can get that for you real quick, like.
So, Nyx, baby, you're way too pretty to pass as one of those.
Thank you.
Of course, you're just gonna be sassy with me. All right, game rules, classes, artificer.
There you go. Artificer infusers.
Grabbed it. Perfect.
So it just keeps trying to
Most of
bring
the
me
stuff
back
is.
to my
Oh, there's
character
enhanced
sheet.
weapon.
Yeah, for
Plus
some reason.
1 bonus to attack and damage.
Yeah, that's the one
yeah,
I
that
want.
or-
That's what I vaguely remembered was I want to enhance their attacks. Because as an artillerist, she's mid to back line.
Wonderful. So both of you get a +1 bonus to attacks and damage. It's +1 to both, correct?
Yes.
It's a +1 weapon. Wonderful. So make note of that for both of you. Your weapon does +1 to attack and damage. And all of you are going to rush down this hall, it sounds like, as soon as everybody has done what it is that they do.
Are we standing to full height here, or is this also a squeeze?
Yes, you are. You're okay here. And this hall also looks big.
Got it. All right. Who's going in front? I'm assuming Thorir. Or no? Okay, you're going first. Okay, so I will.
Lead.
Perfect. In that case, I will use my extended help to tell Mizzy to aim for between the eyes and keep soul safe, dear. And to give you advantage on your next attack.
Oh, I appreciate you.
All right.
She's just gonna keep going till something happens.
Uh-huh. And stop. I'm gonna need everyone to roll initiative.
How far is everybody going?
That's just a d20, right?
Yes, and add your you will add a +3. It is your dexterity modifier for you specifically, Nixie.
Thank you. Ooh,
Thank God for that
16.
advantage, because oh bad, that one roll was very bad.
Yeah, I got a terrible one too.
Okay.
But
And
did
I
good with
apologize.
that.
Remind me who now has more sight. Remind me who is.
I do.
Audrina and
And,
Audrina
yeah,
and Mizzy.
Mizzy.
And it's a Twilight Cleric, so it's a truly
Something like
insane amount,
300.
right? It's like 300 feet.
300
yes.
feet.
All right, we've got that on
With their
Mizia.
special eyes. I
Let's
also
look
have
with your
special eyes.
It's you,
My
and
brand!
it is my brand. Sorry, and Audrina now has 300.
Yes.
Correct.
Excellent.
Exactly, Beth.
Time to adjust.
Thorir, you scamp.
And Thorir should also have 300 because that's just you. Nixie has 60, correct? 60 feet
I
of dark
think
vision.
so, yeah.
And Shara should also have 60 feet.
Yep.
So that's what you see. There we go. I just realized that your vision had not been updated. Now we're good to go. Now we're cooking with gas. What you see before you is a horrifying-looking creature with mandibles, sharp teeth, and a smaller version that looks a little beyond being larval. They each have 6 legs with sort of sharp, pointed feet at the end. They look at you as you come up, and one of them just kind of they both make horrifying sounds and start they kind of turn and start to look at you. I need to maybe I should write down everyone's initiative. That'd be a cool thing that someone who is definitely good at this game and super prepared would do, right? Yeah.
Yep. Usually.
It sounds like something traditionally, typically. All right. Do I have anybody who is above a 20 on initiative? Miss, what'd you get?
22.
22. Do I have any 15 to 20s?
19.
Yes, Nixie.
You both are 19?
No, I have 16.
Oh,
Nixie.
19 then 16?
Mhm.
That is Shara. 16 is Nyx. Okay. Any I've got 10 to 14 or whatever.
As in all things, Thorir is mid. That is a 12.
12. Incredible.
Where's Mom?
I got a big ol' 6. I'm behind the pack. I can
Rough.
switch initiative with one of you guys. So I'm not going to be able to do much but do help as an action and help as a bonus action. So if one of you guys want to switch with me, that way
Okay,
I
good.
can give you... Okay.
Who's switching?
I'm switching.
Okay,
That'll
so
take you
Thorir...
all the way to 6 though. Is that okay?
I know. Sometimes it is good for the cleric to be following up
last.
the rear because
Yep.
then I can heal one of you if something goes horribly awry.
Fair
Yes.
enough.
Young. And then last is Thorir. And 6. Okay, wonderful. So first up to act is going to be Mizzy. you see two creatures in front of you, both kind of clicking their horrible mandibles and snarling as they look your way. And in fact, I can even show you what they look like if you give me just but a moment.
It's gonna be terrible.
And
Just based on the sound, I hate them already.
Good.
Yeah. Sorry, the word mandibles got pulled out. Not a
Yeah, I'm
fan.
out.
Yeah. Well, I do apologize. I appear to
You
have
lost me at
misplaced-
man.
That's real. That's very good.
Immediately, Mizzy is going to begin setup, and she is going to use her action to create a eldritch cannon.
Awesome. Okay.
You said that being a tiefling, she'd also have a lot of experience with these. Does she know if it has any? How does it deal with fire damage? Like, is that something
So
she'd
she
know?
would know, not necessarily something she would know off the bat. She just kind of knows the background of them because you rolled so well and you happen to be a tiefling. It had to do with the 9 hells.
Okay. What she's gonna do is she is going to create a tiny sized force ballista. Because it is
Okay.
tiny sized, she can hold it in her hand and take it with her as she moves around.
Gotcha.
According to the sheet that I've got here. That is her
Okay.
action, so I believe that's her turn. Because I don't have a ton of like bonus action stuff that's useful right now.
Alrighty. I'll at least put this in here for y'all so you can see what some of them. I thought I had it prepped to show in the tabletop, so I do apologize. But for anybody watching, if you want to look up a Kruthik, Kruthik, they are pretty gross. So you create the cannon and you've got it in your hand. Do you need me to create a little token for that, or would you like, since it's in your hand, do you know that it's in your hand? Is that easy enough?
Yeah, it's in my hand. Can I use? Is my bonus action an attack on this? I don't know how to read this.
Let's see. Arcane cannon, artillerist. Doodaloo. That's where is it? Eldritch cannon. You created an eldritch cannon. It looks like you create an action, and you're doing the force ballista. It says the force ballista is a bonus action, so it looks like
yeah,
you
we're
can
gonna
attack
go-
with force ballista.
We're going to go straight up and attack. She's gonna move out to here and go
Okay.
straight for the adult, because she deems the adult a bigger threat.
Okay. Make a ranged spell attack. It has 120 feet of range, so you got it in spades.
Yeah.
So yeah, ranged spell attack.
That is a 19 plus 6. That is a 25 to hit.
That will absolutely hit.
Perfect. And I think it says it's a 2d6,
I believe it says
No, that's
2d8
mending.
force damage.
8. Where's my d8s? I am also a person who is definitely good at this game and prepared.
God, we're on the same page. Look, I said 3 to 5 hours, and we're already approaching 6. So sorry, guys.
We are at 6 hours and 9 minutes.
Well, if we're being fair, the stream technically started with the 15-minute window of, hey, we haven't started yet, you
Touché.
know. So
Touché.
I'm counting it.
And we've had 2 breaks. So really,
I've been here a few hours.
I'm
Okay,
doing my best.
so that is 2d8 force damage. Oh, wait, it says, at the top of my thing, it says 2d8 plus 4. So for 2d8 plus 4, that is 6, 8, 12 force damage.
If you click on Eldritch Cannon, it just says 2d8 force damage. It does not
Yeah.
seem to add anything to it.
So it's
But-
weird. It says at the top it says damage 2d8 plus 4, but when you move down it says damage 2d8. So I'm gonna leave that up to the DM because it says two separate things.
I think it's just because under bonus action it says like Eldritch Cannon Flamethrower and it just says 2d8 damage. So I think we're just gonna leave it at the 2d8.
Okay, so
That
that
makes,
is 8 damage, and it is pushed back 5 feet, if it can be.
Okay, 8 damage, push. Minus 8, and it gets pushed back 5 feet. Let me make sure it can.
It looks like it's kind of
Yes.
backed against a wall.
I'm gonna say it slides this way and gets pushed
Okay.
back over there, like up against. And sure enough, you can see that the way the cave kind of. You can see now that you're in this room, just for the sake of knowing what's in here. There's a big empty chamber with mostly bare, but you can see the cave in that they're talking about. You can also see where these two creatures have kind of burst through into the room. Sort of deep scrape marks made by their like chitinous pointed arms, basically. Couple pickaxes in here, like shitty pickaxes that maybe were left behind by the kobolds because they've been dutifully trying to dig through, as they implied. Okay, and that should, I believe that ends your turn?
Yep.
Up next is Shara.
Shara run in, just so she's not pointing through or by Ms.
Mhm.
And she just kind of goes, well, guess this is what we're getting paid for. And we'll, again, deeming the adults the problem here, cast Shatter at the adult Kruthik. She doesn't really want to be in this fight. She thought the day was over.
Okay.
And so it's a Constitution save of 14.
All right.
And it's a 10-foot sphere, but I think because it got pushed back, and even before it got pushed back, it wouldn't hit the little one too. So we're just aiming. At the
That
adult.
is correct. It won't. You said what was the con save? 14?
14. Yep.
It fails. I do have to
Okay.
roll something else.
Okay.
Also fails. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay, so that is 3d8, right? 3d8. Okay. Where's my? There it is. I can do math, I swear. That is 17 damage.
17. Damn. All right.
Great one.
Yeah, fantastic hit. So we're gonna knock 17 off there.
Okay. And
And-
there's a loud boom sound, and I imagine the kobolds will scream and run faster.
Oh yeah, you could hear like "Ah!" from down the various yelps and yips from down the hall. Okay, is that your turn? Any bonus actions or anything like that?
And then let me just double check one more thing. No, that's it for now. I'm gonna hold that line there with Ms.
Okay. Moving on. With a spray of rock, and I'm gonna say these things kind of happen concurrently. You cast Shatter, a massive explosion, and crawl like chewing up through the rock. Another contender joins the battle. A very
Another
large
bombshell has
Kruthik.
entered the villa.
As it comes clawing up, it catches a
Lord.
full spray on the side, basically a full force casting of Shatter, and also takes the 17 damage back to back because it was technically in the line of sight and it was on its way up as you cast it. It, however, crawls its way up, roars angrily as you catch it in the face. It is going to attempt to attack you, Shara, because you are right there.
Can I use my reaction to
Watch.
cast shield on Shara?
You cannot cast shield on other people.
Oh, damn it. That's
It
right.
is for yourself only.
I got
But I
excited.
appreciate the
I
sacrifice.
appreciate
Hey, that's
that
all
as
right.
well. I will, however, actually no, I'm fine. It's fine.
Sure thing.
It's
You
fine,
watch
it's
as
fine,
it
guys.
raises.
It's fine, I promise.
It's fine. It's fine.
I will say, I do have this artwork, which is pretty cool. I won't lie. This dude, it's kind of hidden beneath
Yeah.
things, but you see him. You see the guy.
Yeah,
Okay.
So raises up one of those giant, sort of chitinous, spiked upon spiked arms, and is with a 12 on the die. A 19, I assume, hits you.
Yep.
Oh yeah. And that means that this 25 also hits. It hits you twice here. That is okay. Damage.
Don't die.
That is. Please don't die. Wow,
alright.
that's rough. That's rough. Very rough. Okay.
Hear
Um,
We don't wanna hear that.
that's 22 points of piercing damage as I managed to roll really impossibly well from this thing. It comes down
Yeah,
and
that
just
does
boom, boom, right into your
hurt quite a
shoulders.
bit. That hurts quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Ow!
Okay.
Oh! Yeah,
It
that
does not
hurts.
have any bonus actions though, which is great.
Good.
And that's going to move on to Nixie.
From where I am, question: if I cast something with a distance, it will hit my team members.
Not necessarily. If you're just rolling to hit the monster, and if you can see it, you're small, and also like you guys are experienced adventurers. The idea of rolling to hit is to make sure you can hit the thing. Only time I'd worry about that is I was feeling particularly rude and you rolled a nat 1.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna try and cast Witch Bolt on a second level slot to the
Okay.
the middle one, the one that is medium.
The
Alright.
adult
hurt
down
one
here.
Young,
Yeah.
adult, or elder?
This one,
The adult.
Okay, the adult. Got
the
it.
adult, yes. So that's a d20 to see if it hits, right?
Yep, d20 plus your spellcasting modifier. So add +5 to this roll.
Yeah. That's a 19.
That is absolutely going to hit.
Okay. Then I'm rolling the Witch Bolt on... Where is my second level?
So 3d12.
Yeah, plus the 5, right? Because I'm
Yep,
pulling
no,
from the end. beyond.
That's 2 hit. So the 3d12 is the damage. If you just click that, it'll roll it for you.
Oh, right. Thank you. That is a lightning. Why do I get two numbers? Lightning damage 10 and then lightning damage 4. Total damage 14.
It shoots 2 different
14.
bolts. So one bolt does 10 damage and one bolt does 4 damage.
Oh, thank you. Well, total damage is 14.
What is the... Hold on. Is it doing the... Oh, no, it did 10 damage. So with Witch Bolt, one of the things you can do is as a... now that you have hit, now you have this arc of like black... Actually, you describe, what does the magic look like of the Witch Bolt? Typically it gets described as like black crackling lightning, but that might not be how your magic shows up.
Yeah, because I'm all about the stars and sparks, so I'm just gonna point at it with my staff, and there's a dark cloud above them, and it starts raining like comet stars.
Oh, very
That's
cool.
how it hits.
So this just starts pummeling the creature, and on subsequent turns, that will stay there until you drop concentration, and that will continue to rain down on them. You have a connection there, and you will be able to, with a bonus action, deal an additional 1d12 on top of that while you maintain concentration. So the D4 or the 4 damage is what you'll pay attention to for the next time. We can cross that bridge when we come back around to your turn. But for right now, you have dealt a healthy 10 damage, to this creature. And you watch it kind of sag down on one leg, like deeper in, and like you can see that there's bits of like Icarus green that are starting to ooze out of its carapace as it gets pummeled by these little comets and things, and it lets out like a kind of gasping roar. It's not happy, as you might be able to notice by its health bar. And are there any bonus actions you'd like to do other than that? I think the only bonus action you have right now, until your next turn, is to Misty Step, but you're not really in any direct danger to do so?
Nope, that's it for me.
Perfect. All right, then the adult Kruthic is going to attempt to do something before it gets absolutely splattered by y'all. It is going to try to, at range, I think because the first person to hit it was Mizia, it's going to fire. It's got these like bristly spikes that kind of sprout from its joints, and it's gonna like lunge an arm forward and attempt to throw some of those natural like long needle-like spikes at Mizia. You are welcome to wait to see if this hits before you decide to cast shield if you would so choose. The first one certainly misses.
Okay.
I don't think an 11 hits you either.
Does not.
No, certainly doesn't. It goes wide. This thing is like kind of limping, and as it goes to throw at you, it misses super wild, and the quills like clatter to the stone floor. So no need to cast shield if you don't want to. That will go ahead.
She is gonna just let out kind of just a scream at this thing. Like she is locked in and just yelling. Kind of just cursing it out for attacking her.
Audrina, that is your turn.
All right, so Audrina's going to move around the corner to get sort of an assessment of the battlefield. And she's going to say, all right, my loves. Looks like Nixie's got the adult one. We don't need to worry about that. Thoria, move forward, see if you can get the young one. Maybe we can drop it in one hit. Mizia,
Hey, Mom.
turn your attention to the elder, and let's see what we can do. So Thorir, you have advantage on your next attack. Mizia, you have your advantage on your next attack, and that is my turn.
10-4, bring it home, Mom.
Wonderful. Yeah, you call out these like very expert, battlefield commands with just practiced ease. You've done this. These are your kids. These are your ladies, Thorir included, and you've got it.
Honorary lady.
Honorary.
It takes
lady.
a man to be a lady.
It really does.
Really, and for true. This little dude is gonna go, and it is gonna like
get closer to me.
It's gonna rock up on Mizia and attempt to stab her with its little stabby arms. I swear to God, I had a better word
that I
for
don't have Sentinel.
better word for that. This time I do think this is going to hit. That is going to be a 22 unless you'd like to do something about it.
For now, I'm just gonna take it.
Okay. That is going to be 6 points of piercing damage as it just reaches up and lances this sort of spiny leg straight into your thigh, and it just looks up at you with almost these tiny beady eyes set into its like the crown of its head, and just like little like flecks of spit.
as it pierces, Mizia lets out this string of dwarvish curses.
The nastiest of all. The most terrifying swear words you've ever heard.
For
That's gonna
reference,
round
it's
us
kind
out.
of like she's yelling at you in German.
Yeah, for
Like-
real.
Yeah, of course. If this were like a comic book, it would just be a series of like runic, just like Viking runes, just a whole panel of them. Round out this first round of combat, my friend Thorier, please.
Excellent. It is deeply upset that he's watching his ladies get hit and get hoarded. He comes around this corner and he's gonna get real up close and personal with this young one, and he's gonna go, "Get off!" and then grab kind of like the scruff, or where he would assume a scruff would be, and cast Inflict Wounds.
Okay, rad.
So I need a con fail from you.
Did you say con fail?
I
Yes,
heard it.
I want you to fail it.
That's fantastic. Hey, what is it? Put the energy you want to see in the world. Put that out there. I love that.
Exactly.
We're gonna manifest
You
this.
should only have 12 because you're so mid.
With a real strong 6, I'm pretty sure that fails. I think I delivered.
Okay. Give me a
Give me
total of
that
14 points of
beautiful-
damage.
Woo! Well, let me tell you, this little dude had 13 hit points.
Get wrecked.
And
That's what I'm talking about!
just
fucking
like
go!
Mom said,
Got
maybe
that
you can
thing
take it down in one
taken
hit.
care of.
What do you know? Incredible, truly. The larval, like young Kruthic just expires, grabs it by the scruff, and it just turns into, in your hand as you use necromantic energies to inflict wounds, turns into what basically looks like a cicada husk, a giant cicada husk in your hand, and just and its arms like an insect shrivel in on itself. Any bonus actions from you? Anything else?
For flavor, he is going to then like throw it almost against the wall and then make like as much eye contact as he can with Shara and go, "Get fierce!" And with that, that's gonna be his healing word. Let's see what I can get back to you, babe. It's gonna be 14 points of healing. We really love the number 14 in this house.
I need to take mine
Incredible,
down.
truly.
We need to start writing down 14, 19. These are a lot of numbers.
These are
Yeah,
these
these
are
are
our
numbers,
power
babe.
numbers right now. Incredible. All right. With that done, strong turn from Thorier. Back to the top, Mizzy. Get it, girl.
Mizzy is
Go
going
fist
to
bump.
Yeah, girl.
heard Mom.
immediately. She's going to start like kind of vibrating and glowing blue as she casts Fairy Fire. I need every creature to make a Dex saving throw. Give me a minute. Fairy Fire, where'd you go?
Cube.
We also in that are we also creatures? That's a metaphysical question now.
I believe you count, yes. Because it's all.
Yeah, if you don't have careful spell, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have careful spell.
That's correct.
So,
It doesn't damage your friends, but still.
no.
My first one of the game, a nat 20.
Yeah! So,
I got
That's
an
amazing.
Showed.
Woo!
your Dex save was
Thanks.
going to be 14, so anyone who failed that is going to be glowing in that same blue glow. If a creature is glowing in that blue glow, attack rolls have advantage against it.
Well, you watch as the adult Kruthic lights up like a blue Christmas tree, and the elder Kruthic does not, with a nat 20 on its save as well.
She is going to then turn her attention on the elder and use her bonus action to fire off that ballista again.
And you'll still get
Okay.
advantage.
And I do get
yeah.
advantage on that.
Correct.
So that is going to be 2 dice.
Yeah.
That plus. Where's my ballista? Come back, ballista.
I think you get a +4 to hit. Or no, it's +6 to hit.
+6 to hit. Yeah, that's a 24 to
It's
hit.
a spell attack, yeah. Incredible. It definitely hits.
So that is going to be 2d8.
Correct.
14 damage.
Nice.
Nasty. Rolling real well. Very good.
Did it take
Amazing.
damage from the shatter too?
Oh,
a
it
little
did.
bit, yeah.
Just a little. Okay, understood.
The
was
way
not.
these health bars are set up, they are set in sections, so you will not see until like quarters, basically. So you see when they at the half
Got it,
that's
okay.
bloodied and so on and so forth. I had it set up so
Hell yeah.
you don't know exactly how damaged they are. I like the idea of it
That's
just
very
being
cool.
a quick glance. So yeah, you can just kind of look at them and be like, oh, I can roughly see how damaged they are, because that would
And
be normal. You guys are experienced adventurers. You should
Yes,
be able
we
to
are expensive
visualize. how
adventurers.
You're
damaged
also
something
expensive
is.
You are
adventurers.
You're
expensive.
expensive
Really.
adventurers.
And as she fires off this force ballista at the elder, you think you hear something akin to "get fucked," but it's the heat of the battle, and you're not quite sure.
Just can't be totally sure.
Wouldn't be
Wonderful. All right,
surprised,
that's
though.
action, bonus action. I believe that brings us around to Shara. You are directly next to this monster. This is a large-sized creature, so
Yeah.
it is towering over you, and it's just roaring its jaws, like slavering with disgusting ichor.
Yeah. Without, like, it almost looks like it's just like, okay, this is what we do when someone gets too close. And you guys see another blast of magic energy leave her hand, and she's swinging up almost like she's like uppercut slapping this thing because she's sending it straight at the head. And I'm casting Dissonant Whispers, so it's a Wisdom
Nice.
save.
Nice.
Well, it might surprise you to learn that this
Yeah.
thing isn't particularly wise, but we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, it's fighting us instead of running away.
DC is 12,
14.
correct? 14? Well, with an 11 on the die and a +0 to its wisdom, it fails.
Okay. So it will take 11 points of damage. Takes all of
11?
11.
Excellent.
And then
You watch as this thing, go ahead and describe how that
It literally looks like
after
her-
it connects.
it like the magic that leaves her hand looks like a slab, kind of like engulfs around the head and like goes in through like all of like the eyes and the mouth, like it kind of like invades in, so it's attacking the brain from the bottom up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you watch this magic. It sends its head upwards. It's like just in through the mouth, in through the brain, and it just kind of shudders there for a second as the damage takes hold. And you watch as its eyes start to leak a green ooze, and a mouth starts to leak as well. It's not happy, that's for sure.
And then
Any
bonus
bonus
action,
action?
bardic inspiration to Nixie by saying, "I know you can kill that thing. Let's do it." And bardic inspo to Nixie for a +6 on her if she needs it.
Wonderful. The Elder Kruthic is going to... Let's see... Oh, yeah. That's, yeah. That's gonna have to happen.
I would like to
all
cast
right.
shield on
I've
myself.
accepted it.
Unfortunately, this is about to be a dexterity saving throw that I
Damn it.
require from Shara, Mizia, and Thorier, please.
Dex
As you
save.
watch
Awesome.
this
He's so
thing,
good at saving throws, man. He's
you
so
watch
good
this
at that.
Actually, I'm pretty
monster.
dexterous. I'm pretty dexterous.
Not mid
You
at
watch
all.
the monster start to inhale.
That's cocked. Permission to reroll.
Go ahead. And it from its belly up, you just hear this burbling noise as it spews acid all over the three of you.
17 on the dice, which gives me a 21.
Okay.
15.
15 for Thorir.
23
Shara?
for Shara.
23. All
19
right.
on the die.
Nice.
Well, let's see. Good news. Everyone's saved. Bad news. You still take half damage. It could be a lot worse. I promise you.
Probably could be.
Ooh. Okay. Math.
I don't like hearing these words coming
21.
from our DM.
Oh man. Brief aside, last night Curse of Strahd game, DM said, I need to get a calculator after rolling a bunch of dice. And I almost vomited.
Mystic
I would've
Water
lost
says
it.
that she loves the DM's hair.
Thank you so much. My stylist is incredible. All I do is sit there. Each of the three of you will take 10 points of acid damage as it just vomits disgusting, like, stomach bile basically all over you. And then that is going to be its action. That is it. That is going to move on to Nyx. You still have your connection with the adult Kruthic, and you're absolutely able on a bonus action to continue to deal damage to it. And you can do an additional thing as long as it is not a concentration spell.
I'm not sure if I have no concentration spells.
Oh, you do.
Let me see.
Anything that on your spell list, anything that has a little C in a diamond is a concentration spell. If it doesn't have it, that means it is not a concentration spell. So, looking at your spells,
Yeah.
you've got several
What-
cantrips that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was not
I was gonna
looking
say-
at the cantrips. Yeah, you're right.
So, but casting Witch Bolt, it's basically in your best interest to keep doing it until this
I
thing
know.
fries, because that's like
Mhm.
it's the whole point.
But
free
I
real
do
estate,
have
baby.
another action, right? So I could cast Shield Touch and still maintain the concentration.
That is correct.
You'd have to touch.
Because
you'd have
it-
to get in touch with the creature, though.
Yes, that is
Oh,
that is
is
a
right.
touch spell.
Never mind. I'm just
Um,
gonna stay here and maintain the concentration.
Sure.
Always
but you
smart
do still
for
have it in
glass cannon.
course.
Sorry.
But
Sorry.
but you do so you can take a bonus action to deal the 1d12 lightning damage automatically. And you can still cast another spell as an action or do something else as an action. So if you would like to use Shatter, for example, if you use Shatter here, it would absolutely catch both of these creatures. And then you could use your bonus action to deal more damage if you'd like. Or, yes, I think that is your... Or if you moved forward and touched this one, you could use Chill Touch. But that is entirely up to you. Those are just suggestions on things that are possible.
Okay. So how about I cast the extra damage with the Witch Bolt first, and then
Okay, go
decide
ahead
if I
and
have
roll.
to move or not.
Sure. Yeah, roll 1d12 for me.
Yep. That is I don't know what this is. No. 10. That is a 10.
Nice.
What does it look like when your cloud of meteors absolutely obliterates this thing?
Oof. The clouds start to part, and then we see like a very, very big meteor coming down and just tremble like all around it. And it slams onto the thing and goes like that.
Just smushes it entirely. It cracks straight through the carapace of this insectoid monster, and it just squishes on the ground, lifeless-eyed, and it's dead. So dead. It's just wow. It's so dead.
It's crazy how dead that thing is.
So dead. You do still
Very dead, I
have
love it.
an action if you would like to use it, because that only costs you a bonus action.
Okay. Would that be movement and an action, or is the movement the action?
No, you can do both. You have you have 25 feet of movement, and then you also have you can use up to 25 feet, and each of these squares is 5 feet. and you can do an action in addition.
Okay, can I cast from here? Hold on. Let me check the distance for the thing.
You're
Shatter
15
is
feet away
60
from this
feet.
creature. Yeah, you got plenty of,
so
and
yeah.
plenty of space, and you can absolutely angle it in a way that doesn't harm any of your friends.
Okay, so that's gonna be shatter on the elder thingy.
Okay. So that's a con save for the Elder Kruthic. It does make it save, but because I believe yours is a 13, but it still takes half damage. So still roll that through. You can just click that 3d8 button if you want.
Yep.
And we'll divide that in half when we get to it.
Total damage, thunder damage. Hold on.
Mhm.
Thunder damage 18, so halved would be 9.
9, that is correct. Awesome. You watch as it gets caught again in a blast of thunderous magical energies, and it just this thing roars out in protest. More green ichor is starting to ooze from between the plates in its sort of natural armor. Well, the adult was gonna go, but she did. Which means we move on to Audrina. It is your turn.
Alrighty, so we're all clumped up and ready for another spray. So
Indeed.
I think I'm going to move a bit, encourage everybody to kind of spread out as well, so there's no clear targets. All right, that is probably going to miss this thing. Oh yeah, I have Bardic Inspiration. Never mind. There we go. That's a little bit better. Does a 14 hit this thing? It is big.
It does not, unfortunately.
Ah, bummer.
You watch as its sort of chitinous plates tighten around itself. And were you firing a hand crossbow?
Yeah,
bolt or
crossbow
something?
bolt. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, it bounces off. This thing's a little tougher than piercing might normally allow.
We also
Well,
have
wittitions.
we also have it infused. Did you add your +1? I don't know. A 15 might hit it.
Oh yeah, that's right. It was a 15.
It's a 15.
Unfortunately,
still no
15
good.
still isn't going to
Now
get
we
the
try.
job done.
Thank you for remembering. So yeah, so I think Audrina kind of,
Thanks.
does a little tongue click. Well, all right, Mizia, fire away, and I'll use my bonus action to give you another advantage on your cannon strike.
Perfect. That was action, bonus action, Thorir.
And movement,
I believe
that's
it is
it,
you, my friend. Yep, excellent.
All right. And boom, 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 hitting.
Go for it.
Flail time. That's
Flail
only a
time.
9.
That not gonna do it, rather,
No,
unfortunately.
I didn't think so. But I am going to. How bad is everybody? Okay, I'm going to. Healing word. Shara again. Just because it's close by. Add yourself 9 healing there, Shara.
Oh, love you.
Okay. Action, bonus action, Mizia, it's back up to you.
Still just screaming curses in Dwarvish. Miz is going to start with her bonus action and fire off another ballista shot at the only one left. You said this was at advantage, Audrina?
Correct. Yes.
How do we feel about a 19? Wait, am I adding 6, not 4, right?
Correct.
That's a
I believe
21,
that was
actually.
what it...
15 on the dice.
Man. You watch as this thing, your force ballista just wow. Yeah, you think that 19 is just gonna do it. Go ahead and roll that 2d8 damage.
15.
Fantastic.
That's almost max.
You watch
well
as
done.
this thing just takes a percussive blast, and watch just a spurt of acid from its midsection, as if something inside has now ruptured and starts sizzling down and dripping to the floor. It roars in protest. Go ahead.
With the hand that is not holding the cannon, I'm imagining she's holding the cannon in her non-dominant hand. With her dominant, she pulls out this giant wrench, which is going to be her mace stats. Think like Winry from Full Metal Alchemist.
Incredible.
And as she is going to just run up here past Chill Touch and haul off and smack this thing as hard as she can with Chill Touch, which is going to do, if I hit, that'll be 1d10 necrotic.
That is correct.
This
Yep,
dice
it's a
has
plus
been
6 to
rolling
hit.
better.
See if you make it.
3c20.
Incredible, you hit.
Excellent.
D10, D10, D10. This is a D10. 7. So that is
7 points of damage.
7 points of necrotic damage.
All right. It is not looking great. That is for sure. It is its turn now. And it is going to utilize a special feature it has. And dive down into the earth. This does not impose an attack of opportunity from anybody, just so you know.
Didn't pick you.
It disappears into it leaves behind a bunch of rubble, and it is going to burst back out just over here.
Oh!
And it is going to, because it sees the tunnel, and Nixie is the only one standing in between the tunnel and itself. It is going to attempt to make an attack. It can emerge. Yep, make one claw attack. So as a bonus action, it is going to only attack you the one time. But
Me?
yes, that is correct.
Can I cast
Nixie does.
shield on myself?
Yeah, absolutely. That should raise your AC to 18 from 13, correct?
That is correct.
Well, I regret to inform you that even with shield, this thing's arm comes down and shatters. You all watch as it shatters through the starlight magic and
silvery
catches you in
barbs.
the shoulder. Ooh, excellent use of the spell.
Don't
Gotta
touch my-
reroll, gotta pick the
Don't
worst.
touch my wizard.
What is silvery barbs? Is it just you saying that through gritted teeth?
Yeah, and it's they have to re-roll and use the lower roll on their d20 attack.
And let me tell you, it was a much lower roll. It bursts out from the rock and stone. It raises its arm up, looking like it's going to stab at Nixie, and you just don't touch my wizard. And the magic just swirls it for a second, and it hesitates just long enough for the shield to go up, and it bounces off.
And
Which that's
I'll
gonna
give the
make it.
advantage to Nyx.
Oh yeah.
Oh, my heart
Perfect.
rate.
Perfect.
So
Nyx has advantage on her attack after this thing tried to mess with her.
and that's
her
perfect
next
because
turn.
it is now Nixie's attack. It is your turn. This thing is within melee range of you. It is
Touch
right
range.
there.
I was so close. I was so scared. Thank you so much. Oh. So he is now within range for shield touch.
That is
But-
correct.
Oh yeah.
Mm,
And you
Maybe
do
made a
have
mistake.
advantage on this.
Yes, 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 yes. But I still have one slot on Witch Bolt.
I will tell you this. Because Chill Touch is a touch spell, it does not ranged spell attacks are made at disadvantage when you are in melee range. Now, you have advantage on your attack, which means you would roll it flat. Chill Touch, however, you would get advantage on the attack, so you get to roll twice, take your better. So it's really weigh the cost benefit analysis. Of course, Witch Bolt is a much more powerful spell and will deal more damage, but you will roll it flat as opposed to advantage on the Chill Touch spell. So
Okay, so then I will go Chill Touch.
so roll twice, take the better.
20. Oh wait, don't I have to roll first to see if I hit it?
Roll. You'll roll that d20 twice, so you can click the +5 twice if you'd
cool.
like.
Whoa! No, this cannot be real. I got 2 natural 20s.
That's a 1 in 400
The dice are
chance, I
telling us
think.
the
That's
story.
amazing. That means you
can
win
grab my
D&D.
camera and show you. I do not believe this.
I mean,
You should
first
take
of
a
all, take
screenshot.
a picture of it for
Take a picture of it,
posterity.
like, yeah, take a picture on your phone.
That's not real. Hold on. How did
so worth it.
that did it even happen?
Incredible.
You gotta prove you've done it. Like, this is... I've never seen it happen before. That is amazing.
I've seen it one other
Amazing.
time.
I have done it one time, and it was at disadvantage. It felt real good.
Yes!
Incredible.
I've done it once.
Yes.
That's the close up. Like 2020.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
That's
Hell
amazing.
yes.
Wow.
Amazing.
Okay, so
Get it.
time slows down a little bit here. You know, the Kruthic, Elder Kruthic tries to disappear. It tries to barrel its way through Nixie. It bursts from the ground in an impressively terrifying spray of rocks and rubble. It raises its arm. Don't touch my wizard. It bounces off of the shield. And Nixie, you are staring this thing down. You're so small and this thing is so huge. You reach out. What does it look like when you touch this thing with Chill Touch? What does that look like for you?
This is not gonna be actually me physically touching, but my quill comes out from my pocket. It has like a stella of shiny things, and it goes up to it, and it pops it on the nose.
This thing is growling to just like low, deep, as it's just bearing down on you, and this quill just sort of, as it kind of watches it, and where your quill touches the tip of this thing, sort of where a nose would be, ice crystals start forming, and its eyes cross as it tries to see what's happening, but then its eyes freeze in place as the frost spreads across its face, down its back, its legs. It starts trying to wheel backwards from you and just starts freezing in place. And as you, with the magic of 2 nat 20s, we have to honor 2 nat 20s, right? It freezes in place, and all of you hear this like as it starts to crack apart. This giant ice sculpture of a monster begins to fall apart, and just the arm falls off first, then in the other arm, its body cracks in half, its head falls off and bounces and lands directly at your feet, Nixie. You have destroyed the Kruthic. You have defeated the monster. It's not just dead. It's double dead.
We did it! MLC, we did it!
Go!
The Kruthic shatters apart into ice and bits of insectoid guts and just gross. But you have your trophy in front of you, the head of this monster that was
out.
just could have eaten.
Oh, we're
you
taking
in
that home.
one gulp.
Yes, it's going on the wall at home.
And
Mizzy
you are
starts putting
absolutely
down
able.
the various rocks that she'd picked up to start turning into catapult projectiles.
obviously you're out of initiative. As the dust kind of settles, it's a few moments. You all kind of catch your breath. You hear a voice from further down the tunnel.
Everyone okay down there?
And you can hear Vizik, the one that was discussing with you earlier, kind of calling down.
Nothing we couldn't handle.
Good. And as I say all good, I tap Thorier and give Thor some health back because we're both a little hurt.
Appreciate it.
Doing what we do best, breaking hearts.
Sure enough, Vizik will poke
claps
around
Nixie
the
on the back.
corner. Fantastic.
Nix just glides to the floor for a sec. Like,
Vizik pokes their little head around the corner.
And they're like, hey, you're alive. Oh man, that sounded terrible in there. You guys did that quick.
And
come on, we're in the basement.
and we'll lead everybody up to the basement, where sure enough the rest of the kobolds are waiting, just hanging out, waiting for you guys.
13 points back to Thorier.
As Ms. passes Nixie, she kind of extends her hand, offering her like a, hey, do you want to just like write on my back type of motion?
I will just grab her hand, but I will let myself be dragged, kind of like sadness in inside out, like whoa.
And she like, this is not a first time occurrence, so Ms. is just like, yeah, okay, come on, and drags the little drama queen along with her.
Up we go.
So yeah, you guys can all make it into the basement around the corner as you like. And sure enough, the little guys are waiting for you. And there is a cheer. Obviously, you guys took the head with you, and there is just resounding cheer when they see that you have felled the foul beasts. They are applauding. They're like patting you guys on the back. They're like,
Oh my god, I can't believe you did it. Like, oh, this is incredible. You're the most incredible adventures we've ever seen.
and just typical little guy stuff. And yeah, from here, just in the interest of time, because I sure did smash through my time limit that I hoped to hit, and I do apologize sincerely. If you are
I
all
loved every
comfortable with
minute of it.
I appreciate you saying so. If you don't mind me fast forwarding you to the tavern with the kobolds in tow, if you would like, or at least a representative of the kobolds, you are welcome to say that you did so. And if you walk back into the Spindle and Cauldron, I think if you take just one of the kobolds, it would probably be either Nibs or Vizik. All the kobolds would have exchanged names with you as you like excitedly escort them out. Or if you want all the kobolds to come with you, you absolutely can. And as you walk in, you see that
Just one.
just the one.
I would want to bring
Understandable.
all of them for the chaos of it, but
I know,
yeah.
but they need
tired.
a favor, so let's be.
And the crow
Actual
dude.
diplomacy.
With
Actually, as
Rusty.
you walk
We'll
in,
remember Rusty.
with party
Rusty
permission,
is sitting.
with
ahead.
party permission, Mizia's first instinct would be to be holding the head of this thing, walk up to Sergeant Dickwad, drop it on the table, and go, see, ghosts aren't real.
Is everybody comfortable?
Spirits are very real. Ghosts simply are not.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you walk up and just thunk it on the table. He's kind of in his cups. You basically walked in just like an hour and a half later with this job complete. If you consider the time of everything, it took you guys like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours to button this up. And, he's like he's several couple of 2 trees, several more drinks in. And he's like, huh, what? Oh my god. And he like
Ghosts aren't real.
like flails backwards in his chair. What the fuck is that? And Mira from behind the bar goes, "Whoa!" as you just slam a monster head on one of her tables.
I look at her, I'm like, we'll clean it, I promise we'll clean it.
Yeah, it's like is the table sizzling a little bit? And sure enough, there's a little bit of the acid is like as this head starts to thaw a little bit. I'm gonna just say that you brought Vizik in with you, and since
Yeah.
that's the one you got most of the information from, and Rusty is actually sitting at the bar at the corner and has been staring over, like as you walked in, was like looking over at Elias, but clearly had not approached him, and is just kind of sitting there, just kind of hanging out. So you're welcome to. You slam the head on the bar. He freaks out. Mira's like, "What the fuck?"
Specifically, she wants to drop it like on his table, on his food, because she's got zero respect for this man.
Who does? Let's be honest. Yeah, you shatter the plate underneath, and he's like, like I said, flails backwards, almost falling backwards in his chair.
What the fuck is that?
And that is the
And
reason you
looks
had
at all
ghosts.
of you wide-eyed.
That weren't ghosts, because like I said, ghosts aren't real.
Can't make words. He's just
fair enough.
sputtering.
Now
Yeah, I
I
think
think you owe a
Adrena will
certain cleric an apology.
Yeah, you owe the other cleric an apology because there wasn't ghosts.
Yeah, but we still
I-
need to get paid. We
Oh, he'll
maybe
pay.
Take care of
need
the
to
problem.
use
He'll
Okay.
pay.
diplomacy
6 of us around.
here.
I think I'm
Adrena,
also.
You ready
let
for diplomacy,
diplomacy-
everybody?
yeah,
Or you want
let
to
actual diplomacy
you want to
go.
mess with this guy a little bit more?
We can mess with him.
Diplomacy or diplomacy?
Well, we started
still
with
need to
that
get paid.
diplomacy acid.
Go,
Uh,
Adrena, go.
Adrena, I believe you were going to address him.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to make sure everybody gets to do their shenanigans before Mom sweeps in
Sure.
and cleans up.
Free Audrina, can I make an intimidation roll for the sheer act of dropping a giant head on his
Yes.
table?
2000%, yes. Take it at advantage. You've dropped a monster head the size of like his torso on the table.
Team.
Yeah, he let's roll a con save for him. Yeah, nat 1. He pisses himself.
Nice.
Yes. She's just gonna sit there and preen a little bit, and I'm going to choose to give the benefits of intimidation to Audrina, as he's kind of figured out that Mizzy answers to Audrina.
We all answer to Audrey.
Absolutely. She is definitely the ringleader. And he looks at her, beer kind of dribbling down his mouth as he sputtered when you did this initially. He looks like an absolute fool.
Yeah, I think she'll step onto the bench and then actually sit on the table, sort of leaning down to him. And she says, "Well, the misery loves company gets the job done. And once again, the job is done. I told you we were closer to the end than the beginning, did I not?"
Yeah, I suppose you did.
No need to suppose, my dear. The next time you visit Greymore, you'll find it quite cleansed. Now, there are a few things that we need to wrap up, as it were, and then we'll let you get back to your lovely evening. First, we're going to need a promotion for this young man, Rusty. Rusty, dear.
And Thorir
from
kind of
the-
like brings Rusty from the bar, like kind of like like a hand on his back, like almost forcing him to the table. It's like, no, we're gonna do this now.
You say Rusty dear, and he pops up as if he's not the only Rusty in the bar. He's like
Thorir
"Me?"
is the one
And-
that's like pushing Rusty
Yeah.
closer to the table.
Gets shoved over, is like trying to smooth his clothes out, and like stands there, doesn't know what to do with his hands.
No.
Protect
Elias.
him at all costs. Oh my god, protect him at all costs.
Elias, I know you're far too busy and important to make these decisions yourselves. However, you're going to present Rusty to the person who does. They will assess his skills, which are numerous, and assign him a position within your mining company that would be suitable for a man of his distinguished capabilities. That's number one. Second, my other friend here, they have been cruelly misplaced by these creatures that you see before you. Now, as a token of your goodwill, you and the foreman of the mines will allow them to go down and find their way back to their families. One never wants to be too far away from family for long, don't you agree, Elias? Very good. And then lastly, our payment. I believe 250 gold it was. And between you and I, that might be a little light, given the circumstances. I mean, I'm sure you reward your workers in the mine for working quickly and working efficiently. It does so much better for our morale when we are honored in the same way.
You speak without allowing him to interject very, very wisely. You are practiced at this. And thanks to the intimidation, there is no persuasion or anything necessary to get him to agree. In fact, he just kind of looks up at you, bottom lip trembling. Right, right. And reaches down, grabs his pouch of money, and he basically just plunges his hand in and starts spilling more coins out onto the table to add to the 250 gold pouch. Probably, he doesn't even count it. It probably ends up being something like an additional 200 coins. And he's almost like a waiter at Olive Garden, almost asking when you would like him to stop with the Parmesan.
Or you're just gonna like keep track. Oh, also your girls' room upstairs needs much better accommodation.
Yes, we can. We also offer consulting services. We can discuss all that in the morning. I think you need to sleep on it. Nixie, dear,
Yes.
do you have a piece
yes,
of paper?
Audrina.
Do you have a piece of paper we could write down some of these instructions? I think our poor Elias is a little bit addled
his face.
tonight. Yes,
Yes,
of course.
of
We want to make
course.
sure that everything we discussed goes through. And just sign
Here
there,
you
my
go.
dear. Perfect. Yeah, and
From the-
Nixie, just hold out for him to sign these orders that we have wanted him to do, giving Rusty a job and taking the kobolds down to rejoin their families.
You basically place a quill in his hand, and from the bar you hear, "Ha!" as Mira she has been wiping the same spot on the bar, just watching you guys this entire time. So you place a quill in his hand, and he's like, and just signs, and he looks at Rusty. He's like, I suppose I'll see you in the morning then, lad. And Rusty just nods emphatically, and Vizik pipes up like,
Me too.
and like, right, I don't really fully understand why they're here, pointing to the kobold.
Because if they
but
aren't, I'm putting it
Sorry
back.
about it.
She's lying through her teeth, but she's hoping that he's not smart enough to understand that that's not a thing she can actually do.
the implication that you would put the monster back in his house that he didn't even know was in his house because he thought it was ghosts, and he again doesn't really understand why the kobolds are here because that was never really explained to him. But it doesn't matter. He's had a lot of beer, and you guys showed back up with the head of a monster. Yeah, that works.
Just roll with
That's
it,
fine.
sir.
He's like, uh-huh. And Elias just basically blindly, dumbly agrees to anything you say in this moment because he certainly did not expect the rest of you to show up an hour and a half later, fully victorious, with a giant monster head, half leaking acid onto his food. And
Well,
with that,
yeah.
go ahead.
I think I could use a shower and some wine. Don't you agree, my loves?
Shara has already
A
gone
little
to the
wine.
bar and has gotten the best bottle of wine she can get from Mira, and turns to Audrina and her friends and just goes, "Family dinner?"
Family dinner.
Family dinner.
And
Oh no.
the bar, you hear as a champagne cork gets popped, you look over to see Mira, and she goes, "I'll put it on the tab." And that is the very long-winded end of Grave, this old haunt, Grave Expectations, addendum title, Psych, it was kobolds.
I love that the
Amazing.
universe has collectively decided that kobolds are just a little guy.
Yep.
Yeah,
little
I
guy.
it should be.
I
Bunch
approve.
of little guys.
Can we have a round of applause for our absolutely amazing dungeon master?
Yes.
That
Pish posh.
I appreciate your
was
patience in
amazing.
explaining the
Fantastic.
mechanics.
You did
to me.
amazing.
You
Did
were
amazing.
great.
Amazing
Thank you.
job.
We all
Again,
did great. Everybody
it's-
got their moment.
you were all
Played to their
amazing.
strengths.
Yeah, a round of applause for all of you. You are wonderful players. Again, I cannot recommend enough playing with a group of all femmes. Just a truly
Fantastic.
incredible experience. This is my first time DMing for all femmes, first time playing with all femmes. Truly an incredible experience.
With
We
that,
get the job done.
we love you all. Casting is still, while it is mostly done, I did receive a lot more this time around than in previous casting calls. So give me a moment over the next few days. I will be making an announcement and announce our next cast. But for now, this is what we are going to leave you with. Hail to the heroines. We are here. We have always been here. And we will always be here. And I would like to add, because of what specifically today is at the very end, no kings.
No queens, no kings, but yes, queen.
Yes.
No
Yes!
kings. Yes, queens. Hail to the
queen.
Heroines. We will see you all next time. Cast, go ahead and stick around for just a moment, as there's a little bit of housekeeping we've got to go over. Thank you so much, everyone. We